spots in Colombo. I'm crossing over to my colleague Purnima Murli, who is live in Colombo, to give us more details on this. Purnima, what can you tell us about the curfew that's been lifted? Purnima, can you hear me? All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection. But in the meantime, the news that we're bringing you now is that the curfew that was imposed yesterday at 12 noon, it was lifted earlier this morning at 5 a.m. Now I'm crossing back over to my colleague Purnima Murli, who is live on the ground in Colombo. Purnima, what I wanted to ask you is, now that the Colombo curfew has been lifted, could you give us details about the security, the heavy police deployment in top spots in Colombo?
Well, curfew was lifted at 9 a.m. today, and in and around Colombo, we don't find heavy security deployment. Security deployment is somewhere in places like the Presidential Palace, the Parliament, Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister's private residence, and now the interim president as well. And then we also have heavy security deployment in and around the Parliament. Parliament is where there are more and more army officers. There's an army truck that is stationed. There are army trucks stationed in and around the Parliament, because that's the most sensitive part, where protesters 2 days ago tried to storm the Parliament, and then clashes turned violent. There were 30 of them who were injured. All this happened late last night. In the morning, protesters tried to storm the Prime Minister's office, and later in the day in the Parliament is when they tried to storm. Therefore, heavy security deployment in and around the Parliament, because of the kind of clashes that broke out 2 days ago. And right now there are army trucks also deployed there, and there are at least 200 to 300 army personnel deployed. Apart from that, there are also special task officers deployed. And here, if you can see, if you go further down, you can find the police officers here. Inside, you also find the special task force. All of them are stationed in these government places, because they are afraid that some of the protesters may continue to storm these places if Ranil does not tender his resignation now that Rajapaksa has resigned. But curfew has been lifted in and around on the streets of Colombo. There are no police or security deployments, but only in these outside these government places, inside these buildings. These are the places where there's heavy security deployment seen. We'll have to wait and see if Ranil announces yet another curfew post-noon, because noon to 5 a.m. For the last 2 days, curfews were imposed. Today, will that curfew be imposed yet again? We'll have to wait and see. But Ranil Wickremesinghe has made it very clear in a statement that peaceful protests are okay, but he will not allow fascists to take over these peaceful protests. That was the statement that Ranil had said, and he feels that peaceful protests are now taken over by fascist groups, which is why violence and vandalism has been reported in parts of Colombo over the last 2 days.
All right, Purnima, stay with us, because I also want to cross back over to Abhishek Jha. Abhishek, you were earlier telling us about India's assistance when it comes to the financial crisis in Sri Lanka. Could you give us more details about that?
So India, the government has maintained that they are ready to support Sri Lanka. In fact, our External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, recently when he was trip to Tamil Nadu, he continuously said that India will be supportive of Sri Lankan people. However, they are also looking forward to a stable political setup, which is democratic in its concept. And they are soon going to have something, if the Sri Lankan people choose to have some democratic setup soon, it will be easier for them to facilitate more help, aid and grant and whatsoever. In fact, India has been extending a line of credit of over $1 billion to Sri Lanka in the last 6-7 months for a country of the size of Sri Lanka, where 22 million people. India has extended almost $3.8 billion worth of credit line or financial assistance in the last 6-7 months. This is a huge amount. But for more assistance to go there, one must have to have some person in the power whom the countries like India can have negotiation or talk to as to how much debt they can actually have, how much debt they can actually afford, because it has to be a sustainable model of partnership or collaboration also. Maybe Sri Lanka will have to open up more itself for more investment opportunities where Indian companies or other companies from other places also, other countries also can go and invest there and can help build Sri Lankan economy in a long-term sustainable model. So these are the few areas where Sri Lankan ministers or Sri Lankan leader, whoever will be in the seat of power in the next few days, will have to think and accordingly, if you talk about International Monetary Fund or any international organization or countries who have been friends with Sri Lanka or allies with Sri Lanka, they will be able to extend further and long-term help to Sri Lankan people.
All right, Abhishek and Purnima, I want you to stay with us because remember, now that Gotabaya Rajapaksa is gone, remember he escaped essentially from Sri Lanka, went to the Maldives, and then he took a private jet yesterday and went to Singapore. Then in the evening, he handed in his resignation. Now, what exactly is next for the island nation of Sri Lanka? We're going to take you through that. Now, Ranil Wickremesinghe is currently the interim president. Apart from being the current prime minister, he is now the acting president as well. Essentially, this decision was taken by the speaker to make him the acting president after Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled the island nation. Now, there are hopes of the protests subsiding, but there is also heat on Ranil to stay. Why are there hopes of the protests subsiding? Because essentially the main demand of the protesters in Sri Lanka was that Gotabaya Rajapaksa resign. Now, there's also heat on Ranil Wickremesinghe to stay as well. Now, that heat essentially is going to stay because protesters also want his resignation. They don't want him as their prime minister or their acting president. They want him to go away too. Now, the parliament is set to meet in the next 3 days. They're going to be holding a session within the next 3 days. This was something that was announced by the speaker yesterday. Now, elections for the new president from the sitting MPs will be taking place within a period of 30 days. This is the information that we're getting about what is next for Sri Lanka. Now, Sajith Premadasa, he is the opposition leader in Sri Lanka, and Sarath Fonseca are the front runners to be the next president of the nation. Now, they, of course, are going to have massive challenges if they are elected, if they are taken into that position of running the country. Now, efforts are also underway to form an all-party unity government. This is something that we've been hearing for the last couple of days. Till now, there has been no headway with that. Now, as we mentioned, there will be an election from the sitting MPs to see who can be the next president. Now, beyond this, what's next for Sri Lanka is that there's a big focus on the IMF bailout package. Sri Lanka is currently facing its worst economic crisis ever. They have about 50 million left in reserves, which is literally nothing for an island nation, for a country to run itself. Remember, protesters, the reason that they're protesting is because they lack access to essential items like food, fuel, and medication. Now, we have some breaking news coming in. Now, the Speaker of Sri Lanka, Mahinda Yapa Abeyewardena, is now getting ready to announce the resignation of the President, Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Now, I'm crossing over to my colleague, Purnima Murli, who is live with us from Colombo. Purnima, can you give us more details about how the Speaker is now likely to officially announce the resignation of the President?
Sources from the Speaker's team and also the media team confirmed that through an email, Rajapaksa had sent in his resignation letter, but they have to check the documents, and they said it's going to take some time, and the announcement will come in today. Remember, at 10 a.m. The opposition parties will then be submitting their recommendations of who their choice of prime ministerial candidate is by 10 a.m. So on the one side, that development is happening where opposition parties are now trying to make the next move to ensure that Ranil does not become the president for the remaining tenure. They are now trying to work on the recommendations from their end on who could well be the president and the prime ministerial candidate who could get the support of majority of the parliamentarians. While that is happening on the one side, on the other side, the Speaker's team said that it will take time, which is why today is when they will be the Speaker will check all the documents and then make that announcement. So anytime in in the first half is when there is an official announcement from the speaker that's expected. So after that, yet again at the golf face, where the protests are continuing for 98th day, we can find more and more people joining and celebrating and rejoicing. So that will happen once there is a formal announcement from the speaker, which could be expected any time in the first half.
All right, Purnima, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us all of that information on the situation in Sri Lanka. We will continue to return to you. Abhishek, I want you to stay with us as we take a look and shift focus at this next story. Now, Tibetan spiritual leader, the Dalai Lama, is slated to be in Ladakh today. Yesterday, during his visit to Jammu, the Dalai Lama said that he is not a separatist leader, as alleged by China, and that the people of China know this. He also said that he wants an autonomous Tibet under China, where Buddhist heritage and culture can be preserved. The Dalai Lama's visit comes just ahead of the 16th commander level talks between India and China, which are scheduled to take place on July 17th. Now, India and China ties have hit a low since the Galwan incident at the line of actual control in 2020. Now, I'm crossing over to our MEA correspondent Abhishek Jha, who is live with us from Delhi. Abhishek, can you take us through some of the key highlights of the Dalai Lama's visit in Jammu yesterday?
Aisha, yesterday Dalai Lama was on his visit to Jammu. In fact, this was the first visit in the last 2 years' time, ever since the pandemic had set in, and Dalai Lama was keeping himself isolated. So probably now the pandemic situation had eased up a little. He was away on his first trip to Jammu yesterday. In Jammu, in fact, he talked to media people in a very something very rare of him, and he also spoke very frankly about the issues related to China, Tibet, and India. In fact, he said that there is not much anger or unlikeliness among the masses of China against him. In fact, there are just a group of radical people in China who does not like him. So clearly, Dalai Lama has stated the fact that the way China thinks him as a separatist leader, he is not a separatist leader. He like to have an autonomous Tibet under which the Buddhist culture, heritage, and everything they have had for the millenniums, that could be preserved, and this is what they have been asking from China. But China does not consider him like that. China considers him like a person who is involved in anti-China activity, and this is something. This is not the sentiment of the common Chinese people. This is the sentiment of people who are sitting in the bar, or probably just a bunch of people. This is what Dalai Lama had said yesterday, and from today he is going to be in Ladakh for few days time, where again there is no public or major religious event has been planned or announced by his office, and we can assume that he'll be living in Ladakh for the next few days. And this whole setup of Dalai Lama visiting Ladakh is happening at a time where India and China are still having a military standoff in the along the border of Ladakh at LAC, and also from on Sunday, that is 17th of July, India and China military corps commander level talks are also going to happen, which are aiming to resolve certain friction point and trying to get closer to a complete disengagement that both sides are trying to have. For the last 2 years, there has been so many rounds of meetings, both at the level of diplomats, senior diplomats, and at the level of senior military commanders. But there has not been much headway. Certain friction points have been disengaged. Certain progress have also been made, but the complete disengagement still remains a thing that both sides are trying to get closer to.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. We will continue to track the Dalai Lama's visit to Ladakh later today. Now, with this, we're heading into a very short break, but stay with us.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Trounces, Times Now, and Republic TV.
Soren's JMM, which is an alliance with the Congress in Jharkhand, has decided to back the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. The party, in fact, has said that this is an opportunity for a tribal woman to become the country's president for the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP, and the PSU. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, the Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His 2-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways. She's done it all, but in the past few days, Mamata has shown her love for food, enjoying the puchka yesterday. Today, Didi can be seen trying her hands at making the momos. Former IPL top boss Lalit Modi has announced that he's dating Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen. In a post on Twitter, Lalit Modi called Sen his better half, saying that he's over the moon, terming their relationship as a new beginning and a new life. In a second post, Lalit Modi expressed hope that the two will get married someday. Reliance Industries Limited and the Athletics Federation of India have announced a long-term partnership to enable the holistic growth of athletics in India. Neeta Ambani, IOC member and director of Reliance Industries Limited, has said that this initiative aims to accelerate the growth of Indian athletics.
All right, this is some breaking news coming in now. Gohar Chishti, the Ajmer dargah Kadeem, who had been absconding after raising provocative slogans against BJP suspended spokesperson Nupur Sharma, was arrested in Telangana's Hyderabad on Thursday. And he will be produced in the court today, and he was grilled by the Hyderabad police yesterday. This is the latest information that we're getting on the whereabouts of Gohar Chishti. He's now been arrested. Remember, he had been absconding after raising provocative slogans against BJP suspended spokesperson Nupur Sharma. Now, he has been arrested in Telangana's Hyderabad. This took place yesterday, and he is slated to be produced in the court later today. Now, yesterday, after being arrested, he was grilled by the Hyderabad police. Now, I'm crossing over to my colleague Bhavani Diora to give us more details on this. Bhavani, kal Gohar Chishti ka grilling hua tha Hyderabad police से, आप कोई और डिटेल्स आ रहे हैं वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन से?
देखिए, अभी तो गौहर चिश्ती को अजमेर लाया गया, आज अजमेर के सेशन यूनियन थाने में रखा गया। अभी इनको कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा और कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करने के बाद में सबसे बड़ी बात है कि एनआईए आज रिमांड की मांग कर सकता है और एनआईए आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगा तो एनआईए पूछताछ करेगा इससे। और लेकिन अभी तक की जो ये सामने आया कि इसमें जो यहाँ से जो फरार हुआ 23 जून को, उसके बाद में ये बिहार के पूर्णिया के अंदर रहा कुछ वक्त, फिर उसके बाद में ये हैदराबाद चला गया और हैदराबाद में अपनी पहचान छिपाकर हैदराबाद में बेगम बाजार थाना इलाका है, वहाँ पर एक जगह पर रह रहा था, गोफमेल नाम की जगह है जहाँ ये रह रहा था। और पुलिस को जो इनपुट मिला था यहाँ से, वो उसकी फोन लोकेशन के आधार पे 2 जगह के इनपुट आ रहे थे। फिर उसके बाद में हैदराबाद 3 बजे गई और उससे उसको लाया गया जी।
Vivani, shukriya hame wo details dene ke liye. Now shifting focus, after Ladakh, Delhi and Gujarat, now videos of Karnataka MLAs from Bundelkhand holidaying in Goa are going viral. This comes as the Bundelkhand district continues to suffer due to incessant rainfall. And in the video that's going viral, the MLAs can be seen having fun in a swimming pool. The BJP MLA from the Terdal constituency, Sidhu Savadi, along with other municipal councillors, can also be seen in the video. Now, the MLAs were seen partying ahead of the Maha Municipal Council chairman elections, which are slated to take place today. I'm crossing over to my colleague Ritu to give us more details on this. Ritu, BJP MLAs partying in Goa, swimming in the pools as incessant rainfall and flooding takes place in Bundelkhand. Not a good situation. What is the justification that is coming out from the government side?
So yes, the North Karnataka is in fact heavily affected due to the heavy downpour, and you see the MLA and along with the municipal councillor being busy there in Goa, chilling out and swimming in the swimming pool. All these videos are in fact going viral, and there's a lot of comparison that is also been made from the opposition, where they are saying that when the constituency is badly affected, and top of that there's also Mahalingapura chairman's election, municipal council chairman election in fact today, and you see this particular MLA along with the councillor chilling there. Now being a representative, in fact there's already that the Bagalkote district is going affected badly because of the downpour, and you see these representatives chilling there in the Goa. Now in fact this is not something that new that we are seeing, but from couple of weeks in fact this has become one of the trend that we're getting to see in the Karnataka, where representatives are seen chilling, whether it is on the name of studies tour or for that matter holidaying at some of the other places. So this has seen as in one trend in the Karnataka, but of course now that let me tell this also to you that because of the heavy rain and the floods that have been seen in the Bagalkote district, in fact the Minister C.C. Patil also visited the place to take this to take stock of the affected areas and to in fact take all the measures that are required for the district. But this particular MLA was in fact absent because he's seen there chilling in the Goa. So of course when there's a lot that the district is going through, and top of that the council chairman election being today, he's seen there chilling. And of course remember there's last year too, for the same election this particular MLA had drawn a huge criticism because that you saw how he had in fact tried pulling women during that chairman's election, and previously as well he was in a controversy during the same time, and again you see him in the controversy for the same reason.
All right, Ritu, thank you for joining us and bringing us all of that input. Now we have some breaking news coming in. The EPS versus OPS showdown continues. After EPS sacked OPS and his supporters earlier this week, O. Paneerselvam has now claimed that he is still the AIADMK coordinator, and in that capacity, he has now sacked 22 members of the party, including EPS, in retaliation. Now, this is a very interesting development because essentially what happened earlier this week / last week was that the AIADMK essentially expelled him from the party. EPS is now the general secretary. Now, elections for the same post will be held in a couple of months, but the current situation now is that OPS is claiming that he is still the AIADMK coordinator. This is after he was expelled from the party. All right, now with this, we're heading into a very short break, but stay with us.
Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
Hearing a review petition filed by Dalai Lama, but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His 2-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways. She's done it all, but in the past few days, Mamata has shown her love for food, enjoying the puchka yesterday. Today, Didi can be seen trying her hands at making the momos. Former IPL top boss Lalit Modi has announced that he's dating Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen. In a post on Twitter, Lalit Modi called Sen his better half, saying that he's over the moon, terming their relationship as a new beginning and a new life. In a second post, Lalit Modi expressed hope that the two will get married someday. Reliance Industries Limited and the Athletics Federation of India have announced a long-term partnership to enable the holistic growth of athletics in India. Neeta Ambani, IOC member and director of Reliance Industries Limited, has said that this initiative aims to accelerate the growth of Indian athletics by providing opportunities and world-class facilities to our young talents with a special focus on girl children. Rishi Sunak continues to lead the race to become the next UK Prime Minister after securing 101 votes. That's the highest for any candidate in the second round of voting by Conservative MPs. Apart from Sunak, 4 others have made it to the next round. That includes Penny Mordaunt.
Welcome back. The Bundelkhand Expressway will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister on July 16th. The road from Chitrakoot to Etawah covers 7 backward districts of the state and connects into the already operational Agra-Lucknow Expressway. It's also been built in record time. Take a look at this report by News18.com's Aman Sharma.
If you start from Delhi, take the Yamuna Expressway to Agra and then the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. This is the point. If you travel about 300 kilometers from Delhi, where you hit this interchange from where the new Bundelkhand Expressway starts. This project is being inaugurated by the Prime Minister on the July the 16th. The 296 kilometer long expressway is special in many aspects, especially because it's going to connect 7 districts of Bundelkhand considered the most poorest and the backward regions of the state. What does Uttar Pradesh achieve by building this new expressway to Bundelkhand? We will travel on this expressway, speak to locals and try and find out how key this expressway will be to the industrial development and for the social development of the region of Bundelkhand. When we speak of expressways, we speak of expressways from Lucknow to Delhi, connectivity, a Bundelkhand Expressway. How do you think that is significant in this aspect right now?
This is an expressway which has been made in record time. The Honorable Prime Minister laid the foundation stone on the 29th of February 2020 leap year, and we have leaped forward and we have been able to construct this road in around 28-29 months, and that again is an achievement.
With UP building a record number of expressways, a big concern in the expressway projects is also the safety of the project, ensuring that there are less accidents and vehicles traveling at high speed don't collide or don't overturn, which has been one of the cases we have seen in many other expressway projects. Now in the Bundelkhand Expressway project, safety seems to be paramount. Some additional security features have been added. We can see here there are crash beams on both sides of the middle median. So this means that cars basically can't overturn from one side of the median to the other side.
हम लोगों का जो बिजनेस है, जैसे हमारा ढाबा है राम जानकी, लोग बढ़ेंगे साइड, मतलब जल्दी आएंगे और लोग सीधा यहाँ पे टर्निंग पॉइंट है, सीधा हमारे होटल पे ही है उतरने का, सर्विस रोड है जो, तो लोग आएंगे बढ़ेंगे, हम लोग का बिजनेस बढ़ेगा, रोजगार बढ़ेगा,
बहुत विकास होगा। हम लोग अपना माल भी और कहीं ले जाके बेच सकते हैं इससे।
सड़क का बनने से सर एक तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो चीज़ इसमें फ़ायदा होगा टूरिज्म में।
Travel about 120 kilometers from the Agra-Lucknow Expressway from the turn from where the Bundelkhand Expressway starts, and here you come. This is Jalan district. We have another 173 kilometers to go in our journey towards Chitrakoot. But Jalan is the district where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving on July the 16th to inaugurate this expressway. A huge tent has been set up. A huge public meeting will happen a bit far from here where the Prime Minister will be addressing the people. This is Aman Sharma reporting with Arpit from Jalan for CNN News 18.
Now, before we head into a short break, we have a special appeal. After many decades, Assam has experienced horrific floods. 54 lakh people have been affected, and the death toll has risen to 192, as 5.39 lakh people in 12 districts are still affected by the deluge. Now, News 18 Assam Northeast has launched a unique campaign called Fight the Flood, Stand with Assam, asking viewers to donate to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. Your small contribution could save millions.
On Bits to Billions this weekend, we have an entrepreneur who wants to make in India for the world, Amrit Acharya, the co-founder and CEO of Zetwerk. Is it exciting to train for engineering and actually do engineering?
Like, I graduated with a degree in electrical engineering, but I ended up doing nothing close to electrical engineering for many years. In fact, I was at McKinsey for a bit. At my heart, I always felt that calling, that, I really liked building things.
Why did you decide to choose an unsexy industry, so to speak?
While it was unsexy, for us it was very sexy because we understood the pain points in a way which it felt unique to us. It felt very authentic to us, that these are problems we are passionate about, and I felt that I wanted to drive some change.
All conspiracy claims, saying this practice is being followed since decades.
In another big jolt to the opposition in the presidential election race, Hemant Soren's JMM, which is an alliance with the Congress in Jharkhand, has decided to back the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. The party, in fact, has said that this is an opportunity for a tribal woman to become the country's president for the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the PSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His 2-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident.
Welcome back. The Patna police have busted a Simi plot to create communal tension in Pulwari Sharif. Now, 3 people have been arrested in this case, of which 2 of them have been identified as Jalaluddin and Athar Parvez. Of the 2 identified, Jalaluddin is a retired cop, while Parvez is reportedly a Simi operative who has been instrumental in getting bail for other Simi operatives. Now, CNN News 18 has accessed the details of the Simi's Patna plot. It has been found that their apparent motive was to disrupt Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Bihar. The PFI has issued a statement saying that the claims of the Bihar police are ridiculous and that they're attempting to demonize the organization.
मनीष जी, क्या आप लोगों को जानकारी मिली थी और उसके बाद छापेमारी में क्या-क्या मिला है, कितने लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं?
हमें पिछले 6-7 दिनों से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी, 1 हफ्ते से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी कि समथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन मेसी इन फुलवारी शरीफ। 11 तारीख को हम लोगों ने एक घर को सर्च किया जिसके बारे में सूचना थी। वो घर झारखंड पुलिस का रिटायर्ड सब इंस्पेक्टर मिस्टर जलालुद्दीन का था, जो वहाँ पर मौजूद पाए गए, और उसके साथ मिस्टर अतहर परवेज भी वहाँ मिले। मिस्टर अतहर परवेज का पास्ट बहुत ही दागदार रहा है। ही इज़ एन एक्टिव मेंबर ऑफ सिमी। हम लोगों ने उसको वेरीफाई किया और वहाँ पर जो चीज़ें मिली, पैम्पलेट्स, बैनर्स, फ्लैग्स एंड इंडिया विजन 2047, दैट इज़ वेरी ऑब्जेक्शनेबल, बहुत ही वो ऑब्जेक्शनेबल है, जिसमें एक समुदाय विशेष के विरोध में घृणा पैदा की गई है। और हम लोग साक्ष्यों के आधार पर इस पूरी घटना को और इस पूरी घटना में शामिल सारे लोगों को बस्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी तक हम लोगों ने 2 लोगों को जेल भेजा है और कल रात भर हम लोगों ने रेड किया है, कुछ लोगों को डिटेन किया है, कुछ लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है।
Do you deny that PM's visit was on 12th July? Was it related somehow to this? Because the mobilization, as per the police FIR, it says that for past 2 months the meetings were frequently held.
Right now the case is under investigation. Till we catch hold of sufficient number of people, till we examine all kind of evidence, we will not come to know what was their plan, why they were doing training out here, and what was their future plan. As far as 12th July visit of VVIP is concerned, we were already on alert, and all the hotels, houses, guest houses, lodges, dharamshala were regularly checked. So during that checking only, the police got the information. Proactively they verified it and they went in and they checked the premises and found all this. Now the criminal proceedings have started. Investigation will be pursued vigorously and intensely, and we'll come to know what was their future planning, how they were organizing. The documents have been recovered, the flags have been recovered, and the flags clearly point out the PFI.
All right, now I'm crossing over to my colleague Arnima to give us more details on this. Arnima, very chilling details emerging from this entire Simi plot. One is about how they wanted to establish Islamic rule in India by 2047. The second is about their plan to attack the Prime Minister while he was visiting Bihar. Can you give us more details, please?
So far, what
what the recovery is seeming to indicate is that there was a plan, but whether that plan was anywhere close to the stage of execution, whether arms and ammunition had been procured, or it was just limited to pamphlets and flags, which means you were trying to get more recruits. That is something which is still a matter of investigation. Prima facie, there are two things that are made out. A, there is a pamphlet which PFI, of course, has denied. Popular Front of India has come out and issued a statement saying there is no such pamphlet that PFI has ever produced. This was part of a case registered in Basti in Uttar Pradesh, essentially PFI calling it fabricated evidence. And since it is not a banned organization, just by association of PFI, Bihar police will find it difficult to get these people implicated. But there are two damaging evidence against them. One, the allegation that they were also part of SIMI. SIMI is an outlawed organization. It later manifested into Indian Mujahideen, which carried out multiple terror attacks. So that's very damaging. Second, that arms training was being given, and that is where the former Jharkhand cop comes in. His role about knowing small arms and knowing grenades and that training being given, even that is quite damaging. And since Bihar police suspects that this group has been involved with earlier terror attacks too, in 2013 specifically, what they are alleging, they must be congratulated for nipping in bud something which could have developed into something more problematic for the safety and security of Bihar and of the country.
Absolutely, Arnima. Very valid points that you're raising. I also want to bring in our colleague Saurabh Rathore, who is live with us from Patna. Saurabh, we have details about two SIMI operatives, Jalaluddin and Atwair Parvez. Can you give us more details about the third accused?
See, Aisha, there are 26 named person in the FIR, and among them are these three. So the third arrest was made later in the evening from Fulwari Sharif, and the police is hunting for all those persons who are named in the FIR. Remember, there are 10 districts in Bihar from which these 26 people were operating. They used to come to Patna at Fulwari Sharif at his this residence, and they used to conduct meetings and provide trainings to youth and radicalize them. So the police have identified them, and they have their names are put on the FIR. Police are conducting raids at several locations. They have formed teams, and Patna police have formed 2 teams, and other teams are also formed for other districts. And with the help of the local police are trying to nab all those persons who are being named in the FIR, and they are going to, in fact, they have detained more than 10 persons, and they are being interrogated. But the official arrest have been made only for 3 people. Rest all of them are being interrogated, and only after the statement of the police, which we are expecting in the later part of the day, only then we can know the total number of arrests. But as far as the investigation is concerned, only the Patna police and the Bihar police is investigating the case so far. It is expected that the Bihar ATS would take up the case, but no official confirmation has come yet. In fact, the case is of grave nature, because if you see the FIR, grave sections such as 121, 153A, B, 34, 120B, these all are the sections which clearly indicate waging war against the government and radicalizing people, creating communal hatred between communities. These all sections are very serious sections, and in fact the National Investigation Investigative Agencies, NIA, can take up the case because they have all the reasons to take up the case. The matter is so grave, and it also concerns about the PM's security, because his visit was due on 12 July.
Absolutely,
he came, but the arrest
now,
was made.
Thank you so much for giving us all of that information, and Arima as well. Thank you for all of that input. The Patna SSP has stoked a controversy after he compared the PFI to the RSS. Now, BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad has demanded action against the Patna SSP for his remarks. Following this, the Patna ADG JS Gangwar has issued a show cause notice to the officer.
जो पता चला कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बेसिकली मोबिलाइज करती थी, मस्जिद में और मदरसा में यूथ्स को मोबिलाइज करते थे, और कठोरता की तरफ, जिसको हम अंग्रेजी में रेडिकलाइजेशन बोलते हैं, उसके लिए ये लगातार कार्यशील थे. इसका जो मॉडस था कि ये लोग जैसे शाखा होती है, आरएसएस अपनी शाखा ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं और लाठी की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी तरह से ये लोग शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के नाम से लोग अपने यूथ्स को बुला के और उनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे थे और उसी के साथ ही जो अपना एजेंडा है और प्रोपेगेंडा है उनके माध्यम से यूथ्स को ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम कर रहे थे।
RSS is a known nationalistic organization. So many RSS workers have sacrificed their life in the fight against terrorism. And for the SSP of Patna to compare RSS activity with that of PFI, a known terrorist organization, ought to break India, is plainly unacceptable. And I condemn it outright. We are assured to note the senior police officers have issued him a notice, and we trust that appropriate action shall be taken.
किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में टिप्पणी की गई है वो मुझे लगता है कि आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट हुआ होगा और हम लोग उनसे ये पूछेंगे कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ है। अभी राइट नाउ उनका जॉब है केस के अनुसंधान में, उनकी टीम उस पर कार्रवाई कर रही है, उनको भी केस के अनुसंधान में ध्यान देते हुए कार्रवाई करने का निर्देश दिया जाएगा और किसी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से कंपेयर करना गलत है।
All right, we have some breaking news coming in now. A temple has been vandalized in Jammu and Kashmir. Specifically, the Shiv temple has been vandalized by unknown miscreants in Doda. Now, an FIR has been registered by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The temple is located in the Marmat area of Doda, and this is the 4th incident of temple vandalism since April in the region of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, I'm crossing over to my colleague Tejinder to give us more details on this. Tejinder, what can you tell us about this vandalism?
Yes, you see, this is a Shiv temple which is located in the upper reaches of Marmat in Doda district. And when some people, they went to the temple, they saw that the statue of Lord Shiva situated, placed inside the temple has been vandalized, it has been broken. So after that, the local residents, because this is a far-off area, so the people from very far-off area, they have to trek for at least 1.5 hours to reach this temple. So the people who had gone there to pray, they then filed a complaint with the Doda police, and after that an FIR was registered and police has started investigation. You rightly pointed out that this is the 4th such incident since April in Jammu region. So this is 4th such incident where a temple has been desecrated, a temple has been vandalized. The first incident happened in the Nagrota area of Jammu, where a temple was vandalized. Then there was the Vasuki Nag temple in Badarwa area, which was also in a far-off area. The temple there was vandalized. Just a couple of days ago, there was another temple which was vandalized in the Kathua district, and now this temple has been vandalized in Doda. So the authorities are saying that this seems to be a ploy of those who want to vitiate peace in Jammu region by creating a communal divide and forcing people to come out and hold protest. So this is a ploy to disrupt peace and harmony in the region. But the police in all these 4 cases, they have registered an FIR and have started investigation. So far, no arrests have been made in this particular case wherein this Shiv temple was vandalized. But as I spoke to some of the senior police officials of Doda district, they say that they will soon crack this case. Yes.
All right, Tejinder, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, good morning and welcome. You continue to be with CNN News 18. I am Aisha Varma. It's almost 9 a.m. and we have some breaking news coming in from Bareilly. Now, there's ruckus in Bareilly after clashes took place at a meat shop. A BJP leader is said to have been injured in the clashes as well. The ruckus is in Uttar Pradesh's Bareilly on the very first day of the auspicious occasion of Sawan month. Now, even though the administration had banned meat shops along the roads where the Kanwar Yatra will be held, a meat shop was kept open, and this is what essentially led to the clashes. That's the information that we're getting. Now, the attack was caught on camera where a BJP leader is seen being attacked. A case has now been registered.
मामला ऐसा कि सुबह जो है एक दुकान के सामने अतिक्रमण था, वहां पर नगर निगम की टीम ने अतिक्रमण हटाया। वहाँ भ्रम हुआ कि अतिक्रमण हटाने का काम जो है बगल के दुकानदारों ने कराया और उसी उत्तेजना में विवाद हुआ। दोनों पक्षों में मतलब मारपीट हुई। एक पक्ष को किसी को चाकू लगना बताया गया। अभी सीसीटीवी फुटेज देख करके उस पर कार्रवाई की जा रही। जो भी दोषी होगा इसके खिलाफ बहुत ही सख्त कार्रवाई की।
All right, now I'm crossing over to my colleague Pranshu Mishra to give us more details on this. Pranshu, what can you tell us about the Bareilly clashes?
Well, Aisha, the allegation from the BJP leaders that the particular meat shop was open, it has still not been established. And the fact remains that the government and the administration has decided that on all routes on which the Kawa Yatra is proposed, the meat and the liquor shops will be closed. So even in case if any meat shop was open, the responsibility to get it closed lies with the administration and the police and not with any individual neta belonging to any particular political party. Now, in this case, as the videos is also out, we have that CCTV footage. We can clearly see that it seems to be more a case of a clash between the two rival groups, maybe over the issue of the illegal encroachment that the officers say was to be removed, or else the shop being open. But it's clearly seen that it was a confrontation between the two sides in which one of the person who is also associated with the Bharatiya Janata Party sustained an injury from the sharp-edged weapon, and that has what has led to these allegations that he was trying to close the meat shop, after which this attack has taken place. So as of now, 4 people have been arrested, 1 other accused is still absconding, and the entire investigation is going on.
All right, Pranchu, stay with us. We're going to listen into some more reactions that are coming in on the story.
ये कुछ दुकानें यहाँ पे हैं जो चिकन और बिरयानी की दुकानें हैं, जिसको लेके कुछ लोगों को आपत्ति थी। आपस में कुछ कहा सुनी हुई ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि उनके ऊपर कुछ लोग हमलावर हुए और उन्होंने उनके साथ मारपीट की है। तो इस पे यहाँ पे पुलिस आई है और थोड़ी भीड़ भाड़ थी, जिस पर बातचीत करके उनको हटाया गया है। आगे की कार्रवाई की जा रही है। वजह बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ चिकन और बिरयानी की दुकानें हैं जो पक्की शॉप हैं और उनके आसपास कहीं कुछ अतिक्रमण हो, जिससे कि नगर निगम अतिक्रमण हटवा रहा था। इस बीच में कुछ लोगों द्वारा आपस में विवाद हुआ। उस विवाद में कुछ लोग हमलावर हुए। क्या कौन लोग थे, क्या थे, वो नाम अभी हमारे पास आने बाकी हैं वादी के द्वारा। जब नाम आएगा उसके आधार पर कार्रवाई की जाए।
All right, now I'm crossing back over to my colleague Pranchu Mishra to give us more details on this. Pranchu, can you give us more details about the BJP leader? We're getting details that he's been hospitalized.
Well, as far as the 2 reactions which we have played and they belong to the local authorities, there's still not very confirmed proof of that whether the meat shop was open and some leaders, including the BJP person, have gone there to get that shop closed. It seems that it was a long existing dispute, probably over some illegal encroachment in that area in which some shopkeepers were involved, and there were 2 parties which were having different views over that entire encroached area, and that's the reason why this clash broke out. Now there is clearly an attempt to give it a spin of a meat shop being open, so all aspects are being probed. The larger question here also is that even in case a particular shop, a meat shop, was open despite defying the orders, the responsibility to get it closed lies with the authorities, not with an individual. So what led to this altercation, what led to this dispute, that needs to be probed. But as of now, as I said, the complaint has been given by the BJP people, and on the basis of that complaint, a FIR was registered. 4 people involved in this attack case, in this in this clash of 2 sides. Those 4 people have been arrested, and the 5th person is still absconding.
All right, now Pranchu, essentially the meat shop was supposed to be closed. You're saying that the authorities are responsible for closing the meat shop, but what is the shop owner saying?
But the state government has decided in all the districts on what all routes the Kawa Yatra is to go, is to pass on. In those areas, on those roads, the meat shop and the liquor shop will be closed for the predefined period. Now, whether this particular area a particular road on which this dispute has taken place, whether it was a notified one, whether the shops in that area needs to be closed, all these things are to be looked into. But as far as the complaint is concerned, the shopkeepers are concerned, they say that it was a long-standing dispute over illegal encroachment in that area. Certain shopkeepers have encroached beyond their notified possible limits, and that's the reason why a complaint was filed with the municipal authority, and this entire dispute arose over whether this illegal encroachment should be removed or not. So the locals are not talking about whether it was a meat shop that was opened or it was more a case of illegal encroachment in which probably one of the shops involved also was a meat shop.
All right, Pranchu, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. We will continue to track this incident that took place in Bareilly, but for now we're shifting focus. The Patna police have busted a Simi plot to create communal tension in Phulwari Sharif. 3 people have been arrested in the case, of which 2 have been identified as Jalaluddin and Athar Parvez. Of the 2 identified, Jalaluddin is a retired cop, while Parvez is reportedly a Simi operative who has been instrumental in getting bail for other Simi operatives. Now, CNN News 18 has accessed the details of the Simi's Patna plot, it has been found that their apparent motive was to disrupt Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Bihar. The PFI has issued a statement saying that the claims of the Bihar police are ridiculous and that they're attempting to demonize the organization.
मनीष जी, क्या आप लोगों को जानकारी मिली थी और उसके बाद छापेमारी में क्या-क्या मिला है, कितने लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं?
हमें पिछले 6-7 दिनों से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी, एक हफ्ते से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी कि समथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन मेसी इन फुलवारी शरीफ। 11 तारीख को हम लोगों ने एक घर को सर्च किया जिसके बारे में सूचना थी। वो घर झारखंड पुलिस के रिटायर्ड सब इंस्पेक्टर मिस्टर जलालुद्दीन का था, जो वहाँ पर मौजूद पाए गए, और उसके साथ मिस्टर अतहर परवेज भी वहाँ मिले। मिस्टर अतहर परवेज का पास्ट बहुत ही दागदार रहा है। ही इज़ एन एक्टिव मेंबर ऑफ सिमी। हम लोगों ने उसको वेरीफाई किया और वहाँ पर जो चीज़ें मिली, पैम्पलेट्स, बैनर्स, फ्लैग्स एंड इंडिया विजन 2047, दैट इज़ वेरी ऑब्जेक्शनेबल। बहुत ही वो ऑब्जेक्शनेबल है, जिसमें एक समुदाय विशेष के विरोध में घृणा पैदा की गई है। और हम लोग साक्ष्यों के आधार पर इस पूरी घटना को और इस पूरी घटना में शामिल सारे लोगों को बस्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी तक हम लोगों ने 2 लोगों को जेल भेजा है और कल रात भर हम लोगों ने रेड किया है, कुछ लोगों को डिटेन किया है, कुछ लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है।
Do you deny that PM's visit was on 12th July? Was it related somehow to this? Because the mobilization, as per the police FIR, it says that for past 2 months the meetings were frequently held.
Right now the case is under investigation. Till we catch hold of sufficient number of people, till we examine all kind of evidence, we will not come to know what was their plan, why they were doing training out here, and what was their future plan. As far as 12th July visit of VVIP is concerned, we were already on alert, and all the hotels, houses, guest houses, lodges, dharamshala were regularly checked. So during that checking only, the police got the information. Proactively they verified it and they went in and they checked the premises and found all this. Now the criminal proceedings have started. Investigation will be pursued vigorously and intensely, and we'll come to know what was their future planning, how they were organizing. The documents have been recovered, the flags have been recovered, and the flags clearly point out the PFI.
All right, now I'm crossing over to my colleague Saurabh Rathore, who is live with us from Patna. Saurabh, I want to get details on 2 specific things from you. The first is about the plan to establish Islamic rule in India by 2047. The second is about the plot to target the Prime Minister.
Aisha, I have that document that this document was found at Jalaluddin's house, and it's, the heading says India 2047 towards rule of Islam in India. This internal document is not for circulation, but somehow we got this document. This is an 8-page document which says, which gives the guidelines as to how India would be converted to Islamic country by 2047 in its 100th independence year. So I have made notes of those all those 4 stages that have been mentioned in this document, and very briefly I would tell you stage wise what were written in the document. In the first stage, it tells about how to unite all the Muslims under the banner of PFI and irrespective of sex and religion, and then again stage 2 says about mass mobilization under the leadership of PFI. Also, it tells how to use violence in order to show strength and terrorize the opponents. Stage 3 here says that how it describes how to form close alliance with SC, ST, OBCs, and also win trust of 50% of Muslims and at least 10% of SC, STs, and it also talks about stockpiling of explosives and arms. Now the most crucial stage is stage 4, which talks about when all these things happens, loyal cadres has to be filled in government offices, whether it's police, army, judiciary, or the executive, and after that they would impose a new constitution according to the Islamic principle. They would eliminate all the opponents, and also they will seek external help from foreign countries. So all these guidelines were given stepwise in this document. This is a very it's an objectionable document, and police have filed FIR based on these types of documents, and they have also found pamphlets of PFI, flags and other booklets written in Urdu. The police have mentioned several sections of IPC, namely 121, 120B, section 153A and B, and section 34. These all talks about waging war against the government, inciting communal violence, instigating riots. So these all are very grave charges mentioned in the FIR. FIR also mentions about 26 persons and others who used to come from different parts of Bihar. Around 10 districts are mentioned from where these people used to come and train youth and radicalize them. Now the police, they have arrested 3 people in this case so far, and they are still investigating the case. They have detained more than 10 people, but official arrest is 3, and the police have formed teams to conduct raids and arrest people from different parts of Bihar.
All right, Saurabh, stay with us because we're going to essentially look at another angle of the story. Now, the Patna SSP has stoked a controversy after he compared the PFI to the RSS. Now, BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad has demanded action against the Patna SSP for his remarks. And following this, the Patna ADG JS Gangwar has issued a show cause notice to the officer.
जो पता चला कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बेसिकली मोबिलाइज करती थी, मस्जिद में और मदरसा में यूथ्स को मोबिलाइज करते थे और कठोरता की तरफ, जिसको हम अंग्रेजी में रेडिकलाइजेशन बोलते हैं, उसके लिए ये लगातार कार्यशील थे। इसका जो मॉडस था कि ये लोग जैसे शाखा होती है, आरएसएस अपनी शाखा ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं और लाठी की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी तरह से ये लोग शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के नाम से लोग अपने यूथ्स को बुला के और उनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे थे, और उसी के साथ ही जो अपना एजेंडा है और प्रोपेगेंडा है उनके माध्यम से यूथ्स को ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम कर रहे थे।
RSS is a known nationalistic organization. So many RSS workers have sacrificed their life in the fight against terrorism. And for the SSP of Patna to compare RSS activity with that of PFI, a known terrorist organization, ought to break India, is plainly unacceptable. And I condemn it outright. We are assured to note the senior police officers have issued him a notice, and we trust that appropriate action shall be taken.
किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में टिप्पणी की गई है वो मुझे लगता है कि आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट हुआ होगा, और हम लोग उनसे ये पूछेंगे कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ है। अभी राइट नाउ उनका जॉब है केस के अनुसंधान में, उनकी टीम उस पर कार्रवाई कर रही है, उनको भी केस के अनुसंधान में ध्यान देते हुए कार्रवाई करने का निर्देश दिया जाएगा, और किसी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से कंपेयर करना गलत है।
All right, we have some breaking news coming in now. There was a massive fire in Delhi's Connaught Place. Now, the fire was at a hi-fi restaurant in the outer circle of Connaught Place. And remember, Connaught Place is among the most expensive office places in the world. Now, a total of 6 fire tenders have been rushed to the site. The fire has been brought under control, and so far, no one has been injured. I'm crossing over to my colleague Akash Sharma on the line to give us more details on this. Akash, typically restaurants don't really open this early, but do we have any details about whether anybody was inside the restaurant? What else can you tell us about the fire that erupted?
So we are not hearing about any casualty, and that is the relieving part. But this fire broke out at around 5:32, and we are told that at around 5:32 itself, the fire department received this call. And this location is at the outer circle of Rajiv Chowk. So this fire broke out in that G68 Hi-Fi restaurant, and total 6 fire tenders were rushed to that site, and at this point in time, this fire is under control. The relieving part is, again, I'm saying that no one is injured or no casualties is there.
Now, Akash, we're getting visuals of the entire fire that took place and we'll be showing them on the screens right now. It's a pretty big fire. Do we know about any possible causes for what caused the fire?
So as of now, we don't know the actual cause, but it will be under investigation. And we are told that this was a first and second floor where this fire broke out. Also, this was a restaurant. It was early morning, so no people were there, and in fact, no one is injured at this point in time.
All right, Akash, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, with this, we're heading into a very short break, but stay with us.
Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
Continues to lead the race to become the next UK Prime Minister after securing 101 votes. That's the highest for any candidate in the second round of voting by Conservative MPs. Apart from Sunak, 4 others have made it to the next round. That includes Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Kemi Badenoch and Tom Tugendhat. Khalistani social media handles have released a video of defacing a Gandhi statue at a Hindu temple in Toronto. Toronto police are saying that they are investigating the incident on the basis of hate crime. Both the Indian consulate as well as the High Commission in Ottawa have condemned the incident and called for a quick action. Amid growing fears around the BA.5 variant, a 4th dose of vaccine is likely to be rolled out in the US.
You could soon have access to a 4th kind of COVID-19 vaccine. A version from Novavax now has FDA emergency use authorization. The CDC is expected to recommend it as soon as this month.
It's great that we have additional options, especially for something that's slightly different.
This vaccine, unlike the other 3, uses protein fragments to teach the body how to fight COVID. The latest variants were not around when Novavax developed its vaccine. But the company says it appears to have a broad immune system response to the BA.5 Omicron offshoot. And that's good news because it's the dominant variant right now and the most contagious one yet.
As incessant rain continues to lash Telangana, the state government there has decided to extend the holidays for all educational institutions till the 16th of July. The heavy downpour has cut off many villages from the mainland and of course hundreds of people are being shifted into relief camps. The NDRF rescued 10 workers of GR infrastructure who were trapped in the Vaitarana River in Maharashtra's Palghar. The NDRF team received a requisition from the Palghar Tehsildar, upon which the rescue operation began. Meanwhile, a team of the Chandrapur District Police rescued 22 truck drivers who were stuck on the Gachandur-Dhanora highway in Maharashtra. The highway was inundated because of rising water levels in the Wardha River. The flood situation across the country, particularly in Gujarat and Maharashtra, is becoming more and more serious.
Monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc across India, leaving several cities and states inundated. In Gujarat's Navsari, over 17,000 people have been moved to shelter camps after rising water levels in Purna River flooded the city.
रास्ता है जहां पर मैं खड़ी हुई हूं और जल प्रवाह देखिए आप कितनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये तमाम लोगों के खेत हैं, ये कोई समुद्र नहीं है, तालाब नहीं है, बल्कि लोगों के खेत हैं।
The situation is no better in Maharashtra, where in Gadchiroli, educational institutes have been closed until 16th due to flood-like situation.
All right, let's bring you some more details on the monsoon mayhem that's going on in Gujarat. There's been a red alert in Gir, Somnath, Dung, Navsari and Valsad. These are the districts that have been badly affected. 18 NDRF and 21 SDRF teams have been deployed. 3 national highways and more than 50 state highways have been flooded. 4 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased has already been announced by the state government. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the heads of the US, UAE and Israel in the first ever I2U2 summit. The leaders welcomed India's interest in joining the Aim for Climate initiative. It was also decided that food parks will be established in India with funding from the UAE.
All right, the Dalai Lama is leaving Jammu and Kashmir and is en route Ladakh, but right before leaving he made a statement. Let's listen into what he said.
The Chinese side in Ladakh, since you are going there.
Basically, India and China, most populated two nations and neighbor. Sooner or later, you have to solve this problem through talk, through peaceful means. Use military force is outdated. Thank you.
All right, now I'm crossing over to my colleague Tejinder to give us more details. Tejinder, the Dalai Lama has left Jammu and Kashmir. He's on his way to Ladakh. Can you give us more details about what we're expecting to see today?
Yes, you see, Dalai Lama, he arrived in Jammu yesterday and today he has left for Ladakh. While we asked him about the expansionist policies of China, he said that the military solution to the standoff between India and China is no solution. So he said that sooner or later, both the countries, they will have to sit together and resolve all the outstanding issues. So clearly pointing towards the fact that both the issues at hand between India and China have to be resolved through a meaningful and peaceful dialogue. He said that military solution was not possible as both these countries are highly populated. Yesterday, if you remember, when we asked Dalai Lama about his reaction to the Chinese side objecting to his visit to Ladakh, he said that it was some of the hardliners in China who were objecting to his visit to China, whereas the people in China, they were not against him and more people were following him. The people in China, they were of the opinion that he was not a separatist, and he said that he just wants autonomy within the framework of Chinese constitution, autonomy that could safeguard the traditions, Buddhist traditions of Tibet. So clearly, it seems that Dalai Lama has softened its stand, and today when we asked him about his reaction on what he feels about the China's expansionist policies and whatever is happening in Ladakh, so he said that the military solution to the outstanding issues in China was not a solution. The only solution was that both these countries, sooner or later, they will have to sit together on a table and hold dialogue to resolve all the outstanding issues. Yes.
All right, Tejinder, stay with us because right now we're going to essentially decode the Tibetan struggle and we're going to take a specific look at where things stand right now. So first up, the information that we have for you is that the democratically run government is currently in exile in India. Now their capital is in Dharamshala. Now the next thing that we're going to take a look at is that one section seeks complete independence from China while another section remains within Chinese territory. Now the Dalai Lama has said that he doesn't want independence but instead greater autonomy for Tibet in China. Now China has essentially responded to this, saying that greater autonomy, this demand, is unconstitutional, is anti-constitutional, and they essentially will not, of course, allow this to happen. They do not want autonomy for Tibet. Now, another thing that we're going to take a look at is that this anti-China movements, they've been led by Tibetans in both India and the United States. This is the Tibetan independence movement, essentially. And again, this movement has been seen in both India and the United States. Now, the protests have been relatively peaceful, but in order to gain global attention, there have been around 156 people who have self-immolated to garner global attention. Now, specifically, those 156 people, Tibetans, they include monks, they include nuns, they include activists, and they have self-immolated in order to draw global attention. Now, essentially, what we're going to do is also take a look at this next point, where China has brutally suppressed Tibetan protests. I'm crossing over to my colleague Tejinder to give us more details on this. Tejinder, what can you give us in terms of information when it comes to how China has brutally suppressed Tibetan protests?
The demand of an independent Tibet in Tibet has been brutally met by the Chinese government. You see, China has, we are told that they have several of the Tibetan leaders who have been demanding independence. They have gone missing in Tibet, and you see that the Tibetan government in exile, which is based out in Dharamshala, it is not recognized by China. So China has used every means possible to suppress the movement of independence of Tibet by the Tibetans. You see, whenever any dignitary of China, he visits India, you see the people, the Tibetans, they hold protests here. China has always been objecting to Dalai Lama's visit to Northeast, be it Arunachal Pradesh. And now when the news about the Dalai Lama visiting Ladakh in China objected to his visit, whereas the government of India maintained that Dalai Lama is a respected guest in India and he can move anywhere, wherever he likes in India. So there is no restriction on his movement. So government of India's stand is very much clear that though it's not going to interfere into the internal affairs of China, but Dalai Lama being a respectable guest in India, he's free to move anywhere. Dalai Lama yesterday, when we asked him about China objecting to his visit and its objection about Dalai Lama going to Ladakh, wherein there is another round of Corps Commander level talks that are going to be held this weekend. Dalai Lama said that it was only the hardliners in China who were against him, because they think that Dalai Lama is a separatist who wants independence for Tibet, but in reality he does not seek independence, but he wants greater autonomy for Tibet, and that too in the constitutional framework of the People's Republic of China. And today also, when we asked him about his reaction on China's expansionist policy as far as Ladakh is concerned, because we know that it's been more than 2 years we are seeing a standoff between the Indian Army and the People's Republic Army of China in Ladakh, wherein China, a large part of eastern Ladakh is being contested by both the sides. So Dalai Lama said that these type of situation has to be resolved by a meaningful dialogue, and the military standoff was not a solution. He said that both these countries, India and China, are the most populous countries in the world, and they have to sit together sooner or later to resolve all these outstanding issues. But as far as you said...
All right, Tejinder, sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're going to listen in essentially to what the Sri Lanka speaker is saying.
ජූලි මාස 14 වන දින සිට ජනාධිපතිවරයා සිය ධූරයෙන් ඉල්ලා නීත්‍යානුකූලව ඉවත් වී ඇත. මෙතෙන් පටන් නව ජනාධිපතිවරයෙකු තෝරාපත් කර ගැනීමේ ව්‍යවස්ථාමය ක්‍රියාදාමයේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වනු ඇත. එම ක්‍රියාදාමයේ අවසන් වන තෙක් ජනාධිපති ධූරයේ බලතල කාර්ය සහ කර්තව්‍ය ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීම සහ ඉටු කිරීම සඳහා ව්‍යවස්ථා ප්‍රකාරව අග්‍රාමාත්‍යවරයා කටයුතු කරනු ඇත. නව ජනාධිපතිවරයා තෝරාපත් කර ගැනීම පක්ෂ නායක රැසීමේදී මා විසින් සියලු පක්ෂ නායකයන් දැනුවත් කළ ආකාරයට 1981 අංක 2 දරන ජනාධිපතිවරයා තෝරාපත් කර ගැනීමේ විශේෂ විධිවිධාන පනත සහ ආණ්ඩුක්‍රම ව්‍යවස්ථාවේ 40 වන වගන්තිය ප්‍රකාරව ක්‍රියාත්මක කරනු ලැබේ. එම ක්‍රියාදාමයේ ඉතා ඉක්මනින් සාර්ථකව අවසන් කිරීම මාගේ අරමුණයි.
All right, that's essentially the Sri Lankan speaker briefing the media. Now remember, the announcement that we're expecting is the official resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa. He handed in his resignation yesterday. Remember, celebrations have taken over the streets of Sri Lanka because Rajapaksa finally handed in his resignation. Now remember, Gotabaya Rajapaksa has been on the run ever since the protests across the island nation intensified. He resigned after he took a private jet from the Maldives to Singapore, and the Speaker of the Sri Lankan Parliament essentially is what we're expecting is going to formally announce his resignation. Now, the House is likely to resume after a 3-day period. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka's acting president and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe, who had earlier agreed to resign, has said that he will not back down, even though protesters are essentially asking for his resignation as well. Now, remember, Sri Lanka has been reeling under massive protests for nearly 100 days since a severe economic crisis hit the island nation. Now, I'm crossing over to my colleague Purnima Murli, who is live with us from Colombo. Purnima, what can you tell us about the Speaker's address?
Well, in fact, we'll have to wait and see what the Speaker said. But the Speaker's team yesterday said that they received an official letter from Gotabaya Rajapaksa and that they will verify the documents. There's a briefing right now with the Speaker. All eyes on whether he will make that announcement or whether he will buy some more time. Gotabaya Rajapaksa had sent his resignation letter yesterday. Today the Speaker is all set to verify the documents. So do you think today is the historic day for the people's struggle?
Yes, definitely. Today is the day. We got yesterday we got that soft copy. We celebrate. Today is the day. Today this is the time we are going to celebrate. This is 74 political history. This is the historical time. First time we are going to celebrate this.
Also, do you think this is going to be the end of the Rajapaksas ruling the country?
Definitely. This is they can't. Future they can't. They will. They don't do politics here in Sri Lanka.
Also, right now, when Gotabaya Rajapaksa is all set to step down formally and the Speaker is making the announcement, what about your next demand, Ranil? Do you think he will resign or do you think he will be the interim president for some time? And will the protesters then ensure the resignation of Ranil because he says that he will not step down?
No. Definitely he wants to. We don't accept his president.
Do you think Ranil will step down?
Yeah, we are not representing any party. Because of this struggle, we think he should resign because of this is not democratic. This is not democratic because he is coming from not votes. He not coming from votes. He is coming from the nationalist.
Nationalist. He came from nationalist.
Yeah. Then we are.
You will continue protesting.
Protesting.
Okay. Do you also think that it's time for new faces, or do you want opposition, or do you think opposition parties can rule the country?
No, we are not trusting any opposition party because we are leading we are making a new party.
We are trying to put some new faces, some new young faces. We are going to rule this country.
So that's the word that's coming in from a majority of protesters we've been speaking to over the last couple of days. They are while they want the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe, they also feel that it's time for new faces to ensure that Sri Lanka gets back on track. They don't have the confidence in other political parties as well because they say for the last few decades no party has done anything for the Sri Lankans, which is why they want new faces and they think that this is the time for the change, and they think that the victory is only because of the people's struggle. Today is day 98 of protests, and protests are continuing peacefully. Their slogan has been "Gota, go home," and many of them are wearing T-shirts with this hashtag "Go home, Gota." And finally, today is the historic day according to these protesters. Back to you.
All right, Purnima, essentially we've gotten information about how the Sri Lankan speaker has confirmed confirmed that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has handed in his resignation. Now the parliament has received the letter of resignation via the Sri Lankan High Commission in Singapore. And what the speaker is doing is making arrangements to essentially verify the authenticity and then seek legal advice with regard to the future course of actions. What can we expect now? Because essentially the resignation has officially been announced by the Sri Lankan speaker. He's going to verify and confirm the authenticity of the letter. What next?
Well, once he confirms the authenticity of the resignation letter that he received late last night from Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the next is to convene the parliament, and that should happen within 3 days. In the meantime, in the interim, there will be an acting president and that could continue for a span of 30 days. Once Gotabaya resignation is officially confirmed by the speaker, then Ranil Wickremesinghe will be the interim president for a span of 30 days. And in the interim, there will be a parliament session that will convene within 3 days, after which they will discuss the nominations for president's post. Those who want to contest for the post can put forth their views in the parliament, and then the vote will happen. And finally, the 225 parliamentarians will decide who could be the next president. But the front runners so far, one of them includes Ranil Wickremesinghe as well, which is why chorus for Ranil's resignation is growing louder. So there will be front runners for the president's post. Even Sajit Premadasa, the leader of opposition, has shown interest. But in terms of who will get the support from the ruling party parliamentarians, that remains to be seen, because right now it's the ruling party that holds majority. So we'll have to wait and see how the parliament session then pans out. But within 3 days after Gotabaya resigns, after the speaker accepts the resignation letter, the next step is to convene the parliament. Remember, it was all scheduled to convene today, but because the resignation got delayed and it's still not yet formally accepted by the speaker, the parliament session in all likelihood it will convene on Monday, which is when we will know how many people are interested and the kind of support that every nominee gets in the parliament. So next week is when the parliament will convene, and they will have a new president in place for the remaining tenure.
All right, Purnima, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us all of that input. Now we have some breaking news coming in on this story. The leader of Britain's Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, has requested the United Kingdom government to work with its international partners to issue a warrant for the arrest of Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Remember, he just handed in his resignation yesterday evening, and the Sri Lankan speaker has confirmed that resignation. Now, the request was made during the urgent debate that was held at the British Parliament yesterday on the state of Sri Lanka.
This horrible, appalling situation for the people of Sri Lanka has been brought about by the corruption of the Rajapaksa government, their populist unfunded tax cuts, their skyrocketing defence expenditure, their draconian police powers, and the cronyism corruption like we've rarely ever seen. And therefore, can I urge the Minister to work with international partners for a full economic and political solution to support the Democrats in Sri Lanka. Can we start with an economic package with the IMF and others so we can give immediate support? But can that be followed and included with a political package which includes an international arrest warrant for President Rajapaksa and his cronies?
All right, I'm crossing over to our MEA correspondent, Abhishek Jha, to give us more details on this. Abhishek, essentially, what are the semantics of this international arrest warrant? Because right now, Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, he handed in his resignation. He went to the Maldives, then he went to Singapore. What essentially can happen now in terms of an international arrest?
So, Aisha, clearly the latest announcement by the British parliamentarian tells the fact that Gotabaya Rajapaksa's problems are far from over. He is still trying to have something like after resignation, he's trying to get settled in probably some place where he doesn't have any legal hassle. But with the kind of sentiment that is coming out globally, UK parliamentarian, he's a senior parliamentarian. In fact, he has served in the Cameron Clegg government and as Secretary of State for energy and climate change also. For 3 years he was minister, so he's pretty senior as a member there. And coming from him, it tells that the sentiments in so many friendly countries of Sri Lanka are not in favor of Rajapaksa, and Rajapaksa will have a long battle ahead before he could settle to a place. In fact, the place where he is right now, Singapore, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Singapore has clearly stated that Rajapaksa has neither sought an asylum nor Singapore generally provide asylum, political asylum to people. So there is no way that Rajapaksa can be there as a person who has sought an asylum for a very long time. Probably he can stay there for as a normal citizen of Sri Lanka, because now he has after resignation of his presidency, he has lost political immunity that he has had earlier, and through which he has been traveling to Maldives and Singapore on Sri Lankan Air Force plane, and having the countries have also allowed him to enter at various places because of his diplomatic immunity that he has earlier. But now it has also gone, so he is currently a normal citizen, a general citizen of Sri Lanka, and he can live in Singapore as long as he wishes, but as long as political setup of Singapore is not disturbed by his presence. Meanwhile, for the further destination that maybe he was exploring, he will have to face a lot of challenge because of the latest comment that we are seeing from the British parliamentarian, that they are trying to issue a warrant. He is bringing a motion that the Rajapaksa should be blamed for the chaos and the mess that he has left behind in Sri Lanka, and for that he should be charged and a warrant should be issued against him. And it tells that any country that will be friendly to Britain may have to have some legal tussle over if the warrant is issued, whether to deport Rajapaksa or not. So no country would like to be in that tight spot where it has to deal with certain legal hassle for a president who has already fled his country and is roaming around to find a safe shelter.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Essentially, trouble continues to mount for Gotabaya Rajapaksa, but I want you to stay with us because we have some more breaking news coming in now. A U.S. lawmaker recommends CAATSA waiver for India's S-400 purchases from Russia. The U.S. Congressman Khanna has recommended a waiver for India from federal law CAATSA that provides for punitive actions against countries engaged in transactions with Russian defense and intelligence sectors. Now, Khanna, a Democratic congressman of Indian origin, acknowledged that India faces immediate needs to maintain its heavily Russian-built weapon system, and a waiver to sanctions under CAATSA is in best interest of the United States and its defense partnership with India.
I want to thank Chairman Smith for his extraordinary leadership in having a strong amendment to affirm the U.S.-India defense partnership. I want to thank Ranking Member Rogers for making this amendment truly bipartisan. There is no relationship of greater significance to the United States' strategic interests than the U.S.-India partnership. It is necessary to affirm democracies. It is necessary to stop China's border aggression. It's necessary for us to lead in critical technologies. This gives a sense that while we're building this relationship, we should not be sanctioning India under CAATSA, and it also will help facilitate the India getting more of their defense from the United States and not Russia.
All right, now I'm crossing over to our MEA correspondent, Abhishek Jha, to give us more details on this. Abhishek, a U.S. lawmaker has recommended a CAATSA waiver for India's S-400 purchases from Russia. But is this likely to go through, because the West has continued to berate India for its relationship with Russia?
So, Aisha, there are three points that I would like to underline here. First, the CAATSA, which has been brought as a measure to counter American adversary through Sanctions Act, that anybody who's been not on the side of America will have to face CAATSA sanctions. So India could be falling in that category as long as it is trading with Russia on important defense equipments or important business ties. That is the kind of concept that CAATSA is having, and that is the kind of threat that India is having under CAATSA. But as the Congressman Khanna himself has said, that the kind of sanction that India will invite under CAATSA is not going to help American interests. In fact, India is trying to buy S-400 from Russia, which is going to be deployed in on its northern borders. That will be against China. So strategically, putting anything against buying such defense equipments that will not let India have a strong foothold along the borders against China. That will be detrimental to America's own interests, and this is what he has tried to convince his Congress. However, the amendment that Khanna has brought in Congress is still a few steps before it could be enacted as a law. We know that it will be presented in Senate, where Democrats they do not have the majority. They have the 48 persons. They have 48 members, and the Republicans have 50 members. 2 members are independent. However, Kamala Harris, who is also the chair, who is the Speaker of the House, she also can vote in India's favor. But before the numbers can be discussed, we know that India has its friends on both factions of the political side in USA, Republicans and Democrats. So we can assume that when these amendments will be put through the Senate proceedings, one can assume that India will have support from both the side of benches, Republicans and Democrats, and these sanctions or the amendments that has been brought that will give India a go ahead to buy or purchase defense equipments from Russia without inviting any sanctions from America will be passed easily. However, the US congressman also pointed that while not stopping India from strengthening its own defense and military structure, USA should explore ways to how USA can supply more defense equipments to India and how the partnership can be strengthened, but not at the cost of India having to face a strong opponent like China in its neighborhood.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us all of those details on this latest development. Now with this, we're heading into a very short break, but stay with us.
On Bits to Billions this weekend, we have an entrepreneur who wants to make in India for the world, Amrit Acharya, the co-founder and CEO of Zetwerk. Is it exciting to train for engineering and actually do engineering?
Like, I graduated with a degree in electrical engineering, but I ended up doing nothing close to electrical engineering for many years. In fact, I was at McKinsey for a bit. At my heart, I always felt that calling, that, I really like building things.
Why did you decide to choose an unsexy industry, so to speak?
While it was unsexy, for us it was very sexy. because we understood the pain points in a way which felt unique to us. It felt very authentic to us, that these are problems we are passionate about, and I felt that I wanted to drive some change.
Acquisition from the Palghar Tehsildar, upon which the rescue operation began. Meanwhile, a team of the Chandrapur District Police rescued 22 truck drivers who were stuck on the Gachandur-Dhanora highway in Maharashtra. The highway was inundated because of rising water levels in the Wardha River. The flood situation across the country, particularly in Gujarat and Maharashtra, is becoming more and more serious.
Monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc across India, leaving several cities and states inundated. In Gujarat's Navsari, over 17,000 people have been moved to shelter camps after rising water levels in Purna River flooded the city.
रास्ता है जहां पर मैं खड़ी हुई हूं और जल प्रवाह देखिए आप कितनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। ये तमाम लोगों के खेत हैं, ये कोई समुद्र नहीं है, तालाब नहीं है, बल्कि लोगों के खेत हैं।
The situation is no better in Maharashtra, where in Gadchiroli, educational institutes have been closed until 16th due to flood-like situation.
All right, let's bring you some more details on the monsoon mayhem that's going on in Gujarat. There's been a red alert in Gir, Somnath, Dang, Navsari and Valsad. These are the districts that have been badly affected. 18 NDRF and 21 SDRF teams have been deployed. 3 national highways and more than 50 state highways have been flooded. 4 lakh rupees of ex gratia for the kin of deceased has already been announced by the state government. Prime Minister Modi interacted with the heads of the US, UAE and Israel in the first ever I2U2 summit. The leaders welcomed India's interest in joining the Aim for Climate initiative. It was also decided that food parks will be established in India with funding from the UAE while a renewable energy project will be established in Gujarat.
अपने देश की परस्पर स्ट्रेंथ्स, कैपिटल, एक्सपर्टाइज और मार्केट्स को मोबिलाइज करके हम अपने एजेंडा को गति दे सकते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आईटी, U2 से हम वैश्विक स्तर पर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी और इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के लिए महत्वपूर्ण योगदान करेंगे।
The centre and opposition are at loggerheads over the unparliamentary words list that was released today.
After many decades, Assam has experienced horrific floods. 54 lakh people have been affected. The death toll has risen to 192 as 5.39 lakh people in 12 districts are still affected by the deluge. Now, News 18 Assam Northeast has launched a unique campaign called Fight the Flood, Stand with Assam, asking viewers to donate to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. Your small contribution could help save millions.
Hemant Soren's JMM, which is an alliance with the Congress in Jharkhand, has decided to back the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. The party, in fact, has said that this is an opportunity for a tribal woman to become the country's president for the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the BSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, the Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His 2-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week.
After Karnataka's NEP position paper claimed that eggs are bad for children, the task force head has defended his stance, although he issued a clarification that this is not finalized as yet. He claimed that Quora and Wikipedia are their secondary sources and that they want a debate on the egg issue. The NEP position papers from Karnataka have come under the scanner after it said that eggs make children obese and that the Pythagoras theorem was first propounded in India. The task force chief Madan Gopal spoke to CNN News 18. Listen in.
The Pythagoras theorem is not originally by Pythagoras. In fact, it was Bodhayana who first put it out from India.
Pythagoras theorem controversy is raising the entire international scientific community. You only said that nobody rubbished the theorem. Theorem is accepted as such, but attributing it to Pythagoras is doubtful. This is based on the scriptural, archaeological, as well as the inscriptional evidence. So when certain things are come with an evidence, obviously we have to, it is all for the debate.
The paper on health and well-being talks about egg not being best for students, says it might actually lead to obesity. Do you subscribe to this view that's been expressed in this position paper?
No, you see, the question of my subscribing to this doesn't arise. This is a viewpoint of a particular group. They are all health professionals. There's a professionals in pediatricians are there in that group. As far as the egg is concerned, there are various theories. Nowadays, some people say that what we are calling it as egg is artificial egg. It is not the egg that is hatched. It doesn't have the nutrients. All the nutrients are done on a business model poultries. So whereas the egg, nutritional value of the egg is proved in many times, some people also disputed that fact. Egg is a issue is concerned that just because this committee said something, state government is not going to discontinue egg in the meal of a children. Now it is implemented in North Karnataka area, Kalyan Karnataka area. So it is only the theory, one particular group has floated that this is not going to be decision making for any government, including state government or national government.
All right, now I'm crossing over to my colleague Ritu, who is live with us from Bengaluru. Ritu, essentially, the Madan Gopal, he's saying that eggs are bad for children. He's saying that it promotes obesity. Can you tell us about how he was chosen to be the NEP task force head? What were his qualifications?
Yes, so basically, in fact, there has been a lot of the inspection that was in fact been carried before even this committee was being formed of what exactly has to be done and what has to be brought in. Now remember, all of them who are included in this task force, have more than 2 to 3 decades of experience as whether educationist, and again they are also been accompanied by the other committee members and other experts as well. Now with that, they also had that liberty of in fact going and visiting the field, and whether it is about the invitees or the guest, they can invite the guest and in fact discuss also, and they can also do a field visit to understand their decisions even better. So with all this liberty, this particular task force was been built, and with that now you see after a long time of their investigation and a lot of Q&A session, they have come up with almost 26 position papers, now of which a few of the position papers are in debate right now. And you see now one among the position paper is also the health and the wellness, which is drawing major criticism in the Karnataka, where they have went on to mention saying that the egg and the flavored milk, or for that matter the combination of the milk with the grams and other combination, will all lead to the obesity and also hormonal imbalance in the children. So this is something that has drawn a controversy in the Karnataka.
All right, Ritu, thank you so much for that information. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you because we have some more breaking news coming in now. Now, there's trouble in the Congress and the JMM alliance because the JMM has chosen to back the NDA's presidential candidate, Draupadi Murmu. Now, the Jharkhand Congress will hold a meeting today after the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha officially announced its support for Draupadi Murmu. I'm crossing over to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh to give us more details on this. Pallavi, what can explain why the JMM has chosen to back the NDA's presidential candidate?
So that is something which is even the Congress party understands because Draupadi Murmu is a tribal and Jharkhand we know as a majority tribal population. So politically speaking, it would have been very difficult for them to explain why JMM does not want to vote for Draupadi Murmu despite them being a part of the opposition alliance. But if we're going to talk about the alliance, all is clearly not well, and it has been for quite some time. Congress ministers over there have been complaining that they have not been given any work. They've been sidelined by the chief minister. So today there's going to be a meeting later today, in fact in Ranchi, where they're going to start looking at the nuances of the alliance. We saw what happened in Maharashtra. A sense of disarray started building up and led to a collapse of the Shiv Sena government over there. So it's very difficult and unfair to hazard a guess immediately in Jharkhand. But, it's certainly a very fragile alliance has been, and even more so with JMM now pledging its support for Draupadi Murmu.
All right, Pallavi, thank you for joining us and bringing us all of those details. Well, that's it from me. Up next, you have my colleague Shilpa Rathnam. Thanks for watching and continue to stay with us.
Thank you very much for that, Aisha. Good morning to all our viewers. Now let's take a look at what's taking place in Bihar. The Patna police has busted a simi plot to create communal tension in Fulbari Sharif. 3 people who have been arrested in the case, of which 2 have been identified as Jalaluddin and Attar Parvez. Of the 2 identified, Jalaluddin is a retired cop, while Parvez is reportedly a simi operative who has been instrumental in getting bail for other simi operatives. CNN News 18 has accessed the details of Simi's Patna plot. It has been found that their apparent motive was to disrupt Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Bihar. The PFI has issued a statement saying that the claims of the Bihar police are ridiculous and that they are attempting to demonize the organization.
जानकारी मिली थी और उसके बाद छापेमारी में क्या-क्या मिला है, कितने लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं? हमें पिछले 6-7 दिनों से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी, एक हफ्ते से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी कि समथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन मेसी इन फुलवारी शरीफ। 11 तारीख को हम लोगों ने एक घर को सर्च किया जिसके बारे में सूचना थी। वो घर झारखंड पुलिस के रिटायर्ड सब इंस्पेक्टर मिस्टर जलालुद्दीन का था, जो वहाँ पर मौजूद पाए गए, और उसके साथ मिस्टर अतहर परवेज भी वहाँ मिले। मिस्टर अतहर परवेज का पास्ट बहुत ही दागदार रहा है। ही इज़ एन एक्टिव मेंबर ऑफ सिमी। हम लोगों ने उसको वेरीफाई किया और वहाँ पर जो चीज़ें मिली, पैम्पलेट्स, बैनर्स, फ्लैग्स एंड इंडिया विजन 2047, दैट इज़ वेरी ऑब्जेक्शनेबल, बहुत ही वो ऑब्जेक्शनेबल है, जिसमें एक समुदाय विशेष के विरोध में घृणा पैदा की गई है। और हम लोग साक्ष्यों के आधार पर इस पूरी घटना को और इस पूरी घटना में शामिल सारे लोगों को बस्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी तक हम लोगों ने 2 लोगों को जेल भेजा है और कल रात भर हम लोगों ने रेड किया है, कुछ लोगों को डिटेन किया है, कुछ लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है।
Do you deny that PM's visit was on 12th July? Was it related somehow to this? Because the mobilization, as per the police FIR, it says that for past 2 months the meetings were frequently held.
Right now the case is under investigation. Till we catch hold of sufficient number of people, till we examine all kind of evidence, we will not come to know what was their plan, why they were doing training out here, and what was their future plan. As far as 12th July visit of VVIP is concerned, we were already on alert, and all the hotels, houses, guest houses, lodges, dharamshala were regularly checked. So during that checking only, the police got the information. Proactively they verified it and they went in and they checked the premises and found all this. Now the criminal proceedings have started. Investigation will be pursued vigorously and intensely, and we'll come to know what was their future planning, how they were organizing. The documents have been recovered, the flags have been recovered, and the flags clearly point out the PFI.
All right, now we're joined by my colleague Saurabh Rathore with more on this. Good morning to you, Saurabh. Why is PFI always at the eye of a storm? You know, the hijab row, so many terror plots. And also now, though they're saying this is a plot to demonize the organization, have they distanced themselves from these 2 activists?
Good morning. Yes, they have distanced themselves from this allegation, and a moment back I talked to a PFI member whose name was there in the FIR. I just talked to him, and he said that I'm just a SDPI member, and he was a member from PFI, what he accepted, but he said that these allegations are baseless and they are going to fight the case in the court. And now the police, they are confident that the PFI, whose document which was found at the residence of Jalaluddin, this is the document which says India 2047 towards rule of Islam, and this internal document is not for circulation. This document is a 8 pages document, and it clearly mentions the stages of how their plan was to convert India into Islamic State by its 100th independent year in 2047. If you want, I can give you the points of all those 4 stages if we have the time, but this document clearly indicates their motive of converting India into Islamic State by 2047. The police are confident about it. They are investigating the case, and so far 3 arrests have been made, in which Jalaluddin, Athar Parvez, and one more convict has been, one more person has been arrested. Now police have formed teams in Bihar, and they are conducting raids at several locations. In FIR, there are more than 10 districts which are mentioned, and 26 people are mentioned in this FIR, who used to come to Patna and conduct meetings and radicalize youth over here. It is also alleged that Athar Parvez, who was a Simi member, he used to give legal aid to his colleagues who were in the jail, and also provided bail to his younger brother who was involved in the blast which took place in 2001 and 2003. Also, it is alleged that he has also been a bailer to 2013 convict of Patna blast, where Prime Minister Modi had held a rally in that year, and in Gandhi Maidan the blast took place. So Athar Parvez is a history sheeter, and he has been supporting the Simi operatives in the state. Also, it is alleged that several people from different states such as Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Bengal, and other parts of Bihar, they used to conduct meetings, train people, radicalize them, and give training in martial arts, weapons, swords and knives. They all used to, and these were all a part of this training which was given for according to the document. These all are the part of those stages. This was the first stage where you unite all Muslims, and then you train them how to create violence, how to take revenge. These all are the part of all those guidelines that are given in the document. So it clearly gives a nexus of PFI doing anti-national activities, and also the FIR mentions all those sections which clearly says that they were waging war against the government. They were trying to radicalize, creating disharmony in communities. So the police are on there to
stay with you. Those points that you're mentioning, in fact, our colleague Anand Narasimhan has explained the contents of this document, this Mission 2047 document that has been recovered from these 2 PFI activists, that says that there's a PFI's plot for making India an Islamic State by 2047. Take a look.
Let's try and understand this in detail. What kind of stages are these people talking about? So understand the stages of progression. 2047 terror blueprint. This is the PFI handbook. Stage 1, establish the presence in Muslim areas and unite Muslims. Repeatedly remind Indian Muslims of grievances. Focus on expanding and recruiting new members, and establish Islamic identity beyond the concept of Indian. Train recruits in use of swords, rods and weapons. This is the first stage. Let's come to stage 2. Stage 2 says mass mobilization under the leadership of the PFI. Use violence selectively to demonstrate strength. Limit exposure of trained cadre to security forces. Use concepts of constitution, Ambedkar, tricolor, national flag to hide Islamic agenda. Establish liaison with foreign Islamic nations for funding. Stage 3, form close alliances with SC, ST, OBC groups, focus on gathering 10% Muslims and 50% of the SC, ST, OBCs, create a vote bank of Muslims and SC, ST, OBCs for elections, create a divide between the RSS and the SC, ST, OBC groups, discredit secular parties among Muslims and SC, ST, OBCs. Then, stage 4, gain political power at national level, fill positions in the executive and judiciary with loyalists, appoint loyalists to top posts in the army and police, declare new constitution based on Islamic principles, start systematic elimination of opponents. So even they are saying Muslim outfits, eradicate all of them. PFI should become the only dominant Muslim force, but more importantly, this is the agenda.
All right, Saurabh, we took a look at the points of that document, that Mission 2047 document. No doubt some very alarming details there about mission takeover India, establish Islamic rule. Now, what is the PFI's connection to this document? What are they saying about it? They've distanced themselves from the activists. What is their stand on this document that has been retrieved? And are there any definitive details that say that it is only PFI which could have, drafted this document? Because I'm sure they're going to say it's planted.
See, we can see here a kind of, a pattern where the person who was arrested, Athar Parvez, he was not a member, according to him, he was not a member of PFI, he was a member of SDPI. He was the General Secretary of SDPI. As I was telling you that I talked to a PFI member whose name was there in the FIR, he said that he is not from PFI, he doesn't hold anything as far as PFI is concerned, but he's a Bihar, Bihar head of SDPI. So we can see a pattern here. They are washing their hands off from PFI, but they are accepting that they are a member of SDPI. There has to be a connection between SDPI and PFI because they are running in a parallel, road where SDPI and PFI both are being labeled on them, but they are not accepting that they are from PFI but from SDPI. In this case, the same thing happened. Athar said that he was General Secretary of SDPI and not a member of PFI. The phone that I called the person, he also said that he is just a member. He doesn't look at the the plans and the executions of PFI, but he is just a member. So we saw the tweet by PFI yesterday. They have rubbished the FIR and they say that this is a fabricated FIR and they want to malign the organization. But we talked to the the police official, the ADG headquarter, Jiten Singh Gangwar. He said that it's a clear involvement of PFI because everything which was found in that house clearly indicates that PFI was involved, as the document is of PFI. It gives all the 4 stages of converting India into a Islamic country, and the pamphlets, the booklets, the flags, everything that was recovered from that house was of PFI. But now that it is exposed, PFI is washing off their hands and they are not ready to accept, as we have seen in the past also. They never accept that they have done this. But the police sources, it's officially, the FIR has been registered. The FIR says PFI. The police head says it's PFI. But the PFI is not ready to accept that these allegations are true.
All right. So, Saurabh, they're recapping that the PFI says we have nothing to do with it. He spoke to 2 of the members. One said he's not from PFI, he's from SDPI. And the other one has said he's a member but not an integral member of PFI. Meanwhile, the Patna SSP has stoked a controversy after he compared the PFI to the RSS. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad has demanded action against the Patna SSP because this comparison has drawn ire. Following this, the Patna ADG JS Gangwar has issued a show cause notice to the officer. Take a look.
जो पता चला कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बेसिकली मोबिलाइज़ करती थी, मस्जिद में और मदरसा में यूथ्स को मोबिलाइज़ करते थे और कठोरता की तरफ, जिसको हम अंग्रेज़ी में रेडिकलाइजेशन बोलते हैं, उसके लिए ये लगातार कार्यशील थे। इसका जो मॉडस था कि ये लोग जैसे शाखा होती है, आरएसएस अपनी शाखा ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं और लाठी की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी तरह से ये लोग शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के नाम से लोग अपने यूथ्स को बुला के और उनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे थे और उसी के साथ ही जो अपना एजेंडा है और प्रोपेगेंडा है उनके माध्यम से यूथ्स को ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम कर रहे थे।
RSS is a known nationalistic organization. So many RSS workers have sacrificed their life in the fight against terrorism. And for the SSP of Patna to compare RSS activity with that of PFI, a known terrorist organization, ought to break India, is plainly unacceptable. And I condemn it outright. We are assured to note the senior police officers have issued him a notice and we trust that appropriate action shall be taken.
किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में टिप्पणी की गई है वो मुझे लगता है कि आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट हुआ होगा और हम लोग उनसे ये पूछेंगे कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ है। अभी राइट नाउ उनका जॉब है केस के अनुसंधान में, उनकी टीम उस पर कार्रवाई कर रही है, उनको भी केस के अनुसंधान में ध्यान देते हुए कार्रवाई करने का निर्देश दिया जाएगा और किसी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से कंपेयर करना गलत है।
The Prophet remarks row seems to be never ending. The Ajmer dargah khadim Gohar Chishti, who was on the run after raising provocative slogans against Nupur Sharma, was arrested in Hyderabad yesterday. Now remember, Chishti was seen raising slogans against Nupur at the Ajmer dargah premises. Chishti was grilled by the Hyderabad police over his alleged link to the Udaipur beheading case. He will be produced in court later today. All right, now we're joined by my colleague Bhavani, who's live with us from Ajmer with more on this. Very good morning to you, Bhavani ji. He has been missing, Gohar Chishti has been missing for over a week now, and now he has finally been found in Hyderabad. For our viewers, can you recap the allegations against him?
जी गुड मॉर्निंग। ये जो पूरी घटना है वो है 17 जून की। 17 जून को अजमेर के अंदर एक प्रोटेस्ट हुआ था, प्रदर्शन हुआ था, जिसके अंदर गोहर चिश्ती ने भड़काऊ नारे लगाए थे, सर तन से जुदा वाला। और उसी के बाद में आप देखिए कि ये आरोप लगा था कि उसके बाद में ये 17 जून को ही गया था उदयपुर और उसके बाद में 28 जून को कन्हैया लाल की हत्या हो गई थी, गर्दन काट दी गई थी। अब उसके बाद में 23 जून को यहाँ पर इसके खिलाफ केस दर्ज हुआ और ये फरार हो गया। तब से इसकी तलाश की जा रही है, लेकिन कन्हैया लाल हत्याकांड के बाद में कुछ ऐसे इनपुट एजेंसियों को और मिले जिसमें ये डाउट है कि कहीं कन्हैया लाल हत्याकांड के जो आरोपी है उनसे इनका क्या लिंक है। 3-4 इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी है, आज कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा, अभी पुलिस की कस्टडी के अंदर है, अब कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा, जिससे एनआईए भी एक एप्लीकेशन दे सकता है। एनआईए रिमांड पे मांग सकता है कि एनआईए को रिमांड की इसलिए ज़रूरत हो सकती है क्योंकि कन्हैया लाल हत्याकांड के अंदर 2-3 इनपुट जो मिले हैं उसमें एक ये डाउट हो रहा है कि गोहर चिश्ती का क्या जो रियाज है मुख्य आरोपी उससे क्या संपर्क था, पहले क्या बात हुई थी। दूसरा जो रियाज और गोहर हत्या के बाद में अजमेर आ रहे थे, अजमेर दरगाह जा रहे थे, तो क्या गोहर चिश्ती का क्या संबंध था और ये जो नारा दिया था क्या इसके पीछे सिंपल नारा था या फिर कोई साजिश थी। इन तमाम एंगल पे पूछताछ की जाएगी। और दूसरा एक और भी है कि गोहर चिश्ती इससे पहले 2020 के अंदर अजमेर के अंदर भी जो इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज है उन्होंने गोहर चिश्ती को पकड़ा था जासूसी करते हुए सीआरपीएफ और आर्मी की। उस दौरान इससे पूछताछ हुई थी, एक मोबाइल जब्त किया था, छोड़ दिया था। तो अब डाउट ये है कि गोहर चिश्ती का आखिर कनेक्शन क्या है, पाकिस्तान कनेक्शन, पीएफआई कनेक्शन और तमाम चीज़ों को लेकर पूछताछ की जाएगी। जी।
All right, thank you very much for those details, Bhavani ji. We'll leave it at that. A clash broke out in UP's Bareilly over meat shops on the way of Kanwar Yatra. A local BJP leader who tried to shut meat-serving shops have been injured in the fight on the very first day of the auspicious Sawan month. Even though the administration had banned meat shops along the roads where the Kanwar Yatra will be held, a meat shop was kept open that has led to this clash. The attack was caught on camera and 4 people have been arrested so far.
ये कुछ दुकानें यहाँ पे हैं जो चिकन और बिरयानी की दुकानें हैं, जिसको लेके कुछ लोगों को आपत्ति थी। आपस में कुछ कहा सुनी हुई ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि उनके ऊपर कुछ लोग हमलावर हुए और उन्होंने उनके साथ मारपीट की है। तो इस पे यहाँ पे पुलिस आई है और थोड़ी भीड़ भाड़ थी, जिस पर बातचीत करके उनको हटाया गया है। आगे की कार्रवाई की जा रही है। वजह बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ चिकन और बिरयानी की दुकानें हैं जो पक्की शॉप हैं और उनके आसपास कहीं कुछ अतिक्रमण हो, जिससे कि नगर निगम अतिक्रमण हटवा रहा था। इस बीच में कुछ लोगों द्वारा आपस में विवाद हुआ। उस विवाद में कुछ लोग हमलावर हुए। क्या कौन लोग थे, क्या थे, वो नाम अभी हमारे पास आने बाकी हैं वादी के द्वारा। जब नाम आएगा उसके आधार पर कार्रवाई की जाए।
मामला ऐसा कि सुबह जो है एक दुकान के सामने अतिक्रमण था, वहाँ पर नगर निगम की टीम ने अतिक्रमण हटाया। वहाँ भ्रम हुआ कि अतिक्रमण हटाने का काम जो है बगल के दुकानदारों ने कराया और उसी उत्तेजना में विवाद हुआ। दोनों पक्षों में मतलब मारपीट हुई। एक पक्ष को किसी को चाकू लगना बताया गया। अभी सीसीटीवी फुटेज देख करके उस पर कार्रवाई की जा रही। जो भी दोषी होगा इसके खिलाफ बहुत ही सख्त कार्रवाई की।
All right, as you saw that there was a clash between some unknown members about the presence of this meat shop. The police is taking a look at the CCTV footage and they will ascertain the identity. Now we join my colleague Pranshu Mishra with more on this. Pranshu, they've said they don't know the identities of these people. Now, who are those who have been arrested? And is action going to be taken against the owner of that shop for opening it and flouting rules, because clearly some sentiments have been fled?
Well, see, as of now, it is still not clear that why this dispute occurred. And if you listen to the bites which have been given by the administration, one theory is that, there was particular shops in the area and there was a dispute over the encroachment. So one argument is that it was because of illegal encroachment, because of which two sides, one Muslim side and the other Hindu side, clashed. The Hindu side also comprised of some people who were associated with the Bharatiya Janata Party. The counter allegation is that there was a particular shop, the meat shop, which was being opened despite, certain prohibitions. Now, what the authorities have said is that on the routes on which the Kawar Yatra has to go, only there the meat shop would be closed. So it's not that, the all meat shops in a particular district or particular area are to be closed. So all these facts are being probed into. Allegation on the part of people who have injured the BJP leader, their allegation is that this particular shop, which was, dealing with the meat products, that was open. It should not have been opened during this ongoing Kawar Yatra. And that's the reason why this argument and this violence took place. 4 people have been arrested from the particular community whose shops were open, and the 5th person is still absconding, but the entire matter is still being looked into as to under what circumstances the group of people clashed. And if you see this video footage, we clearly see that it is not a case of someone, a lone person being assaulted by a group. It is rather a clash of two groups. So people on two sides, they were clashing each other, clashing over a particular shops in that area. The allegation is that they were having certain they were having encroachment, and that encroachment led to this sort of dispute.
All right, please stay with us, Pranshu, because we have another breaking news coming in. Another setback to opposition unity. Raj Bahar says that we are still in alliance with SP, but in presidential polls, our party will support Murmu. All right, this is the latest breaking news we're getting in. JMM also earlier said they're going to be supporting Murmu. Shiv Sena as well, now TDS, and latest is Raj Bahar saying they're going to be supporting Murmu. Pranshu, this is another blow to the opposition, of course, but also talks about the kind of merit of Draupadi Murmu's candidature, because even the BJP and the NDA have said that, we just expect everyone to support her unanimously because she is a deserving candidate.
Yes, that's right. In fact, clearly seems that Draupadi Murmu's choice as the NDA's presidential candidate, that has clearly set the opposition in a sort of alarm. The reason being, Draupadi Murmu is not just a woman; she is a tribal woman, comes in from one of the most marginalized communities of our society, and therefore opposing her becomes difficult, especially for all those parties whose vote bank or whose politics is among the backwards or the Dalits. Now, case of this Sohail Dev Bharati Samaj Party, which has 6 MLAs in the UP Assembly, it is an ally of the Samajwadi Party, but now it has decided that though it continues to be in alliance with the Samajwadi Party in all other issues, but when it comes to the president's election, it has declared its support for Draupadi Murmu, the NDA's presidential candidate, and therefore we are saying that it is a setback not only for opposition unity as far as they were rallying around Yashwant Sinha's name, it is also a setback to opposition politics in Uttar Pradesh, because now the question is that when Rajbhar, which is 6 MLAs, including also son of the Don Mukhtar Ansari, when they are now moving towards the NDA camp, at least in the presidential election, how long are they going to continue in their alliance with the Samajwadi Party? So it seems that Samajwadi Party's larger alliance is under a lot of strain. Sooner or later it will split. And BJP at the moment has clearly been able to send in a larger message that its presidential candidate, her candidature, her overall persona, the fact that she comes in from the deprived tribal community, that has clearly given a big jolt to the opposition unity. And as you said, that after Shiv Sena and after Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, now it's another major political force in Uttar Pradesh, this the Bharatiya Samaj Party, which is basically a caste-based backward identity, political party that has decided to go along with the NDA's choice for the presidential candidate.
Well, yes, indeed, Pranchu, you're highlighting two details there. One, that Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party, in a lot of trouble. They have been having a lot of internal rifts, and this is the last blow to that party. All right. Now, moving on to the Bundelkhand Expressway that will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister on July 16th. The road from Chitrakoot to Etawah covers 7 backward districts of the state and connects into the already operational Lucknow Expressway. It's also been built in record time. Take a look at this report by News18.com's Aman Sharma.
If you start from Delhi, take the Yamuna Expressway to Agra and then the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. This is the point. If you travel about 300 kilometers from Delhi, where you hit this interchange from where the new Bundelkhand Expressway starts. This project is being inaugurated by the Prime Minister on the July the 16th. The 296-kilometer long expressway is special in many aspects, especially because it's going to connect 7 districts of Bundelkhand, considered the most poorest and the backward regions of the state. What does Uttar Pradesh achieve by building this new expressway to Bundelkhand? We will travel on this expressway, speak to locals and try and find out how key this expressway will be to the industrial development and for the social development of the region of Bundelkhand. When we speak of expressways, we speak of expressways from Lucknow to Delhi, connectivity, a Bundelkhand Expressway. How do you think that is significant in this aspect right now?
This is an expressway which has been made in record time. The Honorable Prime Minister laid the foundation stone on the 29th of February 2020, leap year, and we have leaped forward and we have been able to construct this road in around 28-29 months, and that again is an achievement.
With UP building a record number of expressways, a big concern in the expressway projects is also the safety of the project, ensuring that there are less accidents and vehicles traveling at high speed don't collide or don't overturn, which has been one of the cases we have seen in many other expressway projects. Now in the Bundelkhand Expressway project, safety seems to be paramount. Some additional security features have been added. We can see here there are crash beams on both sides of the middle median. So this means that cars basically can't overturn from one side of the median to the other side.
हम लोगों का जो बिजनेस है, जैसे हमारा ढाबा है राम जानकी, लोग बढ़ेंगे इस साइड, मतलब जल्दी आएंगे और लोग सीधा यहाँ पे टर्निंग पॉइंट है, सीधा हमारे होटल पे ही है उतरने का, सर्विस रोड है जो, तो लोग आएंगे बढ़ेंगे, हम लोग का बिजनेस बढ़ेगा, रोजगार बढ़ेगा,
बहुत विकास होगा। हम लोग अपना माल भी और कहीं ले जाके बेच सकते हैं इससे।
सड़क का बनने से सर एक तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो चीज़ इसमें फ़ायदा होगा टूरिज्म में।
Travel about 120 kilometers from the Agra-Lucknow Expressway from the turn from where the Bundelkhand Expressway starts, and here you come. This is Jalan district. We have another 173 kilometers to go in our journey towards Chitrakoot. But Jalan is the district where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving on July the 16th to inaugurate this expressway. A huge tent has been set up. A huge public meeting will happen a bit far from here where the Prime Minister will be addressing the people. This is Aman Sharma reporting with Arpit from Jalan for CNN News 18.
On Bits to Billions this weekend, we have an entrepreneur who wants to make in India for the world, Amrit Acharya, the co-founder and CEO of Zetwerk. Is it exciting to train for engineering and actually do engineering?
Like, I graduated with a degree in electrical engineering, but I ended up doing nothing close to electrical engineering for many years. In fact, I was at McKinsey for a bit. At my heart, I always felt that calling, that, I really like building things.
Why did you decide to choose an unsexy industry, so to speak?
While it was unsexy, for us it was very sexy because we understood the pain points in a way which it felt unique to us. It felt very authentic to us, that these are problems we are passionate about, and I felt that I wanted to drive some change.
Hemant Soren's JMM, which is an alliance with the Congress in Jharkhand, has decided to back the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu. The party, in fact, has said that this is an opportunity for a tribal woman to become the country's president for the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the PSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Dalai Lama, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Dalai Lama but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His 2-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways.
All right, it's vacation time for Karnataka MLAs yet again after Ladakh, Delhi and Gujarat. Now videos of Karnataka MLAs from Bagalkote holidaying in Goa are going viral. This comes as the Bagalkote district continues to suffer due to incessant rainfall. In the video that's going viral, the MLAs can be seen having fun in a swimming pool. The BJP MLA from the Tardal district, Sidhu Savari, along with other municipal councillors, can be seen in the video. And you can take a look at that on the screen. There you go, the constituency of flooded mess and those MPs right in the middle party. The MLAs were seen partying ahead of the Mahalingapur Municipal Corporation Chairman elections, which are actually stated for today. All right, now we have Ritu who is joining us. And we also have a call-in program right now, Party Above People for Neta. So do call in with your views on 0120-434-1895. So I'm sure you've been watching our news reports over the past few weeks about these MLAs partying, and now we're also joined in by my colleague Ritu with more on this. Very good morning to you, Ritu. The party continues for the MLAs of Karnataka, and Goa is the latest location. Of course, Karnataka is drowning, but these MLAs were seen partying ahead of the municipal council chairman elections, which are actually slated for today. So earlier they'd said, you know, we don't have professional commitments, we're on study tour. What is the reason for this holiday? Earlier it was just a study tour.
Oh, yes. The North Karnataka, in fact, is badly affected because of the heavy downpour, and you see MLA with the other councillor members, you know, being busy in Goa and chilling there in the swimming pool. But, of course, the minister, in fact, the CC Patil had visited Bagalkote district because of the damage that had happened because of the rain. But, in fact, this particular MLA was absent for that meeting. And now you have the minister, in fact, who is on ground to take stock of the damage, and you see the MLA being absent there. This clearly shows the responsibility of the representative, the public representative, in fact, and whom the people have so much of trust, and you see them chilling in the Goa. Now, this has become one sort of a trend in the Karnataka, where you see the MLAs, in fact, saying we are on a steady tour with the public amount. The taxpayers' amount is going waste on one side. The other side, you see, ahead of the municipal council chairman election that is today in the Bagalkote, you see this particular MLA chilling there in the swimming pool, and also the other councillors are also along with him and having fun there in Goa. But yes, as said, that it is one that the badly affected district, and other one is that it is not one time new controversy that we are getting to see of this particular MLA, but previously as well in the municipal council chairman election itself, this particular MLA was in fact being criticized at the national level also because the way he had pushed the females in fact during the council election, and this time again you see him ahead of the election, he is there chilling in Goa.
Well, yes, indeed. As you're pointing out, not the first time, you know, he has been accused of an offence. This time, of course, the offence being partying. What are the MLAs saying in their defence, though? Are they saying they're entitled to this holiday time? Because earlier they defended it, saying it was for study purposes.
See, in this issue, he says that he is on a holiday, which he says anyone for that matter as a human, you know, deserves a holiday, and this is what he is also on, and he too wants a break, and he is on a break. But the bigger question is that is this break even required when your constituency is in danger zone, in fact, because of the heavy rainfall and also the elections coming up. So what is your key role, in fact? What are you even, you know, doing for the public is a bigger question, that that you take these kind of decisions of chilling in Goa, or that for that matter at any place ahead of your role that has to be seen on ground. So of course MLA says that it is his time that he wants to take a break, but on the other side there are opposition, you know, who are criticizing this particular step of the MLA who's seen chilling in the Goa, who are saying that on one side you have this MLA, on the other side you also have the ex-MLA of that constituency only, who is on ground and is speaking to the people and understanding what are the kind of problems that they are going through. Now the localites of Bagalkote districts themselves are saying that we have two leaders. One is ex-leader who's been responsible, but the present leader is not on ground when we need them the most.
Ritu, request you to stay with us because we also have viewers calling in to share with us their views. We're joined by Mr. Natarajan from Bangalore. Very good morning to you, sir. Go ahead, tell us how you view this. Your MLAs from Karnataka missing on study tours, on personal holidays, while your state drowns.
Good morning. Well, not surprising, irrespective of across party lines, they keep going on junkets. Why would they be bothered? Because they've made enough money for 10 generations, and their personal houses are not affected in those constituencies. They don't have a house, they don't live there, they live somewhere else, and they don't get affected. Well, why would they bother about any of the local people? The local people have to fend for themselves. And irrespective of party affiliations, they are the same. It doesn't matter at all. They just jump from party to party when it comes to election time so that they get their seat. That is all. That is Indian politics. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us with your views. So there you go, a citizen from Bangalore, and he sounds like he's given up hope. He says it's not just one party. He says it's across party lines. They only care about themselves, that they've hoarded enough wealth for themselves. It's not their houses that are being flooded. And I'm going to take that question across to Ritu. Ritu, is this the kind of widespread discontent and also a kind of hopelessness that the citizens are expressing? Because as he's pointing out, these are MLAs from across parties that we've seen going on these various vacations while Karnataka has been hit by monsoons like never before. In fact, the entire country, but Karnataka, coastal Karnataka especially.
Yes, as we've been discussing, of course, Karnataka is witnessing a heavy rainfall and there's a huge damage also that has been caused. You see CM Basavaraj Bommai himself being on a tour to understand what exactly is happening on the ground level, and in fact taking all the precautionary measures. You see on the other side these MLAs who are saying that they are on a junket for a study tour when there's even no particular step in particular clarity that we're getting to see because of their junket reason. But on the other side you see them, other MLAs who are saying that they deserve a break. So this has become one sort of a trend, but as the scholar also pointed out rightly, that it's not in one party but also across the parties. It is somewhere time and again seen how these MLAs take a break all sudden without being bothered about their public, without being bothered about the public, what exactly is happening on the ground level, and they take a break as and when they require. But as when the constituencies are in fact in at a danger mark, it is the representatives' responsibility to take care and ensure that things are placed in a righter manner. But you see them saying they are on a break because they need that break. So the biggest question that is raised is like, what kind of a responsible representative are you?
All right, Ritu, stay with us. We have our next caller joining us. This is Mr. Subhash Jain from Bangalore. Very good morning to you, sir. How do you view this entire vacation time of the MLAs?
This is so very sad to hear this. These people needs a break. They just ask them a question that they do need a break while the time of election. They do need a break in that time. They do 24/7 work here and there going for the voting. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello.
sir. Actually, the municipal council elections are going to be held today, and these MLAs were partying right before that. So your question is, do they not care about elections? Actually, it looks like they don't care about the elections as well. They're taking that also very lightly.
Yes, sir. They take everything lightly. They need their enjoyment. They need the number 24/7.
All right. So that's what he says. As you can see, the people of Karnataka are very angry with the MLAs, and they really have no hope from them. Going back to Ritu on this, Ritu, now that there is such widespread discontent, not just against the ruling party, as we've clarified, against all the politicians, MLAs, who is moving in to gain space. We're speaking of ex-MLAs who are on the ground. All right, now we're joined by another caller from Bangalore. This is Glory. Very good morning to you, Glory. How do you view this entire incident of one side Karnataka drowning, on the other side MLAs swimming in pools away from the point of focus?
Yeah, good morning. It is very disappointing to see what is happening in the country right now. And especially, like somebody was telling now, it's not about one party or two, but everybody. They are just bothered about their own position, own seats. You know, they jump from one party to another party just because they want to get what they want. Only selfishness is involved here. They don't want to do anything, any work for the people. And it is very disappointing to see. You know, just when some elections are going on, they just go away. They are in hiding. Why? Why they just what is the duty? Why are they fighting elections? What are they doing? What is their motive? It's very sad to see the plight of the country now, and this is so pathetic. Here it's flooding so much everywhere in Karnataka, in all parts of the India, most of it, and these people are having fun. They just it is very disappointing, very sad.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us with your views. Karnataka still continues to be the eye of the storm now after the holiday row. Now let's go across to seeing what's happening in the education sector. After Karnataka's NEP position paper claimed that eggs are bad for children, the task force has defended his stance while clarifying that this is not finalized as yet. He claimed that Quora and Wikipedia are their secondary sources and that they want to debate on the egg issue. The NEP position papers from Karnataka.
आपको बाद में कर देंगे, थोड़ा सा कर लो एक बार, ठीक है? हाँ सर, दो बार आपका स्टार्ट कर लीजिए, साइलेंट हो जाएगा।
ये क्या है? अरे ये क्या है? थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाए। अरे
दोबारा में हो जाएगा, दूसरी बार में हो जाएगा, जिनके नहीं होगा। नीचे
बोलेंगे तभी तो चलेगा, बिना लाइट के शुरू होने जा रही है। तमाम मीडिया आज इस सुनने के लिए पहले एक बार साइलेंट हो जाओ, एक बार साइलेंट हो जाओ, प्रेस वार्ता को संबोधित कर, एक बार साइलेंट हो जाओ, सब स्टार्ट कर लो। सर स्टार्ट करिए आप।
17 जून को अजमेर के
अरे शांत हो जाओ, बोलने दो यार। जी सर थोड़ा सा तेज बोलिए।
17 जून को अजमेर के दरगाह इलाके के अंदर एक मौन जुलूस निकाला गया था, जिसके अंदर कुछ असामाजिक तत्व के द्वारा विवादित भाषणबाजी की गई और जो जुलूस की शर्तें हैं उनका उल्लंघन किया गया। इसके आधार पे 162/22 दरगाह थाने के अंदर मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया, जिसमें 4 मुलजिम पहले अरेस्ट किए गए थे और उसमें एक जो मुख्य मुलजिम है गौर चिश्ती, जिसने भाषणबाजी की थी, वो यहाँ से फरार हो गया था। इसके बाद में हमारी जो टीम है वो टेक्निकल सपोर्ट से और जो मुखबिर तंत्र को सक्रिय करके उसको कल हैदराबाद के अंदर से उसको जो गौस महल इलाका है वहाँ से उसको डिटेन किया गया और उसको अरेस्ट किया गया है।
उसके साथ और भी कई, अरे यार सुन लो तो दो दादा।
उसको जो शरण देने वाला है उसको भी डिटेन किया गया है और उससे पूछताछ की जा रही है और उसका क्या योगदान है इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के अंदर उसको भी किया जा रहा है। हाँ, आज अभी गौर चिश्ती को पुलिस है वो कोर्ट के अंदर पेश करेगी, उसके बाद में पीसी रिमांड लेगी और इसके बाद में इसके संबंध में विस्तृत अनुसंधान किया जाएगा कि इसका किस किस घटना में और कहाँ कहाँ क्या क्या लिंक है।
सर प्राइमा फेसाई जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन आपने किया है उसमें कुछ पूछताछ में क्या है? एटलीस्ट गौहर का किससे कनेक्शन था, कहाँ गया, किस रूट लाइन से गया, ये सब चीजें थोड़ा मेंशन करिए।
अभी हमने इसको क्या है कि हम रात को ही लेट नाइट लेकर के पहुँचे हैं और अभी इससे पूछताछ हो रही है। इसके बारे में आपको विस्तृत रूप से बाद में बता दिया जाएगा।
हैदराबाद में भेज रखी थी, उसको कैसे एटलीस्ट आपने मैनेज किया, कैसे गिरफ्तार किया, पूरा वो कोऑर्डिनेशन तो बताइए।
हैदराबाद के अंदर जो हमारी टीम गई हुई थी उसने वहाँ वेश बदल करके और हैदराबाद पुलिस के सहयोग से इसको अरेस्ट किया गया है और इसने वहाँ से भागने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन हैदराबाद टीम का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि उसने हमारी टीम का पूरा सपोर्ट किया और इसको अरेस्ट करने में हमारी मदद की।
क्या पुलिस गौहर चिश्ती की फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन है उस रिकॉर्ड को खंगालेगी? क्योंकि ऑलरेडी इसने पैसा ट्रांसफर किया था उदयपुर से, वो किसको किया था ये एक बड़ा सवाल है।
इसके बारे में विस्तृत अनुसंधान किया जाएगा, इसके फाइनेंशियल जो अकाउंट्स है उसकी भी विस्तृत जानकारी जुटाई जाएगी। इसके अलावा इसके किस किस से लिंक है और इनका किन किन घटनाओं के अंदर लिंक है उनके बारे में भी विस्तृत चर्चा की जाएगी।
एक बात तो है कि ये पकड़ा गया है, उसके बाद की जो तफ्तीश होगी, पर ये भी तो है कि आप लोगों ने कॉल डिटेल्स तो खंगाली होंगी। क्या इसने मोहम्मद रियाज अट्टारी से, गौस मोहम्मद से कोई बात की? कॉल डिटेल्स तो आपने अभी तक खंगाल ली होंगी सर।
इसके बारे में अभी विश्लेषण किया जाएगा, कॉल डिटेल का विश्लेषण भी किया जाएगा और उनके संबंध में अगर इसका कोई लिंक है तो उसकी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाएगा।
पीएफआई और दावत इस्लाम का एक्टिव मेंबर है क्योंकि इसके कई वीडियोस आए भी हैं।
अभी जांच की जा रही है।
अजमेर पुलिस कितने दिन से था? हैदराबाद में कितने दिन से था सर?
लगभग ये 1 तारीख के आसपास से हैदराबाद के अंदर था।
सर, गौहर चिश्ती के विवादित बयान से पहले 10 जून को ब्यावर में पीएफआई का एक प्रोटेस्ट था, उसमें भी इस तरह के विवादित नारे लगे थे, जिसका वीडियो फोटोग्राफ जो है सोशल मीडिया पर वायरल है। उसमें पुलिस ने कोई कार्रवाई अभी तक नहीं की। संज्ञान में था पुलिस के साथ?
अभी ये हमारे संज्ञान में आया है, इसमें कानूनी कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
एसपी साहब, आपने गौहर चिश्ती को पकड़ लिया, सरवर चिश्ती, उसके बेटे आदिल चिश्ती, इतने दिन हो गए, पुलिस ने ना तो कोई नोटिस दिया, खुलेआम घूम रहा है, सद्भावना यात्रा में लोगों का वेलकम करता है। क्या उसके खिलाफ जुर्म वो नहीं है जो गौहर चिश्ती के खिलाफ है?
सरवर चिश्ती के जो उसने बयान दिए हैं उसके अंदर हमने उसको पाबंदी की कार्रवाई के लिए एडीएम को भेज दिया गया इस्तिगासा, और उसके अंदर है उसको नोटिस जारी हो रहे हैं।
उसमें कार्रवाई क्या हुई सर? अभी तक कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है।
अभी वो कोर्ट का मामला है, उसको नोटिस जारी हो
सर, क्या एनआईए से कोऑर्डिनेशन हुआ है? एनआईए इसको अब अपने रिमांड पे ले सकती है, क्योंकि ट्रांजिट रिमांड आप लोग मांगेंगे?
अभी हमारा एनआईए से इस मामले में कोई कांटेक्ट नहीं हुआ है।
कितने लोगों की टीम हैदराबाद गई थी और हैदराबाद से तार इस्टेब्लिश कैसे हुआ?
अभी जो हमारे है वो 5 सदस्यीय टीम थी जो हैदराबाद गई थी, जिसके अंदर सुनील टाडा जो है हमारा सब इंस्पेक्टर है वो था, और रणवीर सिंह एएसआई है, जगमाल एएसआई है, रामबाबू हेड कांस्टेबल है और संतराम कांस्टेबल है। ये 5 लोगों की टीम थी जो हमारी हैदराबाद के अंदर थी।
कितने दिन रुका था सर ये?
अभी हम इसकी पूरी डिटेल खंगाल रहे हैं कि ये कहाँ पे रुका है और इसका किन किन के साथ में लिंक है। अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने के बाद में ही इसके बारे में डिटेल में बता पाएंगे।
हैदराबाद में कोई राजनीतिक संरक्षण मिला हुआ था इसको?
सर, ये तो आपके पास सीडीआर रिपोर्ट में भी है कि वो उदयपुर गया हुआ था, तो इसका कनेक्शन क्या है? एटलीस्ट उदयपुर में इतना बड़ा
नहीं, अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद में ही हम बता पाएंगे कि इसका किस किस से लिंक है, इसको किसका संरक्षण प्राप्त था।
सर, आपने इसको किस मामले में गिरफ्तार किया? क्या इसको भड़काऊ स्पीच के मामले में गिरफ्तार किया गया?
इसका दरगाह थाने के अंदर 162/22 मुकदमा दर्ज है, जो इसने भड़काऊ स्पीच दी थी निजाम गेट से, उसके मामले में इसको अरेस्ट किया।
साथ एक मुनव्वर का क्या रोल है? जो साथ में जिसको गिरफ्तार करके लेके आए, उसका क्या रोल है?
उसको शरण देने वाला है, उसको हमने डिटेन करके लाए हैं, उससे भी पूछताछ हो रही है। उसका नाम है एहसान उल्ला उर्फ मुनव्वर।
वो वहीं का रहने वाला है?
वो हैदराबाद का रहने वाला है।
उसका कोई आपराधिक रिकॉर्ड है सर? क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड होगा?
अभी उसके बारे में विस्तृत अनुसंधान हो रहा है।
कितने दिन से सर शरण दे रखी थी उसने अपने?
ये जब से हैदराबाद गए हैं तब से उसके पास में ही था, लगभग 10 दिन के आसपास, 10-12 दिन के आसपास।
हैदराबाद तक कड़ी कैसे जुड़ी है? क्या कॉल डिटेल्स खंगाली गई? कैसे कड़ी, कैसे आप लोग?
टेक्निकल एविडेंस और मुखबिर तंत्र के द्वारा हमें पता लगा कि ये हैदराबाद है, और उसके आधार पे ही उसको वहाँ जाकर के हमारी टीम के द्वारा दस्तयाब किया गया है।
हत्याकांड में भी एक इनपुट जो है वो हैदराबाद से निकला था। क्या पुलिस, अजमेर पुलिस इस बात पे भी गौर फरमाएगी कि हैदराबाद से इनका कनेक्शन किस बेस पे था?
अजमेर पुलिस है वो इसको हर एंगल से इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी कि इसका कहां से किससे लिंक है और इसके साथ में कौन कौन है।
जयपुर से ये अजमेर निकला, जयपुर में क्या कोई संरक्षण मिला? किसी प्रकार का सहयोग था कि ये जयपुर से हैदराबाद निकल गया? उस समय कोई जांच नहीं हुई?
अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं कि ये कहां रुका है, किसके संरक्षण मिला था और कहां रुका है, किसका सहयोग था।
धाराओं में भी गिरफ्तार किया, ये तो बता दीजिए एटलीस्ट। केवल भड़काऊ भाषण इसी को लेकर ही आपने गिरफ्तारी की है या और दिशा में भी कुछ आप जांच कर रहे हैं? और वो धारा तो बता दीजिए एटलीस्ट।
इसको जो अभी अरेस्ट किया गया है 162/2022 है जो FIR है, उसके अंदर इसको आईपीसी के सेक्शन 115 सेपटी धारा 302, इसके अलावा इसको 117, 143, 149, 188, 504, 506 आईपीसी के तहत गिरफ्तार किया गया।
सर, मानेंगे 17 जून को जो उसने भाषण दिया भड़काऊ, उसके बाद आज 15 जुलाई हो गई है, गिरफ्तारी में जो समय लगा कहीं ना कहीं पुलिस की चूक रही?
इसमें मैं पुलिस की चूक नहीं कहता हूं, क्योंकि कई बार ये है कि साथी और अपराधी होते हैं वो जगह छोड़ देते हैं, तो उसके बाद में हमने हमारे मुखबिर तंत्र को सक्रिय किया और इसके अलावा जो टेक्निकल एविडेंस इकट्ठे करते हुए और टेक्निकल टीम के सपोर्ट से इसको है वो हैदराबाद जैसी जगह से जाकर के दस्तयाब किया गया है, क्योंकि बहुत दूर पे था ये।
सरवर चिश्ती के खिलाफ भी कोई एप्लीकेशन आप लोग को मिली थी? क्या आप मामला दर्ज करेंगे कि प्रोवोकिंग स्पीच के तमाम वीडियो?
अभी सरवर चिश्ती के खिलाफ कोई हमें एप्लीकेशन नहीं मिली है, लेकिन उसके पाबंदी की कार्रवाई के लिए हमने ADM सिटी को लिखा हुआ है, इस्तिगासा पेश किया हुआ है, उसके नोटिस जारी हो रहे हैं।
ये बता पाएंगे कि सर ये अजमेर से भागा तो आखिर हैदराबाद तक कैसे पहुंचा? क्या जयपुर से हवाई जहाज के थ्रू गया?
कुछ तो ऐसा हो सर कॉन्क्रीट जो आप निकाल पाए?
नहीं, अभी इसकी जांच की जा रही है, इससे पूछताछ की जाएगी, तब उसके बाद में ही हम डिटेल में बता पाएंगे कि ये किस रूट से गया है और किन किन के सहयोग से ये यहाँ से फरार होने में कामयाब हुआ।
गिरफ्तार किया है सर?
4 लोगों को इस मुकदमे में पहले गिरफ्तार किया जा चुका है। इसके अलावा 5वां जो है गौर चिश्ती, उसको गिरफ्तार किया है, और छठा जो इसको शरण देने वाला है मुनवर उर्फ एहसान उल्ला, उसको अभी है डिटेन किया हुआ है।
एहसान उल्ला का दोस्त है या मेहमान है सर? क्योंकि ये गौहर खुद खादिम भी है, तो ये एहसान जो छठा आरोपी है।
अभी इसके बारे में इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जा रहा है कि इनके आपस के अंदर क्या लिंक है, ये आपस में दोस्त हैं या मेहमान हैं, क्या है उसके।
सर क्या ये बिहार में इसने फरारी काटी थी? बिहार में भी इसने फरारी काटी थी अपनी?
अभी इसके बारे में इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद में ही बता पाएंगे कि ये कहाँ पे गया है, क्योंकि अभी विस्तृत रूप में जब इससे पूछताछ की जाएगी और इसके जो टेक्निकल हमारी टीम है वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी, उसके बाद में बता पाएंगे ये कहाँ रहा है।
2020 में जासूसी करते हुए पकड़ा गया, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी ने पकड़ा, क्या उस मामले में भी पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी, पूछताछ करेगी?
इसके जो पीछे की जो पूरी इसकी हिस्ट्री है वो भी खंगाली जाएगी कि इसका किस किस से लिंक रहा है और इन किन किन मुकदमों के अंदर ये अगर किसी में वांटेड रहेगा तो उसके बारे में भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी और पूर्ण रूप से इसके बारे में चौतरफा कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सवाल कर रहे हैं सर, ये आपके लोगों ने काम सर अच्छा किया है, एटलीस्ट जिस तरीके से आपके जो जिन लोगों ने भी गिरफ्तार किया है उसका एक रूट मैप तो बता दीजिए, क्योंकि हम लोग बार बार पूछ रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपके पुलिस वालों ने बड़ा अच्छी तरीके से खंगाल के उनको गिरफ्तार किया है।
नहीं, इसका अभी हम पूछताछ कर रहे हैं कि ये कहाँ से गए हैं, लेकिन जो प्राइमा फेसी जो हमारे पास में इनपुट आया है, ये जयपुर से बाई फ्लाइट है वो हैदराबाद गया था और उसके बाद में हैदराबाद में ये जो मुनवर है वो उसको लेकर के अपने घर पे गया है।
सर और भी लोगों से पूछताछ होगी अजमेर में दरगाह क्षेत्र में?
अभी इनसे पूछताछ करके इनके साथ में किन किन लोगों का कौन कौन से लोग इस घटना के अंदर शामिल है, सबसे पूछताछ की जाएगी।
ये जो कल बड़ा खुलासा हुआ है पटना में, पीएफआई एक साजिश रच रही थी 2047 तक हिंदुस्तान को इस्लामिक राष्ट्र बनाने के, उसके डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले। अब चूंकि इस पूरे मामले को तफसील से देखते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं पीएफआई का लिंक मिलता है सरवर चिश्ती से, रियाज से, इन सवालों। तो क्या इस एंगल से अजमेर पुलिस जांच करेगी, क्योंकि मामला बेहद संगीन है?
ये मामला बेहद संगीन है और पुलिस है वो हर एंगल से जांच करेगी, जिस भी तरह की जो चीज़ें आएगी पुलिस है वो पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी और आज पीसी लेकर के इससे पूछताछ शुरू की जाएगी।
सर एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन, शुरुआती तौर में कुछ भी आपको ऐसा कोई हाइडआउट्स मिले हैं जिसमें लगता है कि कन्हैया लाल की जो हत्या हुई है उसमें थोड़े से भी इसके कुछ कनेक्शन है, उस दिशा में आप जाँच कर रहे हो?
उस दिशा में हम जांच करेंगे, लेकिन अभी तक ये है कि इनसे पूछताछ करेंगे, उसमें अगर उस तरह का लिंक मिलेगा तो बिल्कुल जांच की जाएगी।
आखिरी सवाल, सरवर चिश्ती का एक वीडियो था जिसमें वो पीएफआई के मेंबर्स को इंट्रोड्यूस कराते हुए दरगाह के अंदर दिखाई दिए, वो लगातार उनसे बात कर रहे थे और सरवर चिश्ती एक्टिव मेंबर बताए जा रहे हैं पीएफआई के। तो क्या ये सारा मामला जो है सरवर चिश्ती, गौहर चिश्ती, आदिल चिश्ती, इन तमाम चिश्तियों से पूछताछ करने का काम पीएफआई के एंगल पे पुलिस करेगी या नहीं करेगी?
पुलिस है वो
All right, that was the police briefing that's taking place in Ajmer. Gohar Chishti has been arrested and the police officials there saying that after investigation they will reveal all the details. Now I'm going to take a very quick break, and that's also the wrap of this bulletin.
Lawrence Bishnoi, operating from inside the Tihar jail with impunity, had no qualms ordering multiple hits on Salman Khan.
The sculptor himself, the main man behind this, is saying that there is actually no difference.
Drugs to try and fund their terror operations and to also try and radicalize young, impressionable minds while confining them to the throes of drug addiction.
What is becoming increasingly worrying and problematic is that issues related to education is becoming so polarizing.
For the first time, and it'll be a proud moment. The JMM becomes another in the long list of opposition parties to back the NDA pick after the Shiv Sena, the SBSP, the TDP and the PSP. In a move which is expected to bring relief for daily commuters, the Shinde government in Maharashtra has slashed fuel prices. The price of petrol has been reduced by 5 rupees a litre and diesel prices have been cut down by 3 rupees a litre. After this move, petrol will cost 106 rupees 35 paise a litre and diesel will cost 94 rupees 28 paise. Actor Kangana Ranaut today unveiled the first look of her upcoming film Emergency. The movie is being made under Kangana's production banner, Manikarnika Films. Kangana, who is portraying the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, is said to have worked extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Daler Mehndi, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Daler Mehndi but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His 2-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways. She's done it all, but in the past few days, Mamata has shown her love for food, enjoying the puchka yesterday. Today, Didi can be seen trying her hands at making the momos.
Good morning, you're watching CNN News 18. I'm Arunima. Political turmoil in Sri Lanka continues to dominate headlines. Who are the contenders to lead the strife-torn island nation? We'll tell you in just a bit, but first to Patna, where police claims to have unearthed a fresh terror-related conspiracy. That's the update that we have after Patna police busted a semi-plot to create communal tension in Phulwari Sharif. 3 people have been arrested in the case, 2 of whom have been identified as Jalaluddin and Athar Parvez. Of the 2 identified, Jalaluddin is a retired policeman from Jharkhand, while Parvez is reportedly a semi-operative who has been instrumental in getting bail for other semi-operatives. That's what the police claims. CNN News 18 has accessed details of Simi's alleged Patna plot. It has been found by the police that their apparent motive was to disrupt Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Bihar. The PFI has issued a statement saying that the claims of the Bihar police are quote-unquote ridiculous and they are attempting to demonize the organization. My colleague Anand Narsimhan explains the content of the documents that the police recovers that shows, as per the investigators, PFI's plot for making India an Islamic state by 2047.
Let's try and understand this in detail. What kind of stages are these people talking about? So understand the stages of progression. 2047 terror blueprint. This is the PFI handbook. Stage 1. Establish the presence in Muslim areas and unite Muslims. Repeatedly remind Indian Muslims of grievances. Focus on expanding and recruiting new members. And establish Islamic identity beyond the concept of Indian. Train recruits in use of swords, rods and weapons. This is the first stage. Let's come to stage 2. Stage 2 says mass mobilization under the leadership of the PFI, use violence selectively to demonstrate strength, limit exposure of trained cadre to security forces, use concepts of constitution, Ambedkar, tricolor, national flag to hide Islamic agenda, establish liaison with foreign Islamic nations for funding. Stage 3, form close alliances with SC, ST, OBC groups. Focus on gathering 10% Muslims and 50% of the SC, ST, OBCs. Create a vote bank of Muslims and SC, ST, OBCs for elections. Create a divide between the RSS and the SC, ST, OBC groups. Discredit secular parties among Muslims and SC, ST, OBCs. Then, stage 4, gain political power at national level. Fill positions in the executive and judiciary with loyalists. Appoint loyalists to top posts in the army and police. Declare new constitution based on Islamic principles. Start systematic elimination of opponents. So even they are saying Muslim outfits, eradicate all of them. PFI should become the only dominant Muslim force, but more importantly, this is the agenda.
Now, that was a claim made by Patna police saying that this is a document they have recovered. But in a mega exclusive conversation with CNN News 18, Bihar SDPI chief, which is the Student Democratic Front of India, that's the student wing of PFI. So, member of PFI, Mohammad Riaz, whose name is in that Patna police FIR, he has spoken to CNN News 18, rejected all the allegations against PFI, claimed that the documents are fake, and they've also said they're going to fight this case in the court. Listen in.
फुलवारी शरीफ से जो अरेस्ट हुआ है जलालुद्दीन और अतर परवेज, उसमें उस केस में एक एफआईआर हुई है, पटना पुलिस ने किया है, जिसमें 26 लोगों को नामजद एफआईआर है। उसमें आपका भी नाम है कि उसमें जलालुद्दीन ने ये कहा है और अतर परवेज ने कि आप पटना आते थे और मीटिंग करते थे और लोगों को
पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का मीटिंग करते थे। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का मीटिंग करने में हमारा संविधान में भी ये है, उसको हम सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का मीटिंग करते थे, पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज करते थे, उसके सिवा कुछ भी नहीं किया है हमने।
पर जो एफआईआर है वो ये कह रहा है कि आप लोगों को इकट्ठा जब मीटिंग होती थी तो रेडिकलाइज करते थे। सेक्शंस जो लगे हैं आपसे, सेक्शंस जो लगे हैं वो आप पे देशद्रोह का एक तरह से सेक्शन लगा हुआ है और
पूरा झूठ इल्जाम है, उसको हम लीगल कानून तौर पर फाइट करेंगे। जो कुछ एफआईआर में लिखा गया है वो पूरा झूठ इल्जाम है, वैसा एसडी पे कुछ भी नहीं किया है उधर। हम लास्ट टाइम विधानसभा इलेक्शन में बिहार में कंटेस्ट भी किए थे उधर।
कहाँ से?
बिहार से अलग अलग कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से हम एमएलए कैंडिडेट भी डाले थे, कंटेस्ट भी किए थे।
एफआईआर में ये लिखा हुआ है कि आप पीएफआई के बड़े नेता भी हैं।
नहीं,
एसडीपीआई के प्रभार के साथ आप पीएफआई के बड़े नेता हैं, राष्ट्रीय स्तर के नेता हैं।
वही गलत है ना, वो सही इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है।
आप पीएफआई के मेंबर नहीं है ये कह रहे हैं आप?
पीएफआई का मेंबर हूँ लेकिन लीडर नहीं हूँ मैं।
आप पीएफआई के मेंबर हैं? कब से हैं?
हाँ, मेंबर है।
कब से हैं?
मैं तकरीबन 2005 से है।
तो यहाँ आप पटना आते थे मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए?
पीएफआई का मीटिंग नहीं, मैं एसडीपी का मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए आ रहा था।
6 और 7 जुलाई को जो मीटिंग हुई थी फुलवारी शरीफ में, उसमें आया था?
नहीं आया था।
जो एक डॉक्यूमेंट मिला है वो कहता है इंडिया 2047 टुवर्ड्स रूल ऑफ इस्लाम। इस डॉक्यूमेंट से वाकिफ हैं आप?
नहीं, वो झूठ है, मैं बोले ना। वो ऑलरेडी पीएफआई का लीडर से उसका बारे में क्लैरिफिकेशन मीडिया में ऑलरेडी दिया है।
उस फ्लैट से पीएफआई का फ्लैग मिला है, बुकलेट्स मिले हैं, उर्दू में डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं और ये डॉक्यूमेंट भी मिला है जिसमें इस्लामिक स्टेट बनाने की बात कही जा रही है।
उसके बारे में मुझे क्या भी आइडिया नहीं है।
आप जलालुद्दीन को जानते थे ना? आप वहाँ जाते थे उनके घर?
नहीं जानता था।
तो आप पटना कहाँ पे आते थे? अख्तर परवेज को
अख्तर परवेज को जानता था। पटना हमारा सब्जी बाग में हमारा ऑफिस है।
अहमद पैलेस जाते थे आप?
नहीं आते थे।
तो पटना में कहाँ पे जाते थे आप?
हमारा ऑफिस है पटना में, एसडीपी का ऑफिस,
सब्जी बाग में।
हाँ, सब्जी बाग।
तो सर आपका काम क्या होता था उसमें? ऑफिस में जाते थे आप, मीटिंग करते थे?
मैं राष्ट्रीय सचिव हूँ पार्टी का। मुझे बिहार इंचार्ज दिया है। बिहार का एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन काम में मैं शामिल था, उतना ही।
क्या काम होता था इसमें? मतलब लोगों को आप मोबिलाइज करते थे?
स्टेट मीटिंग चलाना और डिस्ट्रिक्ट में पार्टी को एक्सटेंड करना, उतना ही।
लोगों को मेंबर्स बनाते थे आप एसडीपीआई में, पीएफआई में?
वो उधर का लोग करते थे, मैं उसका देखभाल करता था सिर्फ, उतना ही।
तो आप प्रभार थे तो आपके नजर में तो सब कुछ होगा ही कि कौन कौन मेंबर बन रहा है।
हाँ,
तो आप एफआईआर को कैसे देखते हैं?
पार्टी का मेंबरशिप लेना है, पार्टी का मेंबर करना है, पार्टी का।
Saurabh Rathore, who had that conversation with Mohammad Riaz from SDPI, joining me live right now. Saurabh, the first thing that I noticed in that conversation is that Mohammad Riaz is not from Bihar. His accent, the way he's speaking, it seems he's from somewhere down south. So he's been specifically given this role of being Bihar in charge and brought from I don't know, maybe Kerala or Andhra Pradesh?
No, Arunima, he's from Karnataka. He said on the phone that he accepted that he is from Karnataka and he used to come to Bihar for attending several meetings, and the last time he visited was in last month. Last month he said that last month he came and attended the meeting, and his office was not at the same place where the raid happened. His office is somewhere around 10 kilometers away from that place. It's called Sabji Bagh, and he said that SDPI's office is in Sabji Bagh. So he's from he used to come at that place, he said.
Yes, just to give you a sense, Sabzi Bagh is an area which is dominated by people who follow the Islamic faith. There's a lot of people of that faith, isn't it, Saurabh? And then if you can go on to explain the significance of having that office in that area, and what is the role that police is alleging by naming Mohammad Riaz in that FIR?
See, Arunima, as per that document, India 2047, that document said that the first stage will be, recognizing places where Muslim dominated areas are there, and there they have to hire places for conducting meetings. So on the line we can see the Fulwari Sharif area is Muslim dominated area, and we went there yesterday and that area was totally Muslim dominated area. Now this place Sabji Bagh is also of the same nature, though there is a mixed population, but majority of the population is of Muslim. So according to the document it says that recognize places where Muslims are dominated, hire those places, get buildings of those places, and then give training to various people. So Mohammad Riaz, he said that his office is in Sabzi Bagh, clearly shows one of the motive of PFI mentioned in the document.
And
now the police, as far as police investigation.
Yes, go on. I was just about to ask you that, the role of Mohammad Riaz that police is alleging.
We tried to connect to the SSP regarding his, because he's from another state, Karnataka. So we tried asking SSP. He said that we have only made 3 arrests and further investigations are on. But he has refused to talk anything about the raids in other parts of the country. He's focused on forming teams and conducting raids in the 10 districts of Bihar, which is mentioned in the FIR. There are 26 persons who used to come to Patna and conduct meetings and give training to youths and radicalize them. So SSP said that their focus is to first arrest those 26 persons, and then the future course of investigation will be revealed after in the later half of the day. So so far as the investigation is concerned, neither the Bihar ATS have come forward, nor any talk of involvement of NIA or ED, any investigating agency have come forth. But so far investigation is concerned, only Bihar police is investigating right now, and they have formed various teams. With the help of local police, they are conducting raids. They have detained several people, around 10 people they have detained, but arrests have not been made. They have been interrogated, and this is the situation right now. They are saying that they are going to arrest those people, interrogate them, and then only the future course of investigation will be done.
So what is the charge
But
right
Arunima,
now?
one
Was
more
this,
thing,
Saurabh,
there
if
is
you
a
could
larger
clarify this, what is the charge right now? This was a plan, this was at the stage of planning, or had they managed to procure arms and ammunition to carry out what they planned?
See, if we go through the FIR, the sections which the FIR says is 120B, that is conspiracy, then 121A, that is 121, and 121A, which says waging war against the government, and also 153, inciting violence and riots. So all these sections are grave in nature, and these are anti-national activities which was going on according to the FIR. So the nature of the crime was anti-national, and Bihar police, they are conducting raids right now, and according to our sources, the different investigating agencies are going to come forth, but so far Bihar police is only conducting the raids.
Right, Saurabh, do hold on. We have multiple reactions on this story. Let's dip into those, and then I'll come back to you to understand the investigation.
मनीष जी, क्या आप लोगों को जानकारी मिली थी और उसके बाद छापेमारी में क्या-क्या मिला है, कितने लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं?
हमें पिछले 6-7 दिनों से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी, एक हफ्ते से ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही थी कि समथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन मेसी इन फुलवारी शरीफ। 11 तारीख को हम लोगों ने एक घर को सर्च किया जिसके बारे में सूचना थी। वो घर झारखंड पुलिस के रिटायर्ड सब इंस्पेक्टर मिस्टर जलालुद्दीन का था, जो वहाँ पर मौजूद पाए गए, और उसके साथ मिस्टर अतहर परवेज भी वहाँ मिले। मिस्टर अतहर परवेज का पास्ट बहुत ही दागदार रहा है। ही इज़ एन एक्टिव मेंबर ऑफ सीमी। हम लोगों ने उसको वेरीफाई किया, और वहाँ पर जो चीज़ें मिली, पैम्पलेट्स, बैनर्स, फ्लैग्स एंड इंडिया विजन 2047, दैट इज़ वेरी ऑब्जेक्शनेबल, बहुत ही वो ऑब्जेक्शनेबल है, जिसमें एक समुदाय विशेष के विरोध में घृणा पैदा की गई है। और हम लोग साक्ष्यों के आधार पर इस पूरी घटना को और इस पूरी घटना में शामिल सारे लोगों को बस्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी तक हम लोगों ने 2 लोगों को जेल भेजा है, और कल रात भर हम लोगों ने रेड किया है, कुछ लोगों को डिटेन किया है, कुछ लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है।
Do you deny that PM's visit was on 12th July? Was it related somehow to this? Because the mobilization, as per the police FIR, it says that for past 2 months the meetings were frequently held.
Right now the case is under investigation. Till we catch hold of sufficient number of people, till we examine all kind of evidence, we will not come to know what was their plan, why they were doing training out here, and what was their future plan. As far as 12th July visit of VVIP is concerned, we were already on alert, and all the hotels, houses, guest houses, lodges, dharamshala were regularly checked. So during that checking only, the police got the information. Proactively they verified it, and they went in and they checked the premises and found all this. Now the criminal proceedings have started. Investigation will be pursued vigorously and intensely, and we'll come to know what was their future planning, how they were organizing. The documents have been recovered, the flags have been recovered, and the flags clearly point out the PFI.
Saurabh, all the policemen you've spoken to seem to be harping on the fact that they had an association with PFI. Like the PFI members are pointing out, they are not an outlawed organization, so membership itself cannot be a reason to prosecute these people. The larger charge seems to be planning to disrupt the Prime Minister's event. On that specific point, what is it that the police has picked up? What was the real plan?
See, Arunima, when the Prime Minister visit was finalized, it was done a couple of months back. So, when the police said that this particular Ahmed Palace where the meetings were held, at this place the meetings were held for past 2 months, and the frequent meetings were held. Last meeting was held on 6th and 7th July. So this indicates that there was some kind of preparation to disrupt PM's visit, and just before, in the eve of Prime Minister visit on 11th of July, Prime Minister was going to visit on 12th. So on the eve of his visit, the raids were conducted on the input received by Intelligence Bureau. The Patna police conducted the raid, and they found these incriminating documents, and they started searching for other documents, and they found several pamphlets, booklets, and this India 2047 document. So these all things were indicating the role of PFI. And also if we talk about the FIR there, the persons who were involved, those who are named in the FIR, most of them are from Simanchal areas, Arunima, and Simanchal areas are Muslim dominated areas, namely Katihar, Araria, Darbhanga. Darbhanga is a very sensitive area where blasts have took place in the past, and many arrests have been made in the past of Simi and other organizations. So Muzaffarpur, Darbhanga, Araria, Katihar, these all are Simanchal areas dominated by Muslims, and most of them in the FIR are from those areas, and it is written that people from those areas used to visit Patna, give training to youth, radicalize them, and again the big question is, who were the people who got the training and where did they go, because they have already received the training. So in the document it is said that not only to get training, to disseminate the training to others in the area. So the people used to get training in Patna, move to their particular state, not only in Bihar, because police said that the people came from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Bengal, all these states. So people used to come here, get training, and move to their other states. So it's a big task, and I think NIA should take this matter up, because it's a national level matter, and other states are also concerned. So even if Bihar ATS jumps in, NIA should enter into this investigation.
We've checked that with the Ministry of Home Affairs. So far there is no revert from the government here at the centre whether National Investigation Agency is looking at this case. In the past we have seen NIA step in even informally, but in this case we don't know even if that has happened. Thank you, Saurabh, for those updates. Let's move on to the other political story. Day after new rule book over new words termed unparliamentary, political row now over yet another order by Parliament ahead of the upcoming session that states that the Parliament can no longer be used for demonstrations, dharnas, strikes, fasts or religious ceremonies. Opposition is now lashed out over the new order. Jairam Ramesh has tweeted, and he's leading the Congress's charge in Parliament. Now Pallavi Ghosh is with me. Pallavi, I think these bulletins were issued earlier also, saying that you can't carry out dharnas, fast. That did not stop opposition from gathering outside Gandhi Murti. What strikes out is the mention of religious ceremonies.
That's right. In fact, I was just coming to that because there's also been this criticism that are the precincts of Parliament being used to conduct religious ceremony, and that was the ground on which, for example, the opposition has objected both to, remember, if the Bhumi Pujan had taken place, saying that first, what was the need for it, and second, should the beginning actually be done in a manner in which you're clearly trying to reach out to your particular vote bank. But having said that, I don't think the opposition is going to stress only on the religious ceremony part. They're going to stress on the fact that, having demonstrations and dharna over there is very much a part of parliamentary democracy. They're going to call it a muzzling of the freedom of the opposition and also muzzling of the democratic norms. We've all seen that, for example, outside the Gandhi statue. Also, if you remember, many of the opposition MPs who were suspended for a brief period of time, what they would do so is sit outside the parliament building, within the parliament ground itself, and they would be, doing a dharna from morning till the evening, and they would have the meals there, for example. All of this is now no longer going to be allowed. According to the Parliament, it's because there is a rule, there's a security reason, and therefore there is a decorum which needs to be maintained.
Essentially, is the government and the Parliament Secretariat of the view that the opposition protests inside the Parliament building, outside the Gandhi Murti that we see between 10 and 10:30 every day before the actual House assembles, those dharnas will now be part of history? Is that what the Secretariat is saying?
Well, what the Secretariat is saying is that you cannot have those dharnas and demonstrations. You always have the house inside where you can raise your voice to debates and discussions. If those protests have to take place, then they should take outside the parliament, which is near the Vijay Chowk area. But having said that, usually Section 144 is also put in place. You cannot crowd in areas outside the parliament. So the same yardstick can always be applied there in the case of, holding dharnas and demonstrations, and they often have been when opposition has marched down either to Rashtrapati Bhavan, holding the dharmas and demonstrations. So as far as the opposition is going to concern, they are not going to find any logic to it. Their argument, of course, is that when the BJP was in opposition, they too used to hold these demonstrations outside the Gandhi statue.
And they've also made an issue of this always, isn't it? That inside the well of the house or inside the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, when they protest, their protest is not telecast on the assigned television channels. Their posters, banners, their voices are muzzled. That has been a constant charge for the last 5-8 years.
Yes, I mean, Rahul Gandhi, for example, would always make the point that whenever we stand up to speak, our mics are switched off. The television cameras of both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha TV never ever focuses on any opposition leader. Even when the opposition is creating a ruckus inside Parliament and they walk up to the well of the House and they say it's their right to do so, then the cameras never focus on them. The focus is only on the Speaker or the focus is only on members of the Treasury bench. I think it's going to now be a pull-out war from words, restriction on usage of words, to dharnas and demonstrations. You will just watch through the day, there will be one reaction after another from the opposition.
Palvivi, I already have two senior members who are joining me, expecting them to give us their first reactions. Majid Memon from the NCP, Tom Vadakan from the BJP. Mr. Majid Memon, first reaction, first word on this bulletin.
Well, you see, these kinds of compulsions and impositions of the Sabha, must be very well thought. Now, if you say that there will be total ban on protest, then democracy will not survive. You see, the whole structure of democracy, the functioning of democracy is based upon raising objections, finding fault with the government wherever the government errs by method of protesting against it. Of course, the protest has to be regulated in the sense that we should not permit the throwing of objects in the house or running to the well and physically trying to harm either the chairman or any other fellow member. That, of course, that kind of, it is all without saying it goes, that they have to conduct in a decent manner. But you can't ban the protest. Today they are in government, they will be on the other side tomorrow, they will repent. Right. How are they going to check? And the democracy can't function unless you allow criticism.
Mr. Tom Vadakan, Jaivir Shergill is calling this, darbar of psychophancy. Why was this need felt to issue, or reiterate such a bulletin whereby all dharnas and protests are banned?
Well, this incident has started off from the suspension of certain members for misbehavior in the House. That is the background of this. What they did is there for the whole world to see. When that was done, they said it was the murder of democracy. And then they said the members have a right to demonstrate. But you have a right to demonstrate, but your right ends when you're creating a ruckus, tearing files, destroying documents. You are throwing the mics around. That's where your right ends. You need to be, you have been given a mandate to represent the people. Do represent the people in the right way. Don't start the ruckus. Ruckus meaning creating violence.
Mr. Vadakan, I'm sorry, I have to intervene because Mr. Hamid Ansari is doing a press conference. He's been under attack for some time now after allegations were made by a Pakistani journalist. Let's listen in.
और ये देखिए, मंच पे, कहीं और नहीं, ऑडियंस में नहीं, मंच पे बैठे हैं ये बहरूपीय पत्रकार, पाकिस्तान के एजेंट नुसरत मिर्जा। तो अब वक्तव्य है हामिद अंसारी जी का और ये तस्वीर है और ये सवाल है, क्या ये सत्य नहीं है? कांग्रेस पार्टी इसका जवाब दे, सोनिया गांधी जी जवाब दीजिए, राहुल गांधी जी जवाब दीजिए कि इस तरह का कोई भी कार्यक्रम अगर उसका आयोजन होता है तो उसकी क्लियरेंस इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज के इनपुट्स के बाद की जाती है, और वीजा देने का कार्य तो सरकार ही करती है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स करता है। तो ये कैसे हो गया कि ऐसा पत्रकार जो पाकिस्तान के आईएसआई से भारत की गोपनीय अति संवेदनशील, मैं दोहरा दूं, जानकारी साझा कर रहा था, वो तत्कालीन उपराष्ट्रपति हामिद अंसारी जी के साथ बैठा हुआ है। दूसरी बात, इसी तस्वीर में अगर आप देखें तो सरकार के बड़े वरिष्ठ मंत्री भी बैठे हुए हैं। कांग्रेस की सरकार के वरिष्ठ मंत्री मंच साझा कर रहे हैं। तो क्या यह वाजिब सवाल नहीं है जो भारत की जनता आपसे पूछती है कि ऐसे व्यक्ति को वीजा क्यों दिया गया? वो भारत में आके यहां पे रेकी करता है, जानकारी लेता है, और उसके बाद उस जानकारी का इस्तेमाल भारत में आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किया जाता है। भारतीयों की जान को खतरे में क्यों डाला? प्रश्न यह भी पूछा जाना चाहिए कि हामिद अंसारी जी, आपकी याददाश्त बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन क्या नियत में खोट था कि इस 2009 की प्रेस वार्ता का जिक्र आपने अपने वक्तव्य में नहीं किया? सच 0, झूठ 100%। और यह बात दोहरा के मैं कहूंगा, संवैधानिक पदों पे जो व्यक्ति आसीन होता है, चाहे रहा हो, उसका हम आदर करेंगे, लेकिन देश से बढ़ के कोई नहीं है। अगर ऐसी जानकारी सामने आ रही है, इन सवालों के पूछे जाने से पहले यह जिम्मेदारी कांग्रेस पार्टी की थी, हामिद अंसारी जी की थी, सोनिया गांधी जी की थी कि वो जनता को स्पष्ट बताएं, सारी जानकारी दें। और अगर कोई गोपनीय जानकारी है, जैसा मैंने पिछली प्रेस वार्ता में कहा था, तो सरकार को साझा करें सीधा, उसका हम सम्मान करेंगे। तीसरी बात, जिस सेमिनार का जिक्र हामिद अंसारी जी ने किया, उसके ऑर्गेनाइजर बड़े मंजे हुए अधिवक्ता हैं, वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हैं सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के। उनका एक वक्तव्य है और उसकी कुछ बातें मैं आपसे साझा कर दूं। और साझा करने से पहले ये लाइन फिर से पढ़ दूं। हामिद अंसारी जी कहते हैं, नुसरत मिर्जा, आई नेवर इनवाइटेड हिम और मेट हिम, लेकिन उपराष्ट्रपति का कार्यालय 2010 की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस थी, उसके लिए फोन घुमा के ऑर्गेनाइजर से कहता है कि आप कृपया करके जर्नलिस्ट नुसरत मिर्जा को इनवाइट करिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए। क्यों कहा? क्या रिश्ता है ये? उपराष्ट्रपति का ऑफिस ऑर्गेनाइजर से कह रहा है, और ये 2010 की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, 9 की जो आतंकवाद पे सेमिनार था, वो मैंने तस्वीर दिखाई, वो बैठा है यहां पे, ये उपराष्ट्रपति बैठे हैं तब के, और साथ में केंद्रीय मंत्री बैठे हैं कांग्रेस की सरकार के। 2010 की कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा जाता है कि उसको निमंत्रण दीजिए। दूसरी बात जो आई, और वक्तव्य से ही बता रहा हूं ये ऑर्गेनाइजर का, वो कहता है कि इंसिस्टेंस थी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की, और जब नहीं बुलाया गया 2010 में, द देन वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हामिद अंसारी जी एक्सप्रेस्ड डिसप्लेयर, नाराज हुए, आक्रोशित थे। अगर नहीं बुलाया गया और आप कहते हैं आप ना मिले हैं ना जानते हैं, तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है? ये नाराजगी कैसी? और उसके बाद कहते हैं कि हामिद अंसारी जी फेल्ट ओफेंडेड। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, जो आप सभी बड़े प्रतिष्ठित पत्रकार हैं, ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुख्य अतिथि थे हामिद अंसारी जी, 1 घंटे का समय देते हैं और नाराज होकर 20 मिनट कहते हैं मैं रहूंगा, और जानकारी जो आ रही है वो 20 ही मिनट रुकते हैं। ये तथ्य ना बदला जा सकता है ना छुपाया जा सकता है, और सत्य की एक ताकत होती है, आप जितना दबाएंगे जितना छुपाएंगे और मजबूती से वो सामने आता है। इसके बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी पे भी आते हैं, और ये इसलिए आते हैं कि सरकार कांग्रेस पार्टी की थी, और किस संदर्भ में हम बात कर रहे हैं ये मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं। 26/11 वो दिन है जब भारत की अखंडता पर, हमारे नागरिकों पर, हमारे सम्मान पर आतंकवादी हमला होता है। और इस हमले को अभी 1 साल भी नहीं बीता था, इस सेमिनार की आवश्यकता, जहां पाकिस्तान के एजेंट आके भारत को पाठ पढ़ाएंगे कि आतंकवाद से कैसे लड़ा जाए। सोनिया गांधी जी, ये प्रश्न बड़ा ही महत्वपूर्ण है, और ये हर नागरिक आपसे और राहुल गांधी जी से पूछ रहा है। दूसरी बात, केंद्रीय मंत्री आपकी सरकार के इस सेमिनार में क्या कर रहे हैं? क्या भारत की इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज ने आपको जानकारी दी थी और उसके बावजूद यह हुआ है? एक बात और सामने आपके रख दूं, जब यह सेमिनार ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहा था तब इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने एक प्रेस वार्ता करी कि 27 अक्टूबर 2009 को हम ये आतंकवाद पर सेमिनार करेंगे। और मंच किसने साझा किया? उस वक्त प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मंच साझा किया था कांग्रेस के मंत्री रहे कपिल सिब्बल जी ने। अब आप मुझे बताइए कि अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार का सहयोग ना होता तो ये केंद्रीय मंत्री जानकारी देने के लिए भी, और वरिष्ठ मंत्री रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, ये बात अलग है कि वो अब दूसरी पार्टी में है जो आतंकवादियों का समर्थन करती है, लेकिन जानकारी भी आपको थी राहुल गांधी जी। आप इस सेमिनार को समर्थन भी दे रहे थे और देश के खिलाफ आप काम भी कर रहे थे। और कुछ जानकारी जो बड़ी आवश्यक है, जब भी किसी सबसे ऊंचे संवैधानिक पद पे जो व्यक्ति बैठा है, चाहे माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी हो, माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी हो, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, उनका कोई कार्यक्रम होता है तो एक प्रोटोकॉल होता है, और उस प्रोटोकॉल में सबसे पहले संवैधानिक पद पे जो व्यक्ति बैठा है उसका कार्यालय जानकारी लेता है कि कौन कौन व्यक्ति इस कार्यक्रम में रहेंगे, मंच कौन कौन साझा करेगा, और यहां तक रूपरेखा और डिटेलिंग होती है कि इस मंच पे कौन कहां बैठेगा। तो अगर ये जानकारी साझा की गई हामिद अंसारी जी से और उनके कार्यालय से, तो क्या यह मानना सही नहीं होगा कि आपकी सहमति से ही, और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार चाहती थी कि ऐसा व्यक्ति भारत में घुसे और भारत की अखंडता को ठेस पहुंचाए। दूसरी बात, अगर हामिद अंसारी जी चाहते तो वो ये कह सकते थे, और कांग्रेस की सरकार भी ये कह सकती थी कि इस व्यक्ति को यहां पे नहीं बुलाया जाए, हम वीजा नहीं देंगे, सरकार कह सकती थी कांग्रेस की, और मैं मंच साझा नहीं करूंगा, ये हामिद अंसारी जी कह सकते थे। तमाम बार ऐसा हुआ है। लेकिन जैसा हमें पता है, कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र यह है, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक का प्रमाण मांग लो, आर्मी चीफ को सड़क का गुंडा बताओ, जब पुलवामा में हमला हो तो उसको होम ग्रोन टेररिज्म बता दो। और इसीलिए आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जो मजबूत लड़ाई श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार लड़ रही है, उसमें सबसे कमजोर कड़ी कोई है तो वो हमारा विपक्ष और कांग्रेस पार्टी है। इसके साथ ही ये सवाल जो पूछे गए थे, इसका उत्तर नहीं आया, लेकिन मैं आशा करता हूं कि इतने महत्वपूर्ण है कि इनको पुनः उठाया जाएगा, और इन सवालों की गूंज से कांग्रेस पार्टी को हमने एक मुद्दा उठाया, और उस मुद्दे को उठाने वाले को वो कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग की मानसिकता खराब है। लेकिन जो बात हमने उठाई कि आपने 5 बार ये जो पाकिस्तान से आईएसआई को जानकारी देने वाले नुसरत मिर्जा आए थे, इनको वीजा क्यों दिया? इसका उत्तर नहीं आया। दोबारा मैं पूछ रहा हूं, इसका उत्तर नहीं आया कि जब पाकिस्तान से कोई व्यक्ति आता है तो ये नॉर्म है, ये एक प्रेसिडेंस है कि उसको 3 शहरों का अनुमति मिलती है और वीजा मिलता है। आपने 7 शहरों का अनुमति दी। ये खुद बात पाकिस्तानी पत्रकार कहते हैं। सवाल यह उठता है कि क्या ऐसा है कि सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी के दबाव में जो संवैधानिक पद पे लोग बैठे थे वो भी कार्य कर रहे थे? क्या इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज को कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया गया था? क्या इस तरह की राजनीति की जगह भारत में है? और मैं इतना और कह के अंत करूंगा, 26/11 का ये जो हमला है, इसके बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र क्या रहा, चाल चलन क्या रहा, सबसे पहले याद करते हुए मेजर संदीप उन्नीकृष्णन जी को, जिन्होंने शहादत दी हमारे देश के लिए। लेकिन राहुल गांधी सुबह 5 बजे तक पार्टी कर रहे थे। ये लेके आया हूं मैं। दूसरी बात, तत्कालीन गृह मंत्री बंद गले का सूट बदल रहे थे। हमारे देश की सेना पूरे विश्व में सबसे ज्यादा वीर थी, है और रहेगी। और तत्कालीन एयर चीफ मार्शल फाली होमी मेजर जी ने उस वक्त भी कहा था कि अगर सरकार इशारा कर दे तो हम ऐसे देश को जो यहां आतंकवाद फैलाता है, हमले करवाता है, सबक सिखा देंगे, नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे। लेकिन यह निर्णय नहीं लिया गया और जो मजबूत सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करती है, बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक करती है, तो उस पर प्रमाण हमसे मांगते हैं। और इसके साथ एक बात और जोड़ दूं, ये पूरे भारत की भावना है और कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता रहे हैं, मनीष तिवारी नेता हैं, मंत्री रहे हैं, उनकी किताब में भी यही बात लिखी है कि कांग्रेस की सरकार में सेना के हाथ बांध दिए गए थे, जो रिस्पॉन्स होना चाहिए था वो नहीं था। ये सारी बातें आपके समक्ष इसलिए रखना जरूरी था कि जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोई मुद्दा उठाती है तो सबसे पहले राष्ट्रहित के बारे में सोचती है, तथ्यों का अध्ययन करती है, सारी जानकारी लेती है और जिम्मेदारी से जो बात सार्वजनिक उठानी चाहिए उसे हम उठाते हैं। और उसके अलावा कोई भी ऐसा तथ्य हो जिससे हमारे देश को परेशानी हो, वो कभी भी सार्वजनिक मंच से नहीं उठाया जाएगा। लेकिन ये जो सवाल है, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी को, राहुल गांधी जी को, सोनिया गांधी जी को इसका उत्तर देना चाहिए। ये तस्वीरें लाखों लाखों शब्द बोलती हैं, ये तस्वीरें आवाज है 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की जो चीख चीख के आपसे ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
Extensively on her voice modulation for the movie. In a big setback for Dalai Lama, the Punjab police have arrested the popular Punjabi singer after a court in Patiala sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment in a human trafficking case. The court was hearing a review petition filed by Dalai Lama but decided to uphold the sentence that was ordered in 2018. Just days after celebrating his 87th birthday, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is in Jammu. He'll be visiting Ladakh tomorrow.
His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Ladakh, his first since the pandemic began. This comes just days after Prime Minister Modi's birthday wish to His Holiness rattled Beijing, who in a strong statement asked India to not interfere in China and Tibet-related affairs. On his day one of the visit, the Dalai Lama had a strong message for the dragon.
Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama
not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy.
His two-day visit also comes just days before India and China are scheduled to hold fresh round of talks over the LAC standoff.
Now, with the standoff at the line of actual control, it seems like the PLA is hatching another plot. The PLA fighter jets have been seen flying very close to the line of actual control. The Chinese jets, in fact, did not enter Indian airspace, but India has lodged a protest over this incident. Security at the border has been increased after this incident that was reported earlier last week. Mamata Banerjee has donned several hats throughout her political career, being the chief of the Trinamool Congress to holding the portfolio of railways. She's done it all, but in the past few days, Mamata has shown her love for food, enjoying the puchka yesterday. Today, Didi can be seen trying her hands at making the momos. Former IPL top boss Lalit Modi has announced that he's dating Bollywood actor Sushmita Sen. In a post on Twitter, Lalit Modi called Sen his better half, saying that he's over the moon, terming their relationship as a new beginning and a new life. In a second post, Lalit Modi expressed hope that the two will get married someday. Reliance Industries Limited and the Athletics Federation of India have announced a long-term partnership to enable the holistic growth of athletics in India. Neeta Ambani, IOC member and director of Reliance Industries Limited, has said that this initiative aims to accelerate the growth of Indian athletics by providing opportunities and world-class facilities to our young talents with a special focus on girl children. Rishi Sunak continues to lead the race to become the next UK Prime Minister after securing 101 votes. That's the highest for any candidate in the second round of voting by Conservative MPs. Apart from Sunak, 4 others have made it to the next round. That includes Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Kemi Badenoch and Tom Tugendhat. Khalistani social media handles have released a video of defacing a Gandhi statue at a Hindu temple in Toronto. Toronto police are saying that they are investigating the incident on the basis of hate crime. Both the Indian consulate as well as the High Commission in Ottawa have condemned the incident and called for a quick action. Amid growing fears around the BA.5 variant, a 4th dose of vaccine is likely to be rolled out in the US.
You could soon have access to a 4th kind of COVID-19 vaccine. A version from Novavax now has FDA emergency use authorization. The CDC is expected to recommend it as soon as this month.
It's great that we have additional options, especially for something that's slightly different.
This vaccine, unlike the other 3, uses protein fragments to teach the body how to fight COVID. The latest variants were not around when Novavax developed its vaccine. But the company says it appears to have a broad immune system response to the BA.5 Omicron offshoot. And that's good news because it's the dominant variant right now and the most contagious one yet.
As incessant rain continues to lash Telangana, the state government there has decided to extend the holidays for all educational institutions till the 16th of July. The heavy downpour has cut off many villages from the mainland and of course hundreds of people are being shifted into relief camps. The NDRF rescued 10 workers of GR infrastructure who were trapped in the Vaitarana River in Maharashtra's Palghar. The NDRF team received a requisition from the Palghar Tehsildar, upon which the rescue operation began. Meanwhile, a team of the Chandrapur District Police rescued 22 truck drivers who were stuck on the Gachandur-Dhanora highway in Maharashtra. The highway was inundated because of rising water levels.
A wrap of all the other news that you're tracking, starting with the monsoon situation. Heavy downpour continues in Gujarat and has brought life to a standstill. The IMD has predicted red alert for districts in South Gujarat and Saurashtra. Waterlogging has also been reported from several roads and cities. Around 3,000 people have been shifted to relief camps so far.
मैं घर के अंदर की तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करती हूँ कि किस तरीके से ये देखिए, ये कहीं इनके पानी के मटके जो है वो पानी में बह गए क्योंकि 5 बजे जब पानी आया डैम का, एकाएक ये लोग सो रहे थे, इन्हें पता नहीं चला कि क्या करें। कुछ लोग भाग गए, कुछ लोगों ने अपने जो पीछे घर हैं जो थोड़े से ऊपर लेवल पर हैं जहां पर लोग रह सकते हैं या छतों पे चढ़ गए। ये देखिए आप अब घर के अंदर की तस्वीर देखिए कि किस तरीके से पूरा का पूरा घर जो है वो जलमग्न है, सिर्फ पानी पानी नजर आ रहा है। ये सौराष्ट्र के गिर सोमनाथ के गांव की तस्वीर आप देखिए।
A total of 14 NDRF teams and 6 SDRF teams have been deployed due to heavy rainfall in Maharashtra. The death toll in the state has reached 99. Over 8,000 people have been moved to safer places. The IMD has issued an orange alert in the districts of Palghar, Pune and Satara, while a yellow alert has been issued for Mumbai. Heavy rainfall continues to batter Karnataka's Belgavi district as well, leading to waterlogging in many areas. Rainwater has entered some houses, causing inconvenience to the locals. The water level in the Krishna River and its tributaries continue to rise due to the heavy downpour. In other news, the Supreme Court will begin hearing pleas concerning the centre's Agnipath scheme today. Various petitions were filed in the top court challenging the recruitment scheme. The centre has also filed a caveat application in the top court, urging that the government side must be heard before any decision is taken. The Agnipath recruitment scheme is under legal challenge. After Karnataka's NEP position paper claimed that eggs are bad for children, the task force head has now defended his stance, saying that Quora and Wikipedia were used as secondary sources and that a debate on the matter is needed. Unknown miscreants have vandalized a Shiv temple in Jammu's Doda area. The Jammu and Kashmir police have registered an FIR in the case. This is the fourth such incident of temple vandalism since April in this region of Jammu and Kashmir. Ajmer dargah khadim Gohar Chisti, who was on the run after raising objectionable slogans against Nupur Sharma, was arrested in Hyderabad yesterday. Gohar Chisti and his associates were brought from Hyderabad to Jaipur and will be produced in court later today. Jharkhand Congress unit is scheduled to hold a meeting today after its ally, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, has decided to support NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu, citing her tribal identity. Meanwhile, the opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha is all set to visit Ranchi tomorrow as part of his campaign. Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair is likely to mention a fresh plea in the Supreme Court that seeks quashing of all 6 cases registered against him in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Zubair has also challenged the validity of the special investigation team that was constituted by the UP police to investigate these cases. The first case of monkeypox has been found in the state of Kerala. Centre has rushed a high-level multidisciplinary team to support the state in the public health sector and the monkeypox outbreak investigation. As part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations, coronavirus booster doses have been made free for all adults for the next 75 days. Free booster shots can be accessed today onwards in all government centres. According to Health Ministry data, so far less than 1% of the population has received the precautionary dose.
The central government has made the booster dose for age group 18 to 59 all free. We are here at one such centre where people are receiving their booster shot after the central government made the booster dose all free. You can see people are here in quite a number to get their booster shot done. If you talk about numbers, in this particular age group of 18 to 59, the vaccine coverage is about 1%, which is quite low. And to address the same issue, the central government has made the booster shot free.
In political news, Congress Member of Parliament Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has urged Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla to withdraw the new booklet listing out unparliamentary words. The Congress leader also pointed out that this quote-unquote sensitive matter should have been discussed in the Rules Committee where all political parties are represented. A day after the new rule book listed out terms and called them unparliamentary, a new order has been passed. It states that Parliament can no longer be used for demonstrations, dharnas, strikes, fasts or religious ceremonies. The opposition has criticised the decision. However, Rajya Sabha sources have pointed out that these are not new rules that are being formulated. It's just a reiteration of earlier bulletins which have been in place since independence. After removing O. Paneerselvam from the party, the AIADMK Interim General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy has now dismissed all OPS supporters, including his son O.P. Ravindran and Jaya Pradeep. Meanwhile, O. Paneerselvam has claimed that he is still the AIADMK coordinator and that he is sacking 22 members of the party, including EPS. Kerala has become the first and only state in India to have its own internet service. This announcement has come in wake of ambitious IT infrastructure project of the government to make internet accessible to everyone in the state. It's called the Kerala Fibre Optic Network Limited. Ripudaman Malik, one of the suspects of the 1985 Air India bombing, was shot dead in Vancouver while he was on his way to his workplace last night. Police suspects a targeted shooting. Ripudaman was acquitted in the case in 2005. He was on India's blacklist for a decade. He was granted a visa in 2022 and took a pilgrimage trip to Andhra, Delhi, Punjab and Maharashtra in May. United States lawmaker Ro Khanna has recommended a CAATSA waiver for India's S-400 purchases from Russia. CAATSA is a US federal law that provides for punitive actions against countries engaged in transaction with Russian defense and intelligence sector. Ro Khanna, a Democratic congressman of Indian origin, acknowledged that a waiver to sanction under this law is in best interest of US and its defense partnership with India.
There is no relationship of greater significance to the United States' strategic interests than the U.S.-India partnership. It is necessary to affirm democracies. This gives a sense that while we're building this relationship, we should not be sanctioning India under CAATSA, and it also will help facilitate the India getting more of their defense from the United States and not Russia.
Indian origin Rishi Sunak has stopped the second round of voting to succeed Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Sunak's exit from the Treasury last week was one of the first in a cascade of resignation that forced Johnson to quit. Despite being blamed by some for his role in Johnson's downfall, Sunak has been the front runner amongst Conservative lawmakers. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has tendered his resignation after populist coalition partner Five Star withdrew its support in a confidence vote. Mario has led the unity government since February 2021. In a statement, he said the pact of trust that had sustained the unity government has gone. However, the president has refused to accept his resignation. Ivana Trump, Donald Trump's first wife and mother of his 3 eldest children, has died at the age of 73. Donald Trump wrote on his social media platform Truth Social that Ivana was a wonderful, beautiful and amazing woman who led a great and inspirational life. The cause of her death is not known at this point. The European Union strongly condemned Russian missile attack on the Ukrainian city of Vinnytsia. 23 people, including 3 children, were killed. The EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell said, and I quote, "This atrocity in Vinnytsia is the latest in a long series of brutal attacks targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. There can be no immunity for violations and crimes committed by the Russian forces and their political superiors," unquote. A kickboxer, Nick Hill, died after suffering a deadly blow from his opponent during the state championship match in Bengaluru. The Bengaluru police have now registered an FIR against the event organizer for negligence of duty. A video from the event shows Nick Hill collapsing in the ring after getting punched in the face. Sushmita Sen and Lalit Modi's big relationship announcement broke the internet last night. Lalit Modi announced their relationship through Twitter and Instagram posts. The business tycoon shared pictures of him and Sushmita from their holiday, and according to the post, the couple may also get married soon. Amid questions over whether Virat Kohli was dropped or rested for the T20 series in West Indies, Indian team captain Rohit Sharma has given his ringing endorsement for the out-of-form former captain. Rohit said that Virat has been a great batsman, hence does not need reassurance. He also goes on to say that performance can always fluctuate, but the quality of a player will never deteriorate.
इतना मैचेस खेले हुए, इतने साल से खेल रहे, इतने बढ़िया बैट्समैन है, तो उनको रीअश्योरेंस की ज़रूरत नहीं है। देखिए, हमें समझना चाहिए, हमें सोचना चाहिए जब हम ये सब चीज़ के बारे में बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हमने सालों से हम देखते आ रहे हैं इस चीज़ को कि परफॉर्मेंसेस सारे प्लेयर का ऊपर नीचे होता है। क्वालिटी जो है प्लेयर के अंदर, वो क्वालिटी कभी ख़राब नहीं होता है। तो आई थिंक हमको वो ध्यान में रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
England defeated India in the second one-day international in Lord's, chasing a total of 247. India succumbed at 146 and lost the match by 100 runs. England's Ricky Topley was awarded Player of the Match for his outstanding performance. England has leveled the series now 1-1. NASA's James Webb Telescope team has unveiled the first science-quality images of the solar system. The team has released images of Jupiter, highlighting the $10 billion telescope's ability to capture targets that are closer home. The photos are quite detailed, capturing the giant planet's cloud bands, its famous Great Red Spot, and even some of its faint rings. Several moons are visible in the images as well.
A very warm welcome. You're watching the 12 p.m. newscast with me, Akanksha Swaroop, on CNN News 18. Let's dive into this broadcast with some big breaking news coming in from Canada. CNN News 18, mega exclusive. This is a mega exclusive. CNN News 18 has now accessed exclusive intelligence note on the murder of Ripudaman Malik, the acquitted suspect in the 1985 Air India bombings. Remember, he was shot dead in a case of what seems like targeted killing in Canada on Thursday, which was just yesterday. Now, we have accessed this exclusive intelligence report. The note, that intel note, states that Malik was clear not to allow the Akal Takht Jathedar to use his school or college stage to speak against India. Now, it's also important to note the other aspect of this intel note. It states that earlier on 17th January this year, Malik had written a detailed letter addressing it to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, praising him for taking tens of initiatives to redress the long-pending grievances of the Sikhs. The letter virtually rattled anti-India elements in Canada. Now, Khalistanis backed by ISI are behind the cold-blooded murder of Ripudaman Malik. This is also one crucial aspect of that intel note that has been exclusively accessed by CNN News 18. It is therefore quite obvious that there are concerted efforts to use unfair means to scare voices that dare to align with India. This is the last bit that has been accessed by us of that crucial intel input that has been shared on the murder of Ripudaman Malik. Remember, he was shot dead yesterday in British Columbia in Canada. So let's also take you, was Ripudaman Malik's pro-India stance behind his murder? Here are some instances which have been cited by that intelligence note that we were also referring to. Didn't let his forum be used against India. That is made amply clear in that intel note as well. Ripudaman Malik exposed anti-India elements on a talk show. Remember, he has been doing this. He's been taking a stand against all those Khalistani backed by ISI agents and those elements in Canada as well. He exposed agents as working on behest of Pakistan. This is something he had also mentioned in the letter that Ripudaman Malik had written to the Indian Prime Minister earlier. He wrote to Prime Minister on January 17th this year, praising the pro-Sikh steps that had been taken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Khalistanis are behind Malik's cold-blooded murder. This is what intel sources are telling CNN News 18. And efforts are on in Canada to scare voices aligned with India. This is another crucial aspect of that intel note that has been accessed by CNN News 18. And with that, let's also now quickly go across to one of our guests, Mr. Shashikant, who's joining me on the newscast at this moment. All right, let me also introduce Mr. Shashikant. He's a former IPS officer and the ex-DGP of Punjab. Mr. Shashikant, if I could bring you in on this intel note that has been exclusively accessed by CNN News 18. This clearly goes on to establish the fact that Ripudaman Malik's murder that happened yesterday in Canada is a case of targeted killing. Do you not agree that the Khalistan threat is now growing in Canada?
Certainly, there can be no two doubts. The murder of Ripudaman Singh Malik, who had written a letter to the Prime Minister also praising his efforts for the Sikhs, for the community, for the nation. It is more than evident that the Khalistanis are certainly getting rattled. And where are these Khalistanis? Khalistanis, as on date, it's a dead movement in Punjab, but the person sitting abroad, particularly in Canada, US, Europe, all of them supported by the ISI, the notorious ISI, are trying their best to revive this particular menace, this particular thing again in Punjab. And what does a person wants? It's one of the nails, one of the final nails in the coffin of this militants, this Khalistanis, this letter and the murder of Ripudaman Singh Malik amplifies, shows that amply. Thank you.
Right. Also, Mr. Shashikant, the fact that this has happened on a day when the statue of Mahatma Gandhi was vandalized with Khalistan written in big bold letters right below the statue. What do you make of the timing of this targeted killing? This indeed is also happening at a time we are seeing a rise in hate crimes in Canada itself. And what does it speak of the government currently in Canada?
Yeah, this all shows that whatever is going on in Canada, particularly vandalizing the statue of Mahatma Gandhi and the murder of Ripudaman Malik, it all appears to be a very well orchestrated, very well planned attempt on part of the pro-Khalistani elements with the help of the notorious ISI. And it's really indeed sad that the Canadian government is just a mute spectator to all these things which are happening there. First, there were gangs, which were which are creating trouble in Punjab, like the recent murder of Musawala and all those things shows. They have apparently been giving them money, giving them weapons, giving them ideological support, giving them monetary support. Why? I fail to understand why government of a sovereign country like Canada, which stands by and swears by the human rights, they have not been able to take any action, stop this vandalism and this kind of a planned tirade against our country.
Right, and since we are talking about the government in Canada, I'd like to refer to that letter that was written by Ripudaman Singh Malik on 17th of January this year itself, praising or rather lauding the efforts made by the Prime Minister's government in terms of, taking initiatives to protect the Sikhs. Having said that, that letter also mentions the fact that there have been anti-Modi steps being taken in Canada. I'm going to also speak to you about this bit because I'm also joined in by our reporter Anand. All right, I'm joined in by my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who's joining us live at this hour. Anand, please go ahead and share some details with us.
Well, thanks for that. And afternoon to our to our viewers, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big development. What's happened now? We've accessed the intelligence report and the intelligence note on the killing of Ripudaman Malik. Ripudaman Malik had written a letter sometime in January 2022. This is the copy of the letter that we have. Even Shashikantji is with us, and here he is saying that this is point number 2. Now, point number 2 in this letter in January, he has said, and I'm reading this, while appreciating wholeheartedly your government for the above listed positive steps to sincerely address grievances and demands of the Sikh community, I am concerned at an orchestrated campaign by some misguided members of my community against you in person and India at large. I have separately appealed them to desist from the vicious and motivated campaign ostensibly by their own, but actually at the behest of some foreign powers interested in destabilizing India and challenging India's national integrity, and instead be appreciative of the unprecedented positive gestures made by your government. Copy enclosed. I look forward to personally work together with your government and have also appealed members of my community to engage with the government for redressal of pending issues of concern to Sikhs in a democratic way. Now, Ripudaman Malik is a Khalistani. He was in the banned list, but he is somebody who has in a way, not just reform, but also seen the efforts made under the current government towards the Sikh community. Now, when he expressed all of this, he met with a lot of resistance. Now, we are given to understand, and this is further information that we have, that he actually came to India and he was there all through May. He visited a lot of the areas which are pilgrimages or Sikh pilgrimages through that course of through that period, and he left back to Canada sometime in June. So that is the input that we have, that in 2018 he was when Canada Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had come to India. At that time, Captain Arvinder Singh had handed over a list in which there were a lot of terrorists or people who were Khalistanis who were banned, who were living in Canada and who were acting against the interest of India. And Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the person who has also been called out by Ripudaman Malik, was part of that list. Now, further to the investigation details that we have and the intel note that we have accessed, this has all happened. That in this case of Ripudaman, he's the founder of the Khalsa Credit Union and also the Khalsa School. He started the Khalsa College and had invited the Akal Takht Jathedar for the event. But he was against the Jathedar making any comments against India. So that's where Ripudaman Malik started getting threats, and there were also threats to Gherao and block and create problems. Now, Malik was very clear that he will not allow the Jathedar to use the school and the college stage to speak against India. He actually went ahead and did a talk show on Sanja TV with a journalist who goes with a journalist, and where he called out two people, Moninder Boyle and Hardeep Nijjar, and he called them bullish. Now, he made the same reference that he's made in this letter, where he said that people who are obviously working at the behest of some agencies of foreign government. This part that the intel note mentioned is also part of point 2 in his January 2022 letter. So clearly, there are the involvement of Khalistani elements. Now, this is what we are given to understand, that this letter dated the 17th of January, this actually made Ripudaman Malik perhaps an enemy in the eyes of those who are harboring and who are clearly trying to foster anti-India sentiment in the Sikh community in Canada. And this actually rattled them. Now, Hardeep Nijjar, now we are given to understand soon after this letter, on 23rd January, using a temple stage in Surrey, a Sikh temple stage, Guru Nanak Sikh temple stage in Surrey, Hardeep Nijjar actually spoke against Ripudaman Malik for over 1 hour. And he called him, quote-unquote, Qaum ka Gaddar, an agent, etc., calling upon the gathering to boycott Ripudaman Malik and teach him a lesson. And there are others who also launched a scathing campaign against Ripudaman Malik. They include Moninder Boyle, who was also mentioned by Ripudaman Malik, who said that they were being bullish. Gurpreet Singh Sahota, a journalist who's working for Satinder Pal Ging and Pari Dulai, again in Canada. So these are the allegations, and these are aspects of the intel note that we've got. Now, a few years ago, Ripudaman Malik had also started printing copies of the Sri Guru Granth Sahib after obtaining permission from the SGPC. Now, if there is a lot of information that is now coming out, but what stands out is, here is a Khalistani, an erstwhile person, individual who was banned from India, but this person has had a change of heart. He takes a position which says that this current government is actually working for the betterment and along with the Sikh community, and he has listed all the activities. He said that you have eliminated the blacklist of restricted visit to India of thousands of Sikhs, and granting passports and visas to asylees and their families, and reopening of hundreds of 1984 riots closed cases leading to conviction and jail term for some, declaring the 1984 riots as a genocide. So all of these aspects he has noted. He has also said opening of the Kartarpur corridor, and also and he's also picked up and said that celebrations of the 350th birth anniversary of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, 550th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, 450th birth anniversary of Hind ki Chadar Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, and last but not the least, recognizing the martyrdom of Shri Guru Gobind Ji's younger son Sahibzada Baba Zorawar Singh and Sahibzada Baba Fateh Singh, and declaring 26th December as Veer Bal Divas. So he has listed a lot of the initiatives taken by this government and said, I believe that you are working in the interest, and I'm trying to tell the community that this is a different government and we need to have a different consideration, and our outlook is different. But he's also said that there are those who are completely in the throes of foreign entities that want to bleed India, destabilize India, and create animosity among the Sikh community here against the rest of Indians. So this is something, and also try and sow seeds of secession. These are aspects that come out and then raise a huge number of questions on why are these elements being given a free run in Canada. Just the other day, we had the desecration of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. Again, Khalistanis were involved. We have, if you look at the Sidhu Moosewala murder, again the mastermind Goldie Barar is operating out of Canada. Where is the cooperation from the Canadian authorities in terms of cooperating with those who are using Canadian soil to work against Indian interests? We also saw these elements manifest again when the Hindu community turned around and said that the kind of behavior which is being displayed is wrong and there should be action taken. And they had the Hindu community coming out and standing up to certain calls and certain aspects which the Khalistanis and they were doing, targeting the Hindu community in Canada. So a lot of aspects that are coming to the fore. But with Ripudaman Malik, he is somebody who was blacklisted, somebody who's not just realized and had a change of heart, but somebody who was working towards further integration of the global Sikh community with India, and calling out those who are agents of a foreign entity, agents of an enemy, who are trying to destabilize India. This is where it stands in terms of the murder of Ripudaman Malik. And it's not just an ordinary murder. There is lots more that hinges on this. That's the big aspect that we are trying to put out here when we are sharing all these details with our viewers. Back to you.
Thank you, Anand, for bringing us all those details also mentioned in the letter as well. Let me quickly go back to Mr. Shashikant, who's also joining us on this newscast. Mr. Shashikant, you heard what Anand had to say. This, of course, the murder of Ripudaman Malik arrives as the last nail to the coffin as far as relations between India and Canada are concerned. We've also discussed at length how there's been this lack of effort on part of the Canadian government. Even though there was a thaw of relations when Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Justin Trudeau at the G7 summit, there was a new hope. It seemed like his government would take a stance against the Khalistanis in Canada, because there was a silent promise that had emerged from the summit, because we were told that even Indian Prime Minister had conveyed his thoughts to the Canadian Prime Minister as well. But how do you see things standing as of now with the murder or rather the heinous killing of Ripudaman Malik, a man who was trying to make a change to the Sikh community, not just in Canada, but in India as well?
Besides commenting on this, I'd just like to add a couple of sentences.
Right.
I just want to tell the viewers the way, in fact, was harassed by the Kenyan authorities at the border only because I have sought extradition of certain persons, drug smugglers from Canada, in my CWP 20359 of 2013, which is going on the High Court. They were mighty annoyed. They were mighty annoyed because I've been talking about it. They mentioned it. I've been talking about Palestine and Canada being a hub of drug smugglers, etc., etc. Leave that apart. Coming back to the subject, yes, whatever has been said by Mr. Narasimhan is absolutely correct. Maybe, I don't know whether there was a thaw between the relations between India and Canada, but somehow or the other, Canada has been a nursery for grooming pro-militants, and then drug smugglers, and like they themselves said that a good section of that our youth, they rank high on the list of the RCMP as far as all these activities are concerned. Now the murder of Ripudaman Singh has shown that they are gaining ground, and the Canadian government is just a mute spectator to there too. Do they think that the Indian government and India will just keep on sitting idle like this and permit a foreign country to interfere directly or indirectly in the sovereignty of our nation by way of a section which is trying to promote Khalistani and this smuggling of arms and drugs and all those things? I don't think Indian government has to take a stand. They have to take a stand, and they have. Right. And this is the ample proof, murder of Ripudaman Singh, the murder proof that these elements are gaining ground there day by day. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Shashikant, for sharing in your views with us. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to the other CNN News 18 exclusive. After the Patna police busted a semi-plot to create communal tension in Phulwari Sharif, the Bihar SDPI chief Mohammad Riaz, who has been named in the Patna police FIR, spoke exclusively to CNN News 18, claiming that the allegations against them are fake and that they will fight the case in court. 3 people have been arrested in the case, and it has been found that their apparent motive was to disrupt Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Bihar. Let's listen in to this exclusive conversation with Bihar SDPI chief.
जलालुद्दीन ने ये कहा है और अतर परवेज ने कि आप पटना आते थे और मीटिंग करते थे और लोगों को
पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का मीटिंग करते थे। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का मीटिंग करने में हमारा संविधान में भी ये है उसको। हम सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का मीटिंग करते थे, पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज करते थे, उसके सिवा कुछ भी नहीं किया है हमने। जो कुछ एफआईआर में लिखा गया है वो पूरा झूठ इल्जाम है। वैसा एसडी पे कुछ भी नहीं किया है उधर।
आप पीएफआई के मेंबर नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं आप?
पीएफआई का मेंबर हूँ लेकिन लीडर नहीं हूँ मैं।
आप पीएफआई के मेंबर हैं? कब से हैं?
हाँ, मेंबर है।
कब से हैं?
मैं तकरीबन 2005 से है।
तो यहाँ आप पटना आते थे मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए?
पीएफआई का मीटिंग नहीं, मैं एसडीपी का मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए आ रहा था।
6 और 7 जुलाई को जो मीटिंग हुई थी फुलवारी शरीफ में, उसमें आया था। जो एक डॉक्यूमेंट मिला है वो कहता है इंडिया 2047 टुवर्ड्स रूल ऑफ इस्लाम। इस डॉक्यूमेंट से वाकिफ हैं आप?
नहीं, वो झूठ है, मैं बोले ना।
उस फ्लैट से पीएफआई का फ्लैग मिला है, बुकलेट्स मिले हैं, उर्दू में डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं, और ये डॉक्यूमेंट भी मिला है जिसमें इस्लामिक स्टेट बनाने की बात कही जा रही है।
उसके बारे में मुझे क्या भी आइडिया नहीं।
आप जलालुद्दीन को जानते थे ना? आप वहाँ जाते थे उनके घर?
नहीं जानता था।
तो आप पटना कहाँ पे आते थे? अख्तर
परवेज को जानता था।
आप वहाँ
हमारा सब्जी में हमारा ऑफिस है।
अहमद पैलेस जाते थे आप?
नहीं आते थे।
तो पटना में कहाँ पे जाते थे आप?
हमारा ऑफिस है पटना में, एसडीपी का ऑफिस। मैं राष्ट्रीय सचिव हूँ पार्टी का। मुझे बिहार इंचार्ज दिया है। बिहार का एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन काम में मैं शामिल था, उतना ही।
My colleague Anand Narasimhan explains the contents of the document that show the PFI's plot for making India an Islamic state by 2047. Let's have a quick look.
Let's try and understand this in detail. What kind of stages are these people talking about? So understand the stages of progression. 2047 terror blueprint. This is the PFI handbook. Stage 1. Establish the presence in Muslim areas and unite Muslims. Repeatedly remind Indian Muslims of grievances. Focus on expanding and recruiting new members. And establish Islamic identity beyond the concept of Indian. Train recruits in use of swords, rods and weapons. This is the first stage. Let's come to stage 2. Stage 2 says mass mobilization under the leadership of the PFI. Use violence selectively to demonstrate strength. Limit exposure of trained cadre to security forces. Use concepts of constitution, Ambedkar, tricolor, national flag to hide Islamic agenda. Establish liaison with foreign Islamic nations for funding. Stage 3. Form close alliances with SC, ST, OBC groups. Focus on gathering 10% Muslims and 50% of the SC, ST, OBCs. Create a vote bank of Muslims and SC, ST, OBCs for elections. Create a divide between the RSS and the SC, ST, OBC groups. Discredit secular parties among Muslims and SC, ST, OBCs. Then, stage 4, gain political power at national level. Fill positions in the executive and judiciary with loyalists. Appoint loyalists to top posts in the army and police. Declare new constitution based on Islamic principles. Start systematic elimination of opponents. So even they are saying Muslim outfits, eradicate all of them. PFI should become the only dominant Muslim force, but more importantly, this is the agenda.
All right, for more details, let's quickly go across to Saurabh Rathore, who's joining us live from Patna and has been tracking the story very closely. Saurabh, why the denial coming from the SDPI chief in Bihar, considering there has been material evidence and very crucial material evidence like PFI flags also recovered, along with that huge amount of money that has been recovered from the house of Jalaluddin?
Before that, I would like to give a news. Tahir Ahmed, who is a home tutor and he was also from Fulwari, has been arrested by ATS. So we have said that the 5th also is being interrogated and soon the arrest will be made by ATS. So far 4 people have been arrested out of 26 who have been named in the FIR. And just now we got the information that a home tutor named Danish was arrested from Fulwari Sharif by ATS.
All right. And what is the...
Could you please repeat the question?
What is the charge against Danish Ahmed at the moment for his arrest? All right, and that's the big breaking we are bringing to you with regards to this case. 2 more suspects have been handed over to the ATS in the Bihar Simi plot case. And as Saurabh was just informing us, Danish Ahmed, one of the tutors, who was a home tutor in Bihar, has been arrested. He is the 4th arrest in this case. 2 more suspects have been handed over to the ATS in the Bihar plot case. Let me quickly go back to Saurabh for more details. Saurabh, if you could tell us more about these 2 more suspects who have been arrested. Also, throw light on the identity of Danish Ahmed.
Akansha, 2 persons named Shamim Akhtar and Shamir Malik. The ATS is interrogating these 2 people. The formal procedure of arresting has been done as far as Tahir Ahmed, that is Danish, alias Danish, is concerned. Danish is a home tutor and he has been arrested from his residence in Fulwari Sharif. Remember, Akansha, there are 26 persons who have been named in the FIR on grave charges and sections 121A, 120B, section 153, 153A and section 34 of IPC have been put on the FIR, which clearly shows, which clearly denotes that these are anti-national work was done by these people at Patna, and they were trying to wage war against the government.
All right, Saurabh, so for the benefit of our viewers, I'd just like to get some clarification from you. You've named Shamim Akhtar and Shamim Malik. These 2 suspects have been arrested by the ATS in Bihar, right?
No, Akansha, Danish has been arrested. The ATS is interrogating Shamim Akhtar
they are interrogating
and
Shamim Akhtar
Shabir.
and Shamim.
These 2 people are being interrogated, yes. Formal arrest has been, Danish is being arrested right now, who is a home tutor from Fulwari Sharif.
All right, and if you could tell us what are the charges against Danish?
See, Akansha, as I told you, there are several sections mentioned in the FIR, 121, 120B and 153 and 34. These all are anti, they were waging war against the government, creating communal hatred. These all charges are there in the FIR, in which 26 persons...
To some more breaking news coming in. There's big embarrassment for former CM Siddaramaiah. A woman has thrown away a relief amount of 2 lakh rupees. The former CM Siddaramaiah, who visited the hospital in Bagalkot district to meet injured people in Kerur clash, was embarrassed by this woman. Siddaramaiah, while leaving the venue, gave relief amount of 2 lakhs to Muslim woman, but angry woman threw the amount at Siddaramaiah. The angry woman alleged that politicians come for their own reason. These are the visuals that we are bringing to you of that angry woman throwing the cash away at Siddaramaiah. For more details, I have with us Ritu joining us live. Ritu, if you could tell us what exactly transpired.
Well, exactly, this is big embarrassment for the former CM Siddaramaiah, in fact, who was there in Bagalkot district today to meet the injured meet injured people in the Kerala crash. Now, remember, just 10 days back that we saw the clash that was broken between the 2 communities, and then at a later point again there was another clash that was broken between both the communities, and most of these Muslim people were being injured in the second incident, and now for which the former CM was there to meet these injured families and speak to them. While he was returning back, and was about to sit in, and that's when he gave almost relief amount of 2 lakhs to this particular woman, and that is 2 lakhs amount that he had given to one lady and had was for the other ladies as well, for all that who were injured in the clash. But this angry lady, in fact, used that amount after his departure, and that is the anger that she had, saying that these politicians visit them only when they have their own reasons, in fact, for their own benefit, is something that the angry woman had to say. And later point also, she went on to mention that after this whole clash broke out, not once but twice, no other MLA or for that matter any politician had come and visited them, and now there comes the CM Siddaramaiah all of a sudden meets them up with only the relief amount, which the woman says they do not require that amount at all. We are not here for the money. That's the kind of anger that this lady has it. But remember, the clash was very big clash that broke out just 10 days back, and just 10 days later you have this another incident to see.
Right. Also, could you tell us more about this visit by Siddaramaiah? Was visiting the hospital in Bagalkot district to meet the injured people during the clash that had taken place. Could you tell us more about that?
Yes, so as said, just 10 days back that we saw how there was a big clash that broke between the two communities, and there was a big vandalism that we got to see, where most of the cars, push cars, were set on fires, and vehicles too have been vandalized, and then in fact, but the clash that broke between the same community people, where the ones who have been injured previously in the first clash went on to vandalize and in fact attack these another set of people who had injured them, their group members, and now you see that as they met with that injuries, they were being admitted to the hospitals, and that's why Siddaramaiah, former CM Siddaramaiah, had to visit them, and this comes after a long time, is what the angry woman has to say. If you see, she says it's been a time that their husbands, in fact, have all met with an injury, and now.
All right, Ritu, stay with us because I'm also joined in by Mr. Tanveer Ahmed of JDS. Mr. Ahmed, what would you like to say? I mean, the visuals speak for themselves. Very dramatic visuals. The Muslim woman looking extremely angry, hurling that cash of 2 lakh rupees back at Siddaramaiah. What are your thoughts?
Firstly, there are two aspects to it. The duty of a legislator, the duty of a chief minister, the duty of the police is to curb violence and to control law and order. It is not that you go and give money. But however, I can really understand the emotion of that woman because after clashes, after losing a lot of things, this kind of behavior is expected. But however, I don't want to really take a political dig at Siddaramaiah, because this is every politician does. Kumaraswamy went to every farmer when they committed suicide and paid everybody 1 lakh rupees each from his own pocket. So Siddaramaiah was trying to give an assistance to a woman. I don't think we need to really take a political pot shot on it.
No, but Mr. Ahmed, as a politician, would it be fair to say that all politicians do that henceforth? Siddaramaiah is also justified in providing cash, which is not really the need of the hour for that woman.
Absolutely, the need of the hour is to bring law and order situation into control, to really punish the people who are behind it. But ma'am, I am speaking as a general. Even I do. A lot of people do come asking us for financial assistance. We assume that people would definitely need financial assistance. I think Siddaramaiah read wrong. Rather than that, every politician, every single politician, starting from Mr. Bommai to Kumaraswamy to Yediyurappa to Siddaramaiah to everybody, tries to give financial assistance. I don't think it is my duty to take a political pot shot, because if I do tomorrow, your channel is going to really put my photo for giving somebody cash.
No, but how do you react when to a statement like politicians only visit for their own interest, considering this is nothing new that's been happening and clearly goes on to reflect the sentiment on the ground level of the people over there, that they are fed up of seeing politicians at the most now offering just money, cash for relief. Is that what they expect their politicians to do? That's perhaps something by own admission, not what the people want in Karnataka.
Absolutely, you are absolutely right. Cash is the last thing. First is to legislate, bring law and order, to not to really give heed to violence, to ask police to take suitable action, to provide them legal assistance. That is exactly a job of a
Mr. Ahmed, stay with us because I'm also joined in by Malvika Avinash of the BJP. Malvika, you've seen those visuals, very dramatic, at the same time very disturbing and heart-wrenching to see the pathos of that woman. Can you imagine the pathos of that lady when she hurls that cash amount of 2 lakh back at Siddaramaiah, clearly indicating that it's not money that they need?
Yes, I do feel, my concern for the woman who has reacted in the manner in which she has. And perhaps this has been emotions that have been accumulating over the years. It is unfortunate that a person of Siddaramaiah's stature, someone who has been the Chief Minister of the state, did not think beyond offering money to a person in his own constituency. That was the exact reason his behavior and his lack of concern for people is the exact reason for which he was unseated from his home constituency in Mysore. And now he's gone on to do the same thing in his new constituency. Well, it's unfortunate. I wish politicians, especially of the stature of Siddaramaiah, were more sensitive.
Right, we just heard Mr. Tanveer Ahmed saying that he read the actions wrong and that all politicians do that. How do you react to that thought that, it is all the fact that all politicians are resorting to providing money? He's also named other politicians as well. How do you react to that statement?
I don't know. We cannot make sweeping generalizations of saying that all politicians are the same and one is not different from the other and so on and so forth. Yes, each politician reacts differently based on what he thinks he should be doing for his people. Like I said, somebody of Siddaramaiah's stature seems to have only elections on his mind, and I wish he had been a little more sensitive to the people of his constituency. So it only reflects on the Congress mindset, on Siddaramaiah's mindset. I don't think we can make sweeping generalizations.
Malvika, it is your party that is in power in Karnataka right now. I'd like to ask you, what has the government done so far for all those injured people in the clash?
See, the government will identify those who are victims of violence and do whatever is required. I don't think the government will go about making a political spectacle out of it as Siddaramaiah has. That's why I said it's unfortunate that Siddaramaiah has tried to make a spectacle out of it because of the forthcoming elections. Ideally, he should have been more sensitive.
Tanveer Ahmed, Malvika Avinash has just said that it is unfair to generalize such things that have this incident particularly and apply it to other politicians as well and give it a blanket rule that all politicians do that to reach out to people to help them. Is money enough help?
Ma'am, I think Malvika Avinash is also a very sensible and matured politician. She's in politics for over 15 years. She really understands that right now it is after the violence. I think what Siddaramaiah was doing is he was trying to help that lady. I don't think it was any political motive or duty of an opposition. I couldn't also say that Siddaramaiah is corrupt, he has got the money. I don't want to really take a pot shot because every politician, starting from Yediyurappa to Siddaramaiah to Kumaraswamy to everybody, when they see people in distress, whatever little help, financial assistance they could do, they do it. That's exactly a point which I'm trying to make. Let's really not take a political mileage out of it. I can really tell hundreds and thousands of incidents where BJP MLAs and BJP MPs, even chief ministers, have gone and given cash assistance. When Harsha died, what was everybody from BJP doing? They were going to the gentleman's house and giving cash to everybody. Mr. Basanraj Patil Yatnal was giving checks. Let us really not.
No, but it doesn't help the situation. It doesn't help the situation by making it a generalized view of things. Let's not, in fact, encourage what's happening by endorsing this kind of viewpoint. We've seen what's happening on camera. Having said that, Mr. Tanveer Ahmed, many thanks. Malvika, Avinash, thank you for joining our discussion now. And with that, let's now move over to other news stories after Ladakh, Delhi and Gujarat. Now, videos of Karnataka MLAs from Bagalkot holidaying in Goa are going viral. This comes as the Bagalkot district continues to suffer due to incessant rainfall. In the video that's going viral, the MLAs can be seen having fun in a swimming pool. Those are the shocking visuals that we can show right now, bringing to you the junkets are now becoming a party. And this, as you can see on the right side of your screens, this is what the scenario is. Absolutely deplorable. The constituency is in a flooded mess. In the video that's going viral, the MLAs are seen having fun in a swimming pool. That's right in the middle of your screens. The BJP MLA from the Terdal constituency, Sidhu Savadi, along with other municipal councillors, can be seen in the video. The MLAs were seen partying ahead of the Maha Municipal Council Chairman election, which are slated for today. And those are the shocking visuals. Remember, these junkets are not new for the politicians in Karnataka. Just a few days ago, we ran visuals of how the politicians in Karnataka were missing at just when the entire state was inundated. For more details, I have with me Ritu on the phone line. Ritu, the junkets continue while Karnataka remains inundated.
Oh yes, this has in a way has become a trend in the Karnataka. Seems like now that the Karnataka is witnessing a heavy rainfall as well. Most of the MLAs and leaders are in fact planning for their holiday trips, whether you call that as in the study tour you see on the one side, on the other side you see the recent story that which says that they are on a holiday in the Goa. Now they say they need a time, but what's happening back here is that the people are the ones who are suffering because of the effect that has been seen of the heavy downpour in the Karnataka. But this time it is from the you see and the way that MLA has also along with the councillors has been in Goa and is chilling there in the swimming pool as well. And now that's the state which is actually heavily affected because of the rain, and also there being the election today, you see them all chilling in the Goa. So this has somewhere, as you said, has become a trend in the Karnataka that they want to be on a tour when the state and the public in fact needs them the most.
Right, Ritu, you're talking about this becoming a trend in the state of Karnataka. Having said that, just a fortnight ago, there was a study tour also that was conducted by the Karnataka government itself, hosting all those politicians in Ladakh to go and study the administration of Ladakh. This, ironically, at a time when their own state has been flooded.
Oh yes, so correct. So that was the first thing that we got to see, and then later point we saw another set of MLAs leaving to Gujarat and Delhi, and this is the third one in the Goa. So in the Ladakh, so we saw what kind of the reason that was being stated from these leaders, where they said that they were there for a study tour when there's not even an assembly there in the Kashmir. So that's what they had told us then. And you see, these are the kind of lame reasons that we have got to see. But when you try and speak to these leaders, they say that they are on a study tour. They are for a work purpose there and not for a chilling. But you saw those photos going viral with their family members and their children. That is all the taxpayers' amount that they have been with. But later point, you heard from these same leaders saying that the leader himself will be bearing the family amount. But that being a study tour that requires the dedication. In fact, that if you are in a place to work for a public but not for a tour, and then you see them chilling there and the photos going viral, nowhere shows the work commitment from these leaders.
All right, Ritu, thank you for bringing in those details. And with that, let's now shift our focus over to other stories. The Prophet remarks, Rao seems to be never ending. The Ajmer dargah khadim Gohar Chishti, who was on the run after raising provocative slogans against Nupur Sharma, was arrested in Hyderabad yesterday. Chishti was seen raising slogans against Nupur at the Ajmer dargah premises. Chishti was grilled by Hyderabad police over his alleged link to the Udaipur beheading case. He has been brought back to Jaipur and is being produced in court.
17 जून को अजमेर के दरगाह इलाके के अंदर एक मौन जुलूस निकाला गया था, जिसके अंदर कुछ असामाजिक तत्व के द्वारा विवादित भाषणबाजी की गई और जो जुलूस की शर्तें हैं उनका उल्लंघन किया गया। इसके आधार पे 162/22 दरगाह थाने के अंदर मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया, जिसमें 4 मुलजिम पहले अरेस्ट किए गए थे और उसमें एक जो मुख्य मुलजिम है गौर चिश्ती, जिसने भाषणबाजी की थी, वो यहाँ से फरार हो गया था। इसके बाद में हमारी जो टीम है वो टेक्निकल सपोर्ट से और जो मुखबिर तंत्र को सक्रिय करके उसको कल हैदराबाद के अंदर से उसको जो गौस महल इलाका है वहाँ से उसको डिटेन किया गया और उसको अरेस्ट किया गया है।
गौर चिश्ती इस वक्त अजमेर पुलिस की गिरफ्त में है, हैदराबाद से अरेस्ट करके लेके आई है। आप देख सकते हैं कि अभी कुछ देर में गौर चिश्ती को पेश किया जाएगा कोर्ट के अंदर और गौर चिश्ती के साथ में दूसरा शख्स है मुनव्वर है। मुनव्वर वो शख्स है जिसने शरण दी थी गौर चिश्ती को और अब गौर चिश्ती आप भी देख सकी गौर चिश्ती 1 तारीख से हैदराबाद में रह रहा था, फरारी काट रहा था। 11 तारीख को अजमेर पुलिस गई और उसको भेष बदल कर गई अजमेर पुलिस, क्योंकि लगातार वो चकमा दे रहा था।
Ex-Vice President Hamid Ansari has refuted the allegations levelled against him by the BJP, saying that he had invited a Pakistan journalist, Nusrat Mirza, to India. But why is this a big accusation? The Pakistani journalist had claimed that he had passed on sensitive information to the ISI that he collected while being in the country on Ansari's invitation. Hamid Ansari had claimed that he never met Mirza, but the BJP has cited a photograph from the year 2009, which shows that Ansari and Mirza shared the dais at a conference on terrorism.
हामिद अंसारी जी ने सारा ठीकरा कांग्रेस की सरकार के ऊपर यह कह के फोड़ा कि जो फॉरेन डिग्निटरीज उपराष्ट्रपति के कार्यक्रम में बुलाए जाते हैं, ये सरकार की सलाह से बुलाए जाते हैं। क्या ये सत्य नहीं है कि इस तरह का कोई भी कार्यक्रम अगर उसका आयोजन होता है तो उसकी क्लियरेंस इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज के इनपुट्स के बाद की जाती है? ऐसे व्यक्ति को वीजा क्यों दिया गया? वो भारत में आके यहां पे रेकी करता है, जानकारी लेता है और उसके बाद उस जानकारी का इस्तेमाल भारत में आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किया जाता है। प्रश्न यह भी पूछा जाना चाहिए कि हामिद अंसारी जी, आपकी याददाश्त बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन क्या नियत में खोट था कि इस 2009 की प्रेस वार्ता का जिक्र आपने अपने वक्तव्य में नहीं किया?
हामिद अंसारी साहब और उनके स्टाफ ने या और कांग्रेस के लीडर्स ने ये बोला कि जो जर्नलिस्ट है पाकिस्तान के वो हमारे इनविटेशन पे हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए, ये फैक्चुअली गलत है। ना हमने उनको इनविटेशन दिया था, ना ही वो उन्होंने हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस किसी भी तरीके से अनइनवाइटेड या इनवाइटेड कॉन्फ्रेंस को अटेंड। हमने तो इसलिए नहीं बुलाया था क्योंकि टेररिज्म की हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस है और उसके अंदर पाकिस्तान के जब हमने जजेज को नहीं बुलाया, वहाँ के बार लीडर्स को नहीं बुलाया, तो हम एक जर्नलिस्ट को किस लिए बुलाएं?
All right, so those are the fresh claims being made by the BJP, backing that the claims of the lawyer against Hamid Ansari that he was also meeting this journalist who's Nusrat Mirza, an alleged Pak spy of the ISI. And today, The BJP also shared this image, which is showing Hamid Ansari sharing the same dais with Nusrat Mirza in the year 2009. Remember, Hamid Ansari was the former vice president, and he had earlier denied having shared the dais or having met Nusrat Mirza, but the photograph, of course, puts all those claims to rest and clearly contradicts those claims. It is very evident that Hamid Ansari had met Nusrat Mirza, who is an alleged Pak spy. For more details, I have with us Pallavi Ghosh on the phone line. Pallavi, how do you see things now panning out with a fresh set of accusations being hurled by the BJP, and of course, much has been established by this photograph?
You know, in fact, the former Vice President, Mr. Hamid Ansari's clarification, which came in yesterday, has completely been rejected. And we also heard that press conference, because the BJP does understand that this is also a big issue they have, because even the organizers have completely distanced themselves by saying that they are not to be blamed, they are not to be held responsible. Now, how is it going to pan out? Well, Parliament begins on 18th, and actually the whole thread goes up to the UPA government. Hamid Ansari, as we know, was a UPA's choice, very close to some of the top ministers and the top UPA leadership, the Congress leadership, I would say specifically. So what's going to happen now is that once the Parliament reconvenes on 18th, after the first or the second day, the BJP certainly would want to ask these questions of the Gandhis, that what is it that you do to always repeatedly compromise national security and embolden Pakistan?
Right, Pallavi. Also, yesterday we heard Amit Malviya saying that Vice President Hamid Ansari had desired that Pakistani journalist Nusrat Mirza be invited to the conference, and when Mirza was not invited to the conference, despite his insistence, he had felt offended. How explosive is this statement countering Ansari's attempts to actually conceal his association?
So the BJP claimed, and there are documents which are also coming out, which are being put out by the organizers, which seem to be rejecting the defense which has come in from Hamid Ansari. Now, how it plays out is that, as I said, I mean, you know, the Congress party and the UP has often found itself on the wrong side of the nationalism narrative and debate. Now, when, you know, Rahul Gandhi over the last few days, for example, has been attacking the Prime Minister on issues of China, on so-called weak foreign policy, this is something which is always going to be now used by the central government, by the BJP, to hit out at the Congress party and particularly the Gandhis by saying, look at these facts which are being put out before you. The hobnobbing with the ISI, hobnobbing with Pakistan, who are trying to destabilize our country, and you are saying the UPA was completely unaware of it. So definitely it becomes once more a deeply embarrassing situation for the UPA.
Thank you for bringing in those details, and with that we have some more breaking news coming in. The Dalai Lama has reached Leh. Remember, he was expected to arrive in Ladakh today, and these are exclusive visuals that we are bringing to you on CNN News 18. The Dalai Lama is now driving to his summer residence. We will be bringing all those visuals for you, but the latest we are learning is that the Dalai Lama has reached Leh. Remember, he is expected to arrive in Ladakh, and this visit holds special significance considering this is his first visit after the pandemic struck. And during the pandemic, remember, it was the incident at Galwan that also created much rift between India and China. Not to forget that the Corps commander level talks are supposed to take place between India and China on Sunday. Henceforth, the significance of this visit is very crucial. For more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Mufti Isla on the phone line. Mufti, how crucial is the Dalai Lama's visit now to Leh, considering after what we've seen transpire in the Galwan Valley between India and China? All right, Mufti, can you hear me? All right, we seem to be having some audio connectivity issues, but these are the visuals we're bringing to you. Latest visuals of the Dalai Lama having landed. He's reached Leh, and a very cloudy Leh, and as usual, a very calm looking Dalai Lama standing over there. The other set of visuals we are bringing to you are of his arrival in the car with heavy security deployed. The Dalai Lama being ferried out of the aircraft, as we can see, a very cloudy day in Leh today. Many people have thronged to visit the Dalai Lama. Remember, this is his first visit after the pandemic, and it is the timing of this visit which is going to be very crucial. Yesterday itself, the Dalai Lama had spoken about the Chinese people respecting the freedom of the Tibetans and how they are not they do not agree with their President Xi Jinping when it comes to the issue of the Tibetans. For more details, I have with us Mufti Isla on the phone line. Mufti, do take us through how significant is the Dalai Lama's visit today to Leh?
I will briefly talk about the pictures which are there exclusively for CNN News 18. Clearly what is happening is that Dalai Lama arrived at the airport some time back, and now he's being driven down to his residence in Chuklamsar, which is a 10-kilometer drive, and you will clearly see on either side of the road the people waving at him because this is a Buddhist kind of dominant area, the Leh, and large number of his followers have come to receive him with bouquets, with garlands, and they're clearly waving at him. And in a short while from now, he will reach his residence, which is called Photunk in Leh, where from he's going to meet. Now, Dalai Lama's, his itinerary suggests that he's going to take a rest for 1 week. Thereafter, he is gradually going to meet his followers. That said, what is the political significance of this? Clearly, we know that Dalai Lama's presence in Ladakh, in the cold deserts, has always been objected by the Chinese because China considers him as someone who is a figure who is against China because he projects the autonomy plank of Tibetan people. Now, yesterday, in that brief interaction with Press in Jammu, he did say that it was not that all Chinese are against him, but only the hardliners are against him because they previously used to think that I'm seeking freedom from China, whereas the fact is that I am for autonomy where we can preserve our languages, cultures, and traditions. So clearly,
shift our attention over to Sri Lanka. According to the Prime Minister's office, Ranil Wickremesinghe has now been sworn in as Sri Lanka's interim president until Rajapaksa's successor is elected. Remember, it was unconstitutional. This post till Gotabaya Rajapaksa had not resigned. These are the latest visuals that we are bringing to you of Ranil Wickremesinghe being officially now appointed as the interim president. Remember, with Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation coming in, the way for his interim presidency has now been cleared. For more details, I have with us Purnima Murli, who is joining us live from Colombo. Purnima, what are the kind of legal hurdles now, or rather constitutional hurdles that have been cleared after Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation that has come in?
Well, now that Speaker has announced that he's accepted Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation letter, tomorrow the Parliament convenes, and on the 19th of July, the Speaker said nominations will be on for the President's post. Those who are interested to contest for the President's post will submit their nominations and show their interest on the 19th of July. On the 20th of July, the vote for the President's post will happen, and the final President will be chosen on the 20th of July. So 19 nominations will be on, will be accepted, and on the 20th, if they have more than one person who's showing interest to contest for the top post, on the 20th the vote will happen by the parliamentarians. So tomorrow the Parliament convenes, and the Speaker said that the process of ensuring that Sri Lanka has a President as well as Prime Minister in place will happen within the next 7 days. As per Constitution, Ranil Wickremesinghe has been appointed as the acting President, and he's also one of the front runners for the top post, considering that the ruling party still has the majority to decide who the next President could be. One of the front runners is Ranil Wickremesinghe, and opposition parties are now also recommending their nominations as well for Prime Minister's post as well as President's post. So at the moment, Ranil Wickremesinghe is the acting President. Parliament to convene tomorrow, 19th. The nominations will be accepted for all the parties who want to contest for the top post, and on the 20th, the island nation will get a new president.
Right, Purnima, stay with us because we are getting some more breaking inputs from Sri Lanka. The Speaker has informed party leaders that nominations for Sri Lanka's president's post will be called on 19th of July, and election for the Lankan president will take place on 28th of July. So some clarity coming in for Sri Lanka now that we are learning that nominations for Sri Lanka president's post will be called on the 19th of July, and the election for the Lankan president will be taking place on 20th of July. This is something that Poonam has already mentioned to us a few minutes ago. And let's get in some more details from Poornima Murli. Poornima, of course, we know, as you just mentioned as well, that the election will be taking place on 20th of July. How does this now work out for Ranil Wickremesinghe, considering so far Ranil Wickremesinghe and Gotabaya Rajapaksa's party still in majority?
Well, at the moment, Ranil has been sworn in as the acting president, and if you look at the front runners for the president's post, it is Ranil Wickremesinghe and it is also Sajid Premadasa, who is the leader of opposition, and there are a few other contenders who would wish to contest for the president's post. But if you look at the numbers, the ruling government still holds majority, and Ranil Wickremesinghe, sources say, is also keen to contest for the top post, while as per the constitution he's been made the acting president, and that could last for a period of 30 days. The speaker says that the process of electing a new president and prime minister will happen within the next 7 days. Ranil Wickremesinghe too has shown his interest to contest for the president's post, and the ruling party still has the majority, while the opposition is in a huddle trying to get support of the parliamentarians. So we'll have to wait and see, but 20th will be the day when we'll get to know who will become the next president. But at the moment, opposition parties are still holding discussions to see if they could get the support of a few parliamentarians from the ruling party as well. At the moment, a lot of political developments taking place, but Ranil is the acting president, and protesters here at the Golface say that they will continue to protest till Ranil also steps down, and that is unlikely at the moment. So on the 20th, when the new president is named, we'll have to see how protesters would react then.
Absolutely, and for the benefit of our viewers, it's important to highlight how these two big developments that have taken place overnight. We've seen the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa being tendered in once he landed in Singapore. The second big development that's just taken place is Ranil Wickremesinghe taking over as the interim president officially. Having said that, Poornima, what does Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation now officially mean for him specifically? Will this now take away the immunity that he so far had?
Well, it's the Rajapaksa family members who've resigned over a span of 3 months. It began with Basil, Namal resigning, and then in May we saw Mahinda Rajapaksa step down as a prime minister, and late last evening, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who after safely landed in Singapore, sent his resignation letter via email. So all the Rajapaksa family members have resigned, and that itself, protesters say, is a historic moment for them, because this is something that they have been demanding for from day one, that all the Rajapaksa family members must not be part of the government and must step down, and that has finally happened. And now with Ranil, who's seen as someone who's protecting the Rajapaksas, who is also sworn in as the acting president, he is also one of the front runners for the president's post. Protesters say that they will continue to protest till Ranil also steps down, but clearly a historic moment, and at the moment it looks like the Rajapaksa, at least Gotabaya Rajapaksa, cannot enter the country because of the kind of anger that we are seeing. So it's a historic moment, and it's a huge victory for the people's movement, and that's the word that's coming in from these protesters who've been protesting for 98 days.
Thank you, Poornima, for bringing in all those details, and with that it's a wrap of this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. It's over to my colleague Ripudaman Singh Malik for more.
Well, thanks a lot for that. Good afternoon. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I am Ripudaman Singh. Over the next 1 hour, we are going to bring you never seen before revelations. After we got you the Bishnoi files, chilling revelations of why Goldie Brar got Moosewala murdered. We're going to put out videos of an alleged confession, though CNN News 18 cannot independently verify the video. Now, while the world continues to probe into who all are responsible for the shocking daylight murder of popular singer Sidhu Moosewala, News 18 has now accessed an explosive video that purportedly belongs to Canadian gangster Goldie Brar himself. Remember, Goldie Brar has been underground since the Interpol Red Corner notice was issued. The phones of all his close friends are also switched off. Someone else is also handling the business of Goldie Brar in Canada. But in the meantime, News 18 India has come across a video that claims to have confessed to Goldie Brar in the Moosewala murder case. So as promised, over the next 1 hour, we will be taking you through 4 key excerpts from the explosive Goldie Brar confession video. Let's first take you through the first clip that we've accessed. As I pointed out, CNN News 18 can't independently verify this video. However, a top police source has confirmed this to be Goldie Brar's voice.
ਅਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲਈ ਸੀ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਰੀਗਰੈਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੀ ਇਹੀ ਮੰਗ ਸੀ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੋਸ਼ੀ ਸੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਣ 'ਚ ਸਾਡੇ 2 ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਤਲ ਹੋਣ 'ਚ ਇਹਦਾ ਇੰਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੱਥ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਰਿਆਮ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਇਹਨੇ ਆਪਦੇ ਗਾਣਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਅਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨੇ ਆਪਦੀ ਗਾਣਿਆਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਇਮੇਜ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚਾ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਭੁੱਲਣਯੋਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਦੇਣੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਸੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੇਟ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਮੀਦ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਜਾਂ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਦੇਵੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਵੇ ਪਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਗਰੀਬਾਂ ਲਈ ਹੈ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਆਮ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਆਪਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਆਪ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਚੱਕੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਆਪਦਾ ਬਦਲਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਦੇਤਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਸਹੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਜੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਸੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਤੀ
Well, that was just the first clip. And before we proceed any further, we want to now break down the biggest takeaways as far as this video is concerned. Let's break down all those details. The first, I have no remorse over Moosewala's murder. But as we pointed out, CNN News 18 at this point cannot independently verify this video. Second big takeaway, Sidhu Moosewala was hated because of maligning Punjabis. But as we pointed out, top police sources have in fact confirmed that this could be Goldie Brar's voice itself. Third big takeaway, we ensured justice for 2 of our brothers. That means this was a plan that had been in the making for a long time. Moosewala celebrated after Deep Sidhu's death. This is also a big takeaway as far as the first excerpt that we put out. Wiki's killers roamed in Sidhu's bulletproof car. As I pointed out, this is something that dates back to a longer period of time. But remember, as we pointed out, this is only the first excerpt that we have put out. We are going to put out many such excerpts to actually take you through these chilling revelations. Let me, before I go across to my colleague Anvit, who can, put the timeline in perspective for us, let me also introduce our guests who are joining us for this very special broadcast. HGS Thaliwal, Special Commissioner of Police Special Cell, is now joining us. Sir, we appreciate you taking out time and joining us here on CNN News 18. First, I want to understand, is there a sense of verifying whether this in fact was Goldie Brar's voice or not?
See, we haven't got official copy of this video, so we will not be able to comment on the claims made. Our teams have earlier worked on some cases where there are some voice recordings with us. So, if we see anything which is relevant for Delhi, we will definitely investigate.
What is also very, very clear here is that this was a murder that was possibly in the making for a very, very long time.
Yes, that we already know. We have arrested so many of the shooters and people who planned logistics and the mastermind. We know that it was being planned for many months.
Where does the rivalry between Goldie Brar and Sidhu Moosewala, when does it date back to?
No, we will not be able to comment on this one. See, this is not the mandate of our action at all. Our action was very limited to the catching of mastermind, catching the shooters behind the incident, and people who do logistics. So our focus was just to see, I mean, if it has some relevance to the national capital in the future, and if we can contribute in solving this case and catching the culprits behind this brazen killing.
What was the mandate that you worked through, as you were pointing out, as far as this brazen killing was concerned? What were the kind of logistics that you monitored?
See, we already shared all these details. I mean, you know, we had multiple teams working. I mean, to put it very briefly, we didn't go to the scene of crime, but we worked on the jails, we worked on their old associates, we had arrested a lot of their members of syndicates.